I have not done nothing.
Yeah, we're live. We're live.
Oh, yeah.
My concern was basically
Okay, cool.
what's going on with the
I don't know what happened there exactly.
No, hold on.
Georgia
I have not touched
and
it.
also with Pennsylvania. And I think
Good evening, everyone.
Virginia and
We'll
New
give you a bit of
Hampshire
a update now in a second.
in play, like you do.
Oh, I agree. I think Trump has a real good shot in those states. Most people don't have that on the map, but I do. All right, the war room ends, but InfoWars coverage does not. Stay tuned.
Come and say hello in the chat. Tell us how the levels are looking on
to tell the truth.
audio levels. Let me check it out myself.
One of the best jobs out there, thanks to your support. So we know InfoWars can easily be shut down on November 13th. We're going to find out. But regardless, we've got great sponsors that are backing us to make sure the message of liberty and freedom and the resistance to the WEF, Bill Gates, Barack Obama, King Charles, Kamala Harris, New World Order continues to be in their face and continues to keep myself and the great crew at the tip of the spear. So we have a great sponsor, the AlexJonesStore.com, with amazing T-shirts and caps.
I'm going to go make a cup of tea.
They're really some of the best designs out there, and they fund the fight against the New World Order. But we've also brought you some of the very best supplements. And we could have had a whole huge line
RW,
now, but we want to go out to
you
the
here,
very
mate?
best companies.
Oh, you left, didn't you?
To private label.
T, what time do the results come in then?
CMOS gummies, the CMOS capsules, total superfood. Then you have the mega superfood with over 90 ingredients. The optimal human, it's the best. The green drinks.
He's going to make a cup of tea, didn't they?
Plus the energy is amazing. That's all at the AlexJonesStore.com. But now,
can you turn him down a little bit, please?
The ultimate probiotic. That's
I've got to take it out of that. Turn him down because it's
probiotic, the foundation that everybody needs at a very affordable
price. Yeah, that'll do.
Off when you buy multiple bottles.
Yeah, you have to blow it, take it off to reset it all.
At the AlexJonesStore.com. This is a high-end, quality probiotic that helps your gut be healthier, helps you absorb nutrients better, helps your whole.
We're going to roll this live stream, chaps, tonight, maybe for a good 4, 5, 6 hours. We'll see how it runs.
AlexJonesStore.com. A whole bunch of other great stuff's coming out in the next few weeks.
So
continue to check out the URL, theAlexJonesStore.com, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your support. We salute you.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
We put an invite out for a couple of traditional leftists, American leftists, but they've given us a hard pass. I've been told, is that correct, RW? He's still not there.
Hey, man, I'm sort of here.
Okay.
What's the question?
They gave us a hard pass, the leftists, didn't they?
I tried. I did try. And no go.
And we've done this before in the election. We can do it again.
Awesome.
Some shows for weeks ago with 40 million viewers just on X a day. Tens of millions on radio stations here. We're going to do it again. I need everybody to go to Real Alex Jones on X and InfoWars on X and share the live feed and say, here's the uncensored.
So there we are. He's on. He is on X. Is on a live. So if we get problems, we'll be able to get him from X.
Owen's on to 6.
I hear them.
Watch another feed.
Let's have a look.
Jones Network at AJN live from 8 to 10 with all the latest to give you a recap tonight. And we're back at 8 a.m. tomorrow with Harrison Smith, myself, Owen. Huge raft of top guests, all of the best analysts that have the best record of being accurate, like Matt Bragg and Roger Stone. The list goes on and on. And we'll go as late as we need to, overnight if need to, tomorrow night. And then if it's contested, which the Democrats say it's going to be, we're going to continue on here. And we could be shut down in 8 days. So it is just a wild time to be alive. They're coming for me, and that's okay. I just want you to know I'll never back down. I'll never give in, but I could give out. I need your financial support. This is a war. I don't have much money. I've got.
What's happening? People in the chat now coming through as well. Let's have a look at everyone in the chat. Natalie, looking for Trump. Andrew, leftist can't defend their way out. Yeah, Alex looking good. Well, considering his everyone's going to be taken from him.
We're the zeitgeist. You're the zeitgeist. And go to the AlexJonesStore.com and get some T-shirts.
Rankin.
Supplements now. I need money with our sponsor to be
Ball
able
Camp
to continue
and
on.
Lisa.
We do not have the funds we need approaching 8 days from shutdown to do it. This is the most critical I need support now. This is America. We're reaching the peak of the battle now.
Yeah, Lise, where did the ABC feed go?
Hi, I'm Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Do you want it?
Elected president, platform
Yeah, if we can have it, or another feed,
and
even
resilience
CNN or MSNBC, maybe. Are they live yet?
That's the
Oh, yeah, there we
ABC.
are.
In 2020 by about 11,000 votes. Here's where we start tonight. Donald Trump with 8 electoral votes, Kamala Harris with 3. There are 7 states you're going to hear a lot about over and over again tonight, our battleground states, the 7 states that will likely decide the Electoral College. Based on polling over the past several weeks leading right up to election night, they are all extremely close as we begin to count the votes across this country. The Democrats in the so-called blue wall of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, they're trying to hold on to that tonight. In the Southeast, Georgia and North Carolina, and in the Southwest, all eyes on Arizona and Nevada. And of course, here is the magic number we'll be talking about all night here and perhaps for days.
270.
The number of electoral votes needed to win the presidency. And it's not just about the White House being at stake tonight. Control of Congress also on the line. Take a look. The Senate right now, as you know, where Democrats are in control of the Senate. Currently, they have narrow control, 34 seats in play tonight. Republicans need to pick up just 2 seats to take back a majority and control. Of course, only 1 seat if Donald Trump wins. The vice president would then have a vote. In the House, it's the Republicans currently control all 435 seats up for grabs. Democrats tonight, remember this number, they need just 4 seats to flip the House. Can either party pull this off tonight? And a reminder, we may not be able to project a winner tonight in the presidential race. Of course, that's okay. We're used to that in this country. It doesn't mean there's a problem. It just means ballots are still being
Guess who I'm laughing at the chat? Guess who's just turned up and who I'm laughing at the
political team
chat?
is here to break this down. They're all in the room with me tonight. Lindsay Davis here at the desk, Martha Raddatz, Mary Bruce, John Carl, Rachel Scott, Rick Klein over at the big board, and all of our experts here. Terry Moran, our analyst, Pierre Thomas, Aaron Tursky, our legal team standing by too, should anything come up over the course of the night. Take a look across the country tonight, fanned out in all the battleground states, our team tracking all of the key races.
Good evening, Dean and Addy. How you doing?
Here for several
Bottle
nights,
cap,
that's what
Andrew.
it takes as these results come in. Lindsay Davis, the first results come in from these exit polls, which are
Yes.
revealing about what might be driving voters. I know this is early, these
Certainly.
are preliminary exit polls, but what do they show so far?
Sure, and very interesting when you're thinking about what motivated voters as they mark their ballots. It may come as a surprise to some. Take a look. Number 1 issue, state of democracy. Now, why this is a bit surprising is, David, as you know, for months, the polls have suggested in recent weeks and months that the economy was the number 1 issue. But here we see the economy, the second place issue here. Now, it's too early to know the impact of that, but it is certainly significant to note. Followed by abortion, then immigration, and a distant
I find that
fifth,
quite
foreign
interesting.
policy. Now,
That
when we
democracies come
talk
from
about
nowhere to be number 1.
democracy in the United States being on the line,
Don't quite
look at this,
understand
a
it.
whopping 73%.
They're
We're
all
talking about
bleating it as well. I've
3/4
noticed this
nearly
today.
of those registered voters. Again, in preliminary exit polls, these numbers could change. But 73% saying that they feel democracy in this country is threatened.
See?
Now, that can cut both ways because, of course, this has been a closing argument for Kamala Harris in recent rallies, saying democracy is on the line. But Donald Trump has been suggesting the same, obviously, for different reasons. Also significant to point out favorability. Donald Trump underwater by 10 points here. You see unfavorability rating for him, 54%, only 44% favorable. On the flip side, Kamala Harris only underwater by 2 points with a 50% unfavorability, 48% favorable. Now, favorability does not a president make. Just ask Hillary Clinton. 2016, she actually had a higher favorability rating than Donald Trump. And we know how that ended.
It's so interesting that those first early results showed that democracy and the state of affairs in this country ranks number 1. Again, preliminary exit polls. I want to head over to the big board. Rachel Scott, Rick Klein are going to be at these boards all night long. And if I remember 4 years ago, I think you guys were around until Saturday, but I don't want to freak you out just yet. But Rick, I want to talk about this because we have early vote numbers. Obviously, Republicans and Democrats had significant early vote. I've been obsessed because I've talked to you about this being obviously Kamala Harris's quickest path to 270 right through the Rust Belt. She holds the narrowest of margins in the early vote. She will still need a major turnout on election day. The Trump campaign very aware of that. They're expecting a major turnout today as well. If she's not able to pull off this Rust Belt, this sweep of these 3 states, how do you get there if you're a Kamala Harris?
Yeah, that is the most straightforward path. You're right. There are other ways that she gets there, but it really means some combination of those Midwestern states and some Southern states. One possibility would be if she's able to hold on to Wisconsin and Michigan and take one of these 2 Southern states potentially, and then the Western states. But it's much harder if Pennsylvania falls that way. And you mentioned those early votes. Of course, they're going to be supplemented with actual vote counting as the night goes on, but it's going to take a while.
Take me to the other board of the column of the point system, where you actually literally see when you take some of these states in different columns over the course of the night. Let's, for example, and it's early night, so we can do this, some hypotheticals for you at home. If Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, what does it do to her odds of winning the presidency?
Yeah, our partners at 538 say it's about a 50-50 night going in. But if Pennsylvania goes to Kamala Harris, check out what happens to the numbers. Suddenly it shoots up to almost 85% likelihood of her winning. Now, if Pennsylvania goes the other way, if Donald Trump is able to solve that again and make it fall in his column, he's now an 80% favorite. So that is the state that puts you in a commanding position if you win it.
And I think that I read the person who wins Pennsylvania wins the White House 90% of the time in our history of these presidential races. In the meantime, we can call Indiana, the state of Indiana, the first state of this hour to call, going to Donald Trump. And it's 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump gets the state of Indiana tonight. Rick, you've got the early vote numbers. Let's take a look at them, because they're a little different this time of year, this time around. And I wanted to explain to our viewers, 4 years ago, we were in the pandemic, right? We're in the middle of COVID. People were being encouraged to vote early, particularly on the Democratic side. Donald Trump did not embrace early voting. He actually questioned it. This time he said, go out and vote early, and it would appear Republican supporters of Donald Trump listened.
Yeah, look, last time
Welcome back to
voted early, that's a record, but only about a third of them.
Yeah, I've
actually
just muted everyone
Republicans. Now that
individually.
number is up to 38%.
And we've still got a
and it's
crackle.
just
The only
2
one I
points
didn't
below the
mute
Democrats. So think
was the
about
feed.
that. Republicans
So I
were
don't
only
know.
10 points behind Democrats.
It
4
doesn't
years
seem
ago.
to be any of
Now
our
that is only
mics,
2
'cause-
points. This is a big factor as
I'm
well.
not hearing a crackle on my end, buddy.
Unaffiliated. They're either independent or
I doubt
third-party
it's
candidates,
mine.
or they don't
I
identify
really
with
hope
any
it's not
party.
mine.
We don't know where they're going to break
I
tonight.
mean,
It's sort of a
nothing.
black box. We have
It is.
Oh,
no
well, that's
idea
great then.
how
So
that
it's just
number
me then.
breaks down, and
That's
that's a significant number. And if you're inside each one of the campaigns, you're doing modeling and focus groups that shows which way the wave is breaking in these final days. Perhaps these campaigns have a much better idea than we do tonight watching this unfold.
Let me just check.
What does this mean, though, when it comes to the Republican turnout? It is impressive. The question that the Harris camp is going to put out there is, are these the voters who would have turned out for Donald Trump on Election Day, or was able to bank this vote and then get a whole new crop of Republican voters today?
That's exactly the question. And Georgia is actually instructive in this way, because you can see in 2020, Republicans were about 40% of the electorate. They're only about 39% now. It's about the same. It isn't a huge difference, a slightly fewer Democrats as a share. This is fascinating, though, to me, because you talk about those unaffiliated voters. This is the portrait in North Carolina, where we're going to have polls closing soon. 4.5 million people voting early, almost as many as last time. And that is a third Democrats, a third Republicans, and a third, the largest share actually, are those unaffiliated voters.
It's interesting you bring up North Carolina. I'll take this over to Rachel then, because one of the things that you and I have been talking about these last 24 hours, it was hard not to notice that Donald Trump spent a lot of time in North Carolina in these last 2 days.
Spending a whole lot of time in North Carolina. And David, I was talking to one Republican who told me where these candidates are spending their final days will tell you a lot about what they are particularly concerned about. So North Carolina, a state that Donald Trump won in 2016 and 2020, it's the only battleground state tonight where the former president is on defense. He held 4 campaign stops here in the last 3 days, campaigning in Kinston, Greenville, Raleigh, Greensboro, also over here in Charlotte. David, as the night goes on, as we start to get results, we're also going to be paying attention to this area right here in the western part of the state. This is an area that was really hit hard by Hurricane Helene. Former President Donald Trump in 2016 and 2020 really racked up the vote in the rural parts of that state.
Was there something within the campaign that they were seeing that made them nervous? We see it bear out in the early vote, but of course, we just learned that in the last 24 hours. But essentially, these two campaigns are tied going into Election Day in North Carolina. And as Rick pointed out, and rightly so, a whole third of the early vote is either independent or unaffiliated voters, and we simply don't know how that's going to break.
Part of this is them knowing just how tight this race is. No Democrat has won the state of North Carolina since 2008. They do not want to give this up. The other half of it, of course, is the fact that Hurricane Helene really ravaged parts of this state. Trump voters in rural counties, they need them to turn out. Now, there have been modifications that have been made, provisional votes that will be cast in some of those counties as well.
Let's talk about where Kamala Harris spent her final 24 hours. He did a sort of a blitz of 3 battleground states. She was in 1 state alone.
1 state alone, Pennsylvania. The biggest prize of the night, 19 electoral votes. We're going to keep coming back to all important Pennsylvania, because you heard from Rick, just how much her chances increase if she were to win this state. So, David, let me show you where she was campaigning. Part of it was the Latino belt. Allentown and Reading, high Hispanic and Latino voters here. In Allentown, the Puerto Rican community, very large here, really seizing on those comments made at Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden rally, a speaker comparing Puerto Rico to an island of garbage, really trying to turn out the vote here. She went door knocking in Scranton, home to President Biden, of course. She also campaigned all the way over here in Pittsburgh, which is really notable, David, because Joe Biden in 2020 got more votes than any other Democrat in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County since LBJ in 1964. And then, of course, she held
Yeah, we'll let this play out for a couple of minutes, chaps, and see if you want to bring yours up
got the most votes
in,
out of
in,
Allegheny
in
County.
5
Even though it's
minutes,
a
and we'll just
Democratic
have a look
county,
around your
Pittsburgh
board.
got the most votes there too.
All
So
right, no
the
bother.
Trump
So
campaign does
ready.
not want to give up that territory either. Pennsylvania, we're going to be talking about Pennsylvania here all night long and probably beyond tonight. John Carl, I know that you just talked to Donald Trump late this afternoon. You talked to sources in the Trump campaign, also the Harris campaign. How are they feeling going into this night with all these national polls showing it's a coin flip? It's basically tied going in.
Look, David, both sides are projecting optimism. They're saying they have got confidence that they ultimately are going to win, but both are clearly on edge about this, clearly uneasy about where this is going to go. And in my conversation with Donald Trump, very interesting conversation because, you know, he's always one, I'm going to win, I'm going to win, I'm going to win. I asked him how he reads these early returns, the early votes, the last polls. And this is what he said, exact quote, "I don't know. We've had a lot of enthusiasm, but I cannot read it, and I don't think anybody can read it." Kind of exhausted, clearly exhausted after this final push, and a little bit very uncharacteristic for Donald Trump, throwing his arms up and saying, look, I don't really know where this race stands
I think
right
it's
now.
a moment of truth and real clarity from Donald Trump to you,
Yes,
John Carl, because
absolutely.
honestly,
Yeah, well,
people
she
who
took
study
the
this,
comment off the
people do not
screen,
know.
mate.
The early vote looks so different from
What's that?
4 years ago, certainly,
Take the comment off the
that it's
screen.
impossible to know
Okay.
what each
Got a
campaign
comment on.
needs to actually get over that finish line today as
do
far
I
as
get it
day
off?
of turnout versus what we went into this with. I want
Oh, damn it.
a moment. Mary, you've covered her day in and day out. The White
I'll lift
House.
something else up
How
now.
are they
Let
feeling
me just
today?
get something else up.
Cautiously optimistic. It's been described as nauseously optimistic, which may be my new favorite political descriptor.
Take that
but
down
they
then.
are quick to note tonight that turnout today was high across every key battleground state. They see those long
Should
lines
come
that
down,
we're all
that
seeing,
should.
and they think that's a good sign for them, that it shows that they've been able to reach a broad coalition, and they believe that coalition is coming out for her. They also see in their own data that late-breaking
this up.
voters, they think, those voters that didn't make up their mind yet, and yes, they do exist, but that they are coming towards Kamala Harris. In part, they think, because they are motivated by Donald
Should
Trump's
go,
strong
that should.
closing message. They were
In a
turned
minute.
off by his rhetoric, especially that
Just
big
click
Madison
on it
Square
and
Garden
show or hide, doesn't
rally.
it?
But we know, and we're going to be
I've
talking about
got
this a
double
lot
tap
tonight,
it
I
or
suspect
something, I
so
don't
much
know.
of this, they say, is just going to come down to mobilization
Click on
and
it
the
again
ground
and it
game.
says
And they
show
do
or
feel
hide and
the
then
Harris
hide
campaign,
it.
that Donald Trump's ground game can't compete with theirs. When you look at the
Well,
numbers, I mean, just in the last weekend,
no.
3 million doors knocked. At one point, I was told they were knocking on 2,000 doors a minute in must-win Pennsylvania. And we know Kamala Harris, just a short while ago, was out there working the phones herself, trying to reach every last voter.
One follow-up for you, Mary, because you talk about these late
Yeah, I don't know how to get
deciders,
rid of it.
and
It's
I
not
heard
working.
from someone within the campaign who was speaking to a national audience who said it's not necessarily, 9 out of 10 late deciders. It might be split, but just slightly favoring the Harris campaign, which also is another reflection of how tight this race is, that even the late deciders, they're dividing them. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They really do think, what is pushing them at this last minute? And it's why you've been seeing the Harris campaign,
Yeah.
especially in these last few
You
days
got
and
it.
hours, really reaching out to all of those key demographics, making that extra push for Latino voters, women voters, young voters, trying to cast that broad net because they know, as we do, well, that this is going to come down to that small sliver of undecided voters in those key battleground states.
Well, you talk about being nauseously optimistic. I want to bring this to Martha Raddatz, not because you are either,
TYT alive
but
on
because you've been out in the
YouTube.
country. And I just think about all the voters watching us tonight, and people have
Sorry?
so much at
Anna,
stake here. No matter who
TYT
your
alive,
candidate is,
and Anna Kasparian,
Americans are
who's
really
like
feeling this. They've seen these
sort of
national poll
moved
numbers.
from
They've seen the
traditional
battleground
sort of
states all within
leftist
a
sort of
point,
thing now.
within the margin of
She's on the
error.
panel, isn't
So
she, tonight?
everybody, us included,
All
goes
right.
into this night not knowing.
Exactly, David. And they're not nauseously optimistic. They're just nauseous at this point. They want this over. I travel this
They're
country.
so partisan,
the
aren't they,
entire
all these
year, and I've seen a real
news
change.
readers,
And
these
obviously,
actors.
we changed the Democratic
Yeah,
candidate. The
I
change
don't
was
think
in the
these are
beginning
super
of the year,
partisan, though.
I felt like people were just checked out.
She's terrible.
Until tired of this. This is ridiculous. It's the same.
Well, she's
And is
saying
that the
they're
guy?
nauseous, meaning they're nervous. They've not necessarily made any bad comments as of yet.
Are dissatisfied with
I'm
those
sure we'll see
candidates.
more
They
later
are
on.
riveted by this race.
Was the
They
guy the
are
one that done
watching this
the
race carefully because it isn't just about, as you said, Kamala
election sort of
Harris,
debate
Donald
thing?
Trump. It is about a divided America.
He was like
Oh,
one
right,
of the
yeah.
Very
moderators.
different view
Yeah,
of this
yeah.
He
No,
made
race,
it.
they were
and they are watching this race.
He
He
made a
vibes.
spot of himself.
Well, I'm learning. We're just
he did.
getting some data coming in from Georgia, the all-important battleground. We're going to dive
This
into
guy.
that, what it reveals about this race already tonight. We'll look at Georgia and the numbers coming in.
And they act so
Don't go
offended
away.
when you call them out for it, though. That's the crazy bit, I find.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. It's like, hey, you're gonna expose me here. I'm gonna lose a couple $1,000. Fuck you.
But when they get called out, they're like, "How dare you? How dare you say I'm a propagandist?"
How dare you point out this factually true statement? How dare you? I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea how these electoral votes work, but to me, it seems like they just elect colleges, and colleges for some reason have the ability to outweigh other people's votes. So it seems ridiculous.
I'm David Muir. You do every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is a
Well, America's quite a unique place, so the electoral college, I understand it, and I see why they do it the way they do it.
It just gets abused.
Well, if for example you just went on population, then it'll get decided by basically California and the northeast of America, and no one else in America would ever say, really, because they would actually take the election, wouldn't they? California and just on numbers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's fair actually, because very people like in the US, it's like very politically dense. Like, if you're in California, you're most likely to be like voting for Democrat, etc. In the UK, it's a little more mixed, I'd say. A lot more mixed, really. Kind of differs from each household you go to.
I think it's based on voter ID, just how much people vote for who.
Yeah, let's bring up T's now and see if we can get bring him to the full stage solo layout. Oops.
Let's bring the map back up, and let's turn Pennsylvania red.
We got
Trump wins.
Let me take.
So let's do all that. That's red.
Mute him. Mute that. There we go. So T, you're up, mate.
Oh yeah. I've got all my sources like muted because I thought it was just gonna be a camera sitting here. I mean, we've got to wait for CNN. I can undo the AB. Who is it? Hang on, which one is it now?
No, it's fine. It's fine. We can just we're so CNN's a live feed. We got the audio for that when we need it. Yeah, it's just on pause now. Yeah.
Yep. I can turn on all the audios.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So top right is Georgia. What channel is that? Sorry, that's just.
That is MSNBC.
Ah, great. So yeah, that if it goes down, and it looks like Trump's going to win, that's the channels to go on. Really, I would suggest.
84% are in. Trump's effectively won that state because 84% of the votes are in. He's winning by 81.3%. So yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, but they're saying that they're not calling some states for 10 days. They're saying that this is going to be a very strange election.
So in Argentina, I believe it's over 100 million. They get the results or hand ballots, and they get it all in a day. I mean, America's only another. I mean, all right, it's 330, but the electorate's about 170, isn't it? So it's not that much more different than Argentina. But yeah, it takes you lot fucking 2 weeks to count it.
In Ireland, when we do it, to be fair, it can take us a little longer. That's usually because somebody's trying to pull some bullshit. But
yeah,
I have absolutely no idea how it takes 10 days. the fact you guys still have mail-in ballots and stuff, which I understand is pretty strategic, or yeah, pretty useful for like the likes of like the Republicans, because they're, you know, quite often they have very rural voters. So I understand how it's important for them. But the fact that it's not been upgraded in some kind of way to make it more efficient and allow these things to be or to go smoothly is kind of crazy.
No, it'll go smoothly with a bit of paper, with a little tick on it. That's how it goes smoothly. That's the only foolproof way. Because if it's tight, they can get recounted, and they're physical bits of paper. So it doesn't need updating. The updating should be in reverse. It should be the other way around, because if it's the other way around and it's physical pieces of paper for every vote, whether they're mailed in or not, then
no,
it's
I mean
going to be
like
more reliable.
No, I mean like in the way they're counting or whatever's happening in the back, like in the background. There's got to be some form of way to make this go more smoothly than what it is currently, because it takes some days to process stuff.
I think it's planned to fail. I think that they purposely do it to fail.
I mean, sure, I don't know. I don't like to attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetence. That's my main thing.
Well, maybe I'm a bit bit more cynical than you.
Maybe. I mean, I can be quite cynical, but I don't know. I know, like, politics is literally just a bunch of liars put in suits and said run the country, you know, and they've been told run the country. That's essentially what politics is. But I think it's quite hard to set up an entire, like, complex system in which you can rig the entire system when you're not like a dictator yourself. Especially when it comes to the U.S. government, there's so many different departments. And each department is a subsector department, like a subsect department, and they all run essentially independent of one another. Yet we expect them to all act in a monolith. I mean, that's the reason why nothing gets done in the first place, and then we just say that's kind of part of the big issue with like having a big government. But then at the same time, then we expect them to be able to come together and act maliciously. You know, in this effective manner when they can't effectively pass policy in the first place, and according to us, it's because they're too big. You know.
Yeah, but I mean, like Joe Biden, for example, has he been running America, your country, for the last 3.5 years?
Has who been?
Do you believe that? Joe Biden been running the country for 3.5 years?
No way. It's totally the DNC cabinet.
So who are these people? Pelosi? Who is it?
I mean, if you look at all the people in the House and the Senate, you can see that there's a lot of wealthy people that seem to have their fingers in a lot of pies, but I think it's the people behind the curtains that we don't hear the names of very often that have been in control.
What about Big Mike and his husband?
I don't know what to think. I think it's just another elite puppet.
I mean, he is on an interview, Obama, saying it'd be great if I could just have someone in there I could just like pull and all that. It's like is he speaking of Joe Biden? Do you see the interview he gave once where he said if I could do a third term?
No, I have not.
Yeah, he says, yeah, if I could be in the shadows and just like, you know, getting him to do what I want. He literally said it, and of course, basically, you know, as the time's gone on, you could be speaking exactly what Joe Biden has been like for the last 3.5 years. So scary. Let me bring up full screen and audio.
I can't hear for some
prepared that
reason.
the process is
Oh,
playing
never
out.
mind.
All
Ignore
right,
me.
26 minutes past the hour. When we come back, Lindsay, thank you. We're closing in on 7:30. Polls are about to close in the North Carolina battleground state with its 16 electoral votes. So again, we're already tracking Georgia in just about 4 minutes here. All eyes will be on North Carolina as the first numbers come in. Stay with ABC News. We're just getting started tonight. Back in a moment.
You know what?
You got
I give props to these guys. They're able to sit there all night, you know, without a cigarette or anything. Like, that's dedication.
every 8 minutes they've got adverts or whatever it is. It's like crazy, isn't it?
There's no way you'd be able to roll up a ciggy and smoke one then.
You're going to kill the noise, yeah, because this music will get you tagged.
Yeah, yeah, it's it's crazy, isn't it? Especially if it goes wrong for them.
I mean, I visited. I was in Australia for a while, and they definitely have less commercials over there. I'm told that the UK has way less commercials than America does too.
And
Yeah,
Australia.
everything here runs on pharmaceutical drugs almost.
So I watch golds, you know, like the gold things you get in America with like Parker and all Snibel and all the like, you know, all those golds. What is it? You know, Gold Hunters or whatever it is, or whatever it's called.
Like Gold Rush?
Gold Rush. So Gold Rush is 43 minutes of content. So when people bootleg it onto YouTube, they bootleg all the adverts off, and that hour program is actually 47 minutes. Now, I believe in America on programs like that, it's like you've got adverts every, is it 8 minutes or 6 minutes? It's like, it's crazy. I think your breaks are about 3 to 4 minutes long.
Yeah, but
Anyway.
the problem also, like with Oak Island, which my parents watch, once it comes back from commercials, it reviews what it just said in the last segment. So there's only like 2 minutes or at the most of content in between all these commercials. So it's absolutely painful to try to get through.
Yeah. So I definitely notice it from the UK that you have like double the ads we have. And we haven't.
Even Sky TV drives me mental. Like, their adverts, even though it's like a minute or two long, I'm like, come on, let me continue watching the race I'm trying to watch here.
Yeah, but like what you were saying then was they do that relap. You just had adverts. They go, oh, they just, and I literally, as I fast forward, like you said, you go like a minute further, don't you? Because it's just a loop. Right, let's get Alex up quickly. See what you got to say. Unmute.
Obvious, and then James O'Keefe catching the illegal aliens voting. But you don't even need to catch them. I mean, the judges are ruling they can do it other than the Supreme Court. This is a wild moment. But regardless, you agree with me that I'm seeing the biggest awakening to tyranny and to the manipulation and the lies we've ever seen. So even if they steal this from Trump, which I'm not saying is going to happen, they're trying, this is a Pyrrhic victory. I mean, this is an exciting time to be alive. What do you think?
Well, if you just look at what polls are saying about election integrity, going back to 2020 and today, there's been a steady trend of not just Republicans, but Democrats as well that are losing trust in our election system. In fact, on the Republican side, in 2020, after the election, you were looking at about 40% of Republicans that didn't trust the results. Now, through 4 years, you're looking at about 60% that don't trust the results. I think you'll be looking at a situation, Alex, if Trump doesn't win tonight, 90%, 90% of Republicans won't trust the results. You might even get to a point where even the majority of Democrats don't trust the results. And, you know, a lot of times we tend to look at the world through our perspective, our lens, and we think, well, golly, how could people not see what happened in 2020? But the truth is, the average American really only pays attention to politics in an election cycle, mostly a presidential election cycle, and once it's over, they tune back out. This cycle is certainly different. This has been the longest election cycle that I've ever covered. It's really been a 2-year-long election cycle, I would say. But I think you're going to have a situation where more eyes are going to be really focused to the details.
All right, the boys
tonight.
are starting to go to bed, so I'm a little more active.
Eyes are going to be peeled to their televisions throughout the night, throughout the morning, unlike we've ever seen before. You know, that was their big trick, Alex.
InfoWars has been calling out a lot of stuff that Marjorie Taylor Greene has been sharing for her state of Georgia, where the Dominion election ballot machines, the people are putting in their vote and it's triggering a different person.
Yeah.
And so they're like, hey, I need you to fix this. And they go back multiple times and it's printing out the wrong vote. So, I mean,
I seen it on Twitter the other day. He kept on hitting Trump, and it was coming up as Harris every time. And he told the guy, and the guy pulled something out the machine. He's have I just voted for Harris 8 times? Or what?
The country is going. Well, that obviously means then you're not for Kamala. Here it is.
do you remember that little device that My Pillow guy was making? Mike Lindell. It was he's gonna have him around and show if all the Dominion machines are on the web or not. He disappeared, man. Haven't heard nothing.
Well, he got taken out for a load of cash, didn't he?
But he had already designed these devices and showed them in a big rally.
That he went into Democrat areas. It's just as bad.
Yeah, well, of all accounts, the passwords have all been shared online now for these machines as well. They're so vulnerable.
So how's the trend going to get bucked here is the big question. Owen, we're going to be popping back in with you every 15, 20 minutes.
Do you think that Alex Jones is actually going to get taken off the web? I mean, he's got till sometime this month before his auction for his company goes live.
Yeah, 13th.
Do you think he's going to get shut down and someone will buy it and keep him on? Or I think he's just going to go to X.
It's like having a gun in the info war, but you got to have
Yeah, I think you just close down, a lot of the operations and just deal with X, really.
Yeah, just become a solo gig or something.
I mean, the other day I done something and I put Alex in the title, and it got fucking restricted straight away on YouTube. Totally
yeah, no, I'm not. YouTube's not the platform. But if he just uses X, he'll probably make thousands of dollars because X pays people that make enough view.
Yeah, and he gets lots of traffic.
Oh hell yeah!
Begin to understand whether we're going to learn.
I mean, we're watching them right now.
Yeah, but I'll see what they're saying on my YouTube now.
Studio right now. Stay with us and remember, however you're watching.
So the Senate is up a little bit for the Senate results. That's, I mean, if Trump does get in, but he doesn't have the House and the Senate, it's just going to be another circus. I mean, no matter what.
I think they got the Senate, and they've got the Senate. They got a very big chance to get the Senate.
I mean, they're up on both, but it's so early. If we have a 3 a.m. spike in votes for blue, I mean, I'm not sure how America's going to react to that the second time.
You are unstoppable. I want to salute our amazing crew. We'll be right back with more continued coverage of the most important election in world history.
Yeah, can we? Yeah, that's it. Wickedly. Let's get some volume up.
Parts of the state.
I just done it when she put it up. Sorry, let me do it again.
Need in parts of the state like that if she were to win. Look at Orlando, another good example.
Look how red Florida is across the board.
Joe Biden's number, and again,
their cities are even struggling to be dark blue.
Really interesting. How does the Harris campaign explain that, Mary?
Well, look, I think they certainly weren't ever thought they were going to win Florida, but
I mean, doesn't that mean something to you guys that it's the cities that are blue? It's the mentality and ideology of people that live in the cities that are blue. The people that live off the land are red.
To those populations in other must-win states, it seems obvious, but it's worth repeating that what motivates.
And this is why the electoral. This is why the electoral college is so important.
That are top of mind in a place like Arizona, Nevada, or Pennsylvania.
And the Harris campaign has actually cautioned political reporters not to look at Florida and try to extrapolate for the rest of the day.
I mean, basically, you've had, is it 12 to 20 million? Is the estimate of
the campaign as well for us tonight.
new Americans in the last 3 years?
They've got to be happy with what they're seeing so far.
Crazy is
that have done what?
Yeah, David,
Well,
exactly. I actually spoke
they
with
mainly
Trump
live in the
supporters
cities,
a
I'd
short time
suggest, those
ago.
new
He
Americans.
said they're very encouraged.
Oh,
by
you
what
mean
they're
the
seeing
the
in
people that
Georgia
have
and
crossed the
North
border
Carolina
in their own
specifically.
way?
His
Yeah,
advisor told
yeah, you
me
new
that
Americans.
rural voter
Basically,
turnout
they're
in
going to get a
Georgia
green
is
card,
through
aren't
the
they?
roof. That's what he said.
It
If
And
depends.
that's
she
something that they
comes in,
definitely
comes
need to
in, it's a green
continue
card.
if he wants to take Georgia. In
Yeah,
North
I mean,
Carolina,
even
as
if she
Rick was
doesn't come
pointing
in and
out
Trump comes
earlier,
in, there's
the
still
Trump
going to be a
campaign
lot of them
really
that are
seeing
going to
some
be given
encouraging
amnesty
signs
type
with that
deals.
early vote,
But I would
saying
hope
that
they at least do
Republicans for
try
the
and get rid
first
of
time in
criminals.
Kick out the
state history
criminals, yeah.
outpaced Democrats in
Yeah,
the
I mean,
early
what's
vote.
what's wrong
And then
with
there's
that?
still the
What
question
I
of
know.
nation
independents,
wouldn't
which way
want that?
they will go,
I'm
and the
quite
So
question of
offended
whether
I
you
actually.
are
debate people
new
that have a
Republican
problem
voters
with
or
kicking out
Republican voters
foreign
who would
criminals
have
out of
come
the
out
UK.
on
I'm like,
election
what are you on
day
about?
but were encouraged to come out
That's like
T, did you
excessive.
say
so
you're offended?
it remains to be seen how
Yeah, I'm
all of that will
offended
play
because
out, but certainly
back in
some
my day,
encouraging
I had
signs that the
to,
Trump
what you call it, I had
campaign
to
is pointing
marry
to.
into the
As
US.
for
So
the
I had to go and
president
get
himself,
myself some
he is
fat,
hunkering down at
fat
Mar-a-Lago.
schlob
We're told that he
to be
hasn't had
able
Fat
to
bottom
he
girls.
had a
get a
busy
green. Yeah,
24
exactly.
hours
To get
tomorrow
myself a
voting for the
green card.
Battleground.
Now they
Yeah.
can just
Late
walk
night
over the
in
border.
Michigan, flew to
God damn
Florida,
it.
voted
I
here
mean, if you want
this
to come
morning,
hang out,
and
man,
at
you're welcome. It
Mar-a-Lago,
shouldn't take
even
too long to
still,
get here
we're
from
told that he's
Mexico.
working the phones. He's calling campaign staffers,
Do I
various
get it?
Apparently, you get flown
calling
wherever you
into
want to go
radio
for free, so
stations,
I mean,
and we're
should be
told
doing all
that
right.
he's doing everything he
Shit.
can
Can I get a
to actually
panini on the
run through
flight?
the tape as it
I don't
happens.
know.
Multiple
I don't
gatherings
know.
happening
As
at
an
I'll find
American
out and I'll
citizen,
update you.
I'm not aware of these
attending, meeting
privileges.
with big donors and family, people like Elon
When I get
Musk.
there, can I
We're
swim in
told
your
if
lake?
he decides to speak
Yeah, no
tonight,
problem.
and a
Pond,
lot of
you have to share with the
speculation
ducks,
about
but they like it.
when that could happen.
Oh, that's
He
fine.
would then motorcade from Mar-a-Lago over here to the convention center in West Palm Beach. This is where thousands of Trump supporters and surrogates are gathering tonight. And that when we've been pressing the Trump campaign to get a sense of timing on that, we're getting a
I
lot of
feel like
different answers. But I
this
think there's
guy
one from
should
an
sound more like.
advisor pretty much sums it up. Trump will do whatever Trump wants to do, and they are just going to be ready to respond
Just
in a
selling it,
moment.
man.
David.
With Johnson and Trump.
He is orange, isn't he?
Forward to
Mind
it.
you,
Thanks so
Trump.
much. Let's get to Eva Pilgrim.
Why do they
She's
look
with,
the same?
Kamala
Yeah.
Harris's
Looks like his
campaign.
son.
Eva, what are they
Right.
making
They
of the
chisel
early
these
numbers,
people to be
where
all
is
the
Vice
same and
President
talk the
tonight? How
same.
was
It's
she?
Clones, isn't
hard
Yeah.
for me. This is like the only time I watch this
Well,
stuff.
the vice president has a very routine that she does every election, which is she has dinner
Thanks,
with her
Karen.
family. We know that she's at a local DC hotel where she is watching these numbers come in and just sort of taking it all. And it has been a mad dash to the
Well,
finish
hello
here.
there,
She has
Pilgrim.
been zigzagging across the state of Pennsylvania.
Mad
Yesterday, she's been
dash.
doing lots of
That's the
radio,
mad dash.
call-in, drive-in interviews, talking to people in those battleground states. We're here at Howard.
Welcome, Maddie.
This is the place that she's referred to as her home. You know, a lot of candidates we see in their home state on election day, and this is a place that feels like home to her. This is where she came to do her debate
God.
prep. This is the place
Have
she feels
you
very
been listening
comfortable, very
to
safe,
all
very
the stuff that's
grounded.
being
You know,
dug
we
up on
talked to the campaign
Kamala's
official just a short time ago, and
grandmother
they're feeling very
from
optimistic looking
the
at these
very
early
white black
numbers.
lady?
They're
I
looking
can't
at
remember her
those
name at the
suburban
moment.
voters. They pointed out to me
I
that
haven't
even in
taken
these
any
red
deep dive
states,
into it,
they're
but yeah.
tracking Trump's numbers, particularly, for instance, one
What's her
example
name?
they
Candace
gave me
Owens
was in
and all
Boone
that.
County,
Candace
Indiana.
Owens, that's right.
He's trending downwards according to their numbers as he
She's
was
hitting all these brick
in the
walls, and it got
previous
to a point
presidential
where
election.
her
They're
grandma or
also
her
looking at the
some people
enthusiasm
in her bloodline
amongst college
just appeared out of
students. The
nowhere
program here,
after they were
David, is just
baptized. And my
beginning.
mom
It
was saying
must be
the
about
Catholic Church used
7:30
to
now.
baptize
They're
people
going
and
to have a
change
lot
their
of different
identities
groups
and
from the
move them
college
around
here
different places.
performing as part of this program. And this is part of what they are
Right.
looking at that's making them excited, is this enthusiasm amongst college students in
I
Pennsylvania,
don't know enough
lines
about
at
it,
Lehigh,
but
Lafayette,
she
and
seems
Temple.
fake
In
all
North
the time,
Carolina,
doesn't she?
lines at Appalachian State polling places there in Boone
Like
County.
Kamala or
Lines
Candace?
in Nevada at UNR and
Kamala.
UNLV. 8 college campuses
Yeah,
in
she's completely
Wisconsin
fabricated,
have
man,
1
from
to
head
2
to toe.
hour lines right now. And that is
Just like
something
Obama
that
was.
they are
Obama was
hopeful and they
charismatic.
think will lean in their direction.
Yeah.
They're also looking at
Hi,
Philadelphia
Ken.
right now. As of
Something else, eh?
5:30, they're telling us that
I
they've
don't
exceeded
understand
the
this. She's got a mic compressor, meaning it's only going to pick up her voice. Yeah, she's still shouting.
Their benchmark numbers in Philadelphia, and they're
Well, when you're standing in front of a green screen, you have to act a certain way.
that's also making them feel really good
Good
at
point.
this point in the night, David.
The studio
Eva
lights are doing
Pilgrim
some
at Howard
work.
University there in Washington, D.C. We'll be checking back in with you.
And the guy that's
often.
waving the
I want to
fan.
bring in Mary Bruce, who covers
Yeah.
the Harris campaign and the vice president for several years now. And you have some new reporting here about the lines that you heard Eva just mention. And the Harris campaign is doing all it can to try to keep young voters in
They continue to be very encouraged by the turnout that we are seeing. And
Yeah, I mean,
these lines are still so long.
Yeah,
so late, especially
can we
with
put
students.
can we put info on and maybe MSM
in line, and they
NBC
are once
instead of
again leaning
ABC just to see
on
what the
celebrities. We
difference
have
is.
seen throughout this campaign.
Right.
I'm told that Paul
If they're
Rudd, the
live, is
actor,
it
is now
8
out
o'clock in
visiting students
America
in line
now?
in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Garner,
It's
Josh Gad
7:41.
are also out there trying to
I think they
encourage
go
these
live
students
at
to
8,
stay.
so maybe not.
That's correct.
Wait, you're a couple seconds ahead of me. It just turned 7:41 for me after you said it was 7:41.
Was the overall
Yeah.
world.
What the fuck?
Who's this young lady?
I'm in the future.
You can get into all the technicals. You get into any area you want. You're asking
Well, you're in the
about kids.
future.
We didn't talk
Well,
before you
you're
came in today. But just what's
a
your
minute
big
less than me
takeaway
or
right now?
something. I
What's your
don't
gut
know.
feeling?
Maybe 20 seconds less.
Well,
am really
CNBC or something,
a lot
or
of people are really trying to get the
Yeah,
general vote
but
right now.
yeah, I
To me,
don't
what's
think they're
really
live though.
interesting
In
is you had
front of those
AOC
20 minutes.
coming out and saying we need the girl dads to come out and vote. And it's like, well, what do you think we're voting for if you have a young daughter, if you have a wife? Are we voting for their right to change in a locker room by themselves without a male present? Are we voting for them to compete in sports where they're not going to get beat up by a young
Who's this
man?
bird?
We're going to vote for their safety
Is
where
it
they're not going to
is it
have
the new
risk of
Millie
getting
Weaver?
kidnapped or
No, this
assaulted
is
by all of
this is
the
Candace
that came in here that we
Horbax.
know have the
She's
conviction.
has
So
another
when we're
stage
talking about
name called
supporting young
Ava
girls
Lavia,
and the next
and
generation,
she's
to me that's Trump.
been
There's no
on the
question.
internet
And again, this
making
obsession that a lot
videos
of people have with abortion, to me,
for
it doesn't
adults
make any
for
sense
many
because we have
years.
a lot more pressing
I was just
issues.
going to say, what videos?
And Roe v. Wade was just kicked
Yeah,
back to the
I have to be
states.
careful how I say
There's
things
more
at the moment.
abortions the last 4 years than the year
So
before.
she's a corn
Exactly.
star,
So
is
the
she?
thing that they're worried about, even
Oh
if
yeah,
Trump gets
one
into
of the
office,
best.
he can't go in and
I
make a
mean,
national ban
a
because
friend
There was
he's
told
in
me.
the United States
there
right
was
now.
something about it. I
Kamala
gotta say.
has been in office for 2 years after they reversed Roe v. Wade and did absolutely nothing because she
But
can.
what's
Again,
crazy
it's
is that
a
she was
race-based issue. I
extremely
don't understand the
liberal
obsession. She's
days
kind of
ago.
running under this false
Days
flag of
ago,
we are
and now all of a
going to
sudden she's doing a hard
unlimited
flip. So I'm
abortion
curious what's
rights,
going
but
on.
she doesn't have the agency
Money.
to do that.
What's your gut? I mean, Flynn feels a victory. I feel a victory.
No, people do wake up, don't they?
Tucker Carlson,
You know,
I
Did
you're
they
more
wake
likely
up,
to go.
or did they take
you're more-
advantage of a situation?
Data points, your subconscious is stronger. Greater knowledge in your focused consciousness. So it's not just a hunch, but I'm seeing record level attempts to
I'm sure she
steal it.
can handle anything.
What's your gut tell you?
I think it's Trump. I really do. I feel that. But at the same point, like I feel a little bit of hesitation because last time I thought the same thing. So I'm really hopeful. And again, I think we're going to see a surprising red wave. I hope.
If he wins, what about the transition, the 76 days? The
Alex
Democrats
Jones
are
is being very
And I've heard
gentlemanlike
the same thing,
at the
but there are
moment,
certain
and that's
states that
out
are
of character in
preparing
my
a lot of
opinion.
ballots and boarding up already, and that's
I
obviously
can't believe
not
he's not
He's like
screaming
trying
about
not even to look
Trump.
at her. He's like, nope,
Yeah,
she's not there. Can't even see her.
He's
I don't
already
even,
preparing to
like I said,
argue
he's
the
trying to
results,
pad it out
assuming that
because
he loses.
is she bringing much
I
to
think the
the
American people have
conversation?
to be patient and not do anything rash, and hopefully everything kind of
She has a
pans out
podcast,
honestly
so
and truthfully.
I'm guessing that she thinks out loud once in a
I
while.
wonder why
But I'm
she's.
not sure.
I wonder.
You were just
What
talking about
the,
there a few days ago.
everyone's interested in her podcast.
They'd have false flags and white supremacists.
Yeah, I know why I am.
Blow
Was.
stuff up in mass shootings, and sure enough,
Hey, Topple, welcome to the party, buddy.
Yeah, and again, they're going to prepare for it, and then they're
Oh,
going to
wicked.
blame the Trump supporters.
Topple, you showed up
say
just
it's
at the
MAGA
moment
for
when
the cities that it's
this woman
happening
was
in,
on
and that's how it
camera.
is.
So
And that's the thing I don't understand
yeah, it
either.
is.
You had these
Topple
really
knows
bad
all about her.
cities, let's say like Portland,
Yeah,
and they're the ones that are
Topple,
boarding
if
up.
you
Why
want
are you
to,
taking your aggression out on your own city when everyone
if you
there
want to
is
come on, mate,
blue?
you're welcome to come
It
on.
makes no sense to me.
Just tag me on
But
Discord. I'll give you the link.
Really low voter turnout.
yeah, there we go.
Witnesses in places like Philadelphia, but we'll see what the numbers are. Owen Schroyer is doing an excellent job going over the latest. We'll also be checking in on the corporate media. I wonder if Fox News, the Brutus of this, or the Judas Iscariot, the Benedict Arnold of so-called conservative media, I wonder if they'll call it early like Arizona again to make Kamala the winner, which of course was proven to be a fraud. It was a lie. I wonder if they'll stab us in the back again today.
I don't think they're going to call it early. And then there's already the warnings that Trump was saying he's going to make the announcements once the electoral votes seem pretty
Yeah, she's a
clear.
big
And then
corn
once,
star.
see, he's trying to steal democracy again. I don't think that's the case at all.
Topple.
I'm hoping we have a pretty clear-cut decision tonight, and that we're not all left hanging for 3, 4, 5 days. I have no idea.
And the Democrats are talking about weeks and weeks. What do you think will happen if that unfolds?
I think that is going to be madness, and I think that's what they want. There's no logical reason that this day and age it's going to take weeks to get a results for a presidential election. That's unacceptable.
Did you see the footage? Oh, look at that. Trump 54, Harris 44. Let the counting begin. So there's the Drudge Report.
Hey T, has the
top issue. Oh my God.
has the poly market changed at all for the betting? Has Trump gone up or down at all?
A little while. Get that queued up from today's list. And she
I'll
said,
try it. I can't see it. I can't see it from its size in the bottom left. I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's me to bring it up.
And then there's another
Let's
clip.
bring that up. I think we can still bring the. I think the audio can.
Running around saying
So
that.
I think the audio will still be there.
Yeah, he's gone up by a little bit.
That sounds like as stupid as Whoopi Goldberg.
Is that 68%?
He's gone up by a lot of bit.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
That's a
it.
lot.
And
What was it? 60, 61? Was it 61?
I thought it was 61 when we started setting up tonight.
It was.
Yeah, 61.
Under threat.
So it was 57 yesterday.
Absolutely no sense. And then is anyone
So it's
actually
gone up
believing
11
him?
points
So
in
Whoopi
24
says that
hours.
He's going to go after.
Yeah, because they're
interracial
watching the red
marriages,
roll in.
going to send off any person of color that's in said marriage.
So this. So let me get it right. Polymarket. It's just percentage is to where the money's going on the market, isn't it? It shows percentages of where the money going. Isn't that correct?
California ban his rockets being launched in California.
It's not a betting website per se, is it?
He supports Trump in the commission hearing on TV up 3 weeks ago.
It just calculates where the money's going in the market, I believe.
And then he was just on
Might be
Rogan
wrong.
saying that he's getting fined or sued because he's not hiring illegal immigrants, but he's not allowed to because of the technology that's required at SpaceX. So it's a double bind that they kind of put him in that situation. I don't understand what's happening. I could see.
Yeah, this is true. This is with Elon. He's not supposed to employ illegals for security reasons. Yet he's being done by the same government for not employing illegals.
Also going to go after every
Fucking
other
riddle me that.
or $1 trillion company because it's
Well, not
regulated
illegals,
and
but foreign citizens.
No, you're not.
I mean, the EU copying Brazil, grabbing his Starlink assets, which is a separate company from X. They now say they're going to go after all of his companies for free speech. Let's use the word free speech. Here is Rachel Maddow. The government will have to go after SpaceX because of Musk views. Here it is.
But even if Trump doesn't win,
She's
the
horrid.
Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets.
Horrid person.
And for all the multi-billion-dollar contracts Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind.
Does she even know what she's saying? Unwind from all these contracts. How can you unwind from contracts?
Terms.
She's just retarded.
Now that we know what we know about Elon Musk.
Now, that's the same man, Rachel Maddow.
That's fucking crazy.
And you can't spread it. I mean, you talk about false advertising. And turn out she was paid per show $89,000 to say that night after night.
Wow.
I got blood on her hands.
So how does she have a job? How does she have a job? And then how is that not breaking any rules?
It's crazy. Here's now they're actually saying that. Shut everybody down. And then here is Morning Joe with Psycho Joe. Once elected, Trump could ban historians from writing books, creating a dictatorship like Italy in the 1920s and 30s, Germany in the 30s. Here it is.
Michael, you and John and other great historians often talk about hinge days in history, hinge moments in history, and we could go through them all over the last 250 years in this country. This does feel in many ways like a hinge day, which is to say we're going down one of two very different paths by perhaps tomorrow morning.
Yes, and that's what if
fascism
in the future are allowed to write books. And by the way, that question is open this morning. And if people are allowed to go on television and say what they think in the future, which again, that question is open this morning. In the future,
Why is his forehead so far back?
On this day
and he pulls his hair back on top of that.
Made a choice between freedom and democracy.
Bro, your toupee is slipping backwards.
Authoritarianism and dictatorship.
Hey, Michael. Can I restate something for you?
Please.
It's not that historians won't be able to write those books. It may be that the billionaires and the corporations that own the publishing houses will refuse to print those books. We have seen
Let's stop there. They did with the intelligence agencies and big media and the publishing houses was ban everybody, and not publish your stuff. That's their choice. No, they would go block it and go after it. Candace.
I don't. So where are they saying that he's going to start banning history books? Is this because people were trying to pull out the clearly adult material that was for kids, and then that was the excuse? Is look at the Republicans or the conservatives. They're trying to ban books from children or from public schools.
Yeah, that's where it comes from. And the big thing is you have supposedly independent school districts.
I bet she looks good in that when she stands up.
At all.
And so now school boards, parents are getting involved.
Well, if it's already happening when she's sitting down, it's probably true.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon the back looks just as good as the front when it comes to shape.
Involved in their curriculum, and then that gets projected onto the Republican Party nationally, and that's what's happening.
So then how do you say that that's the party of authoritarianism when the party that has been in power is the one that's dictating what you can and can't teach your kid in the privacy of your own home? Like if you don't want your kid in a DEI class, or if you don't want them to learn any of this crazy gender content or read books that are way outside of their maturity level, I don't understand how one party is saying that like we are the good guys, we're the guys that are supporting individual freedom when you're calling parents domestic terrorists.
Well, that's right. More than 40 states, including Texas, happens in blue cities, the state doesn't defend it. We've had the fathers on and others. They're having their children taken when they're 8, 9 years old. The government creates a relationship, says you're another sex. That last week talking about your own child in preschool, and you caught them brainwashing, and then they take the child away and say, oh, it's abuse. You were telling them they're not really this other sex, so it's already going on. They're taking people's children.
Right, so we're the party that tells you what to teach your kids.
Has critical race theory calmed down at all in the UK, or is it alive and well?
It's alive and well, but there is a fight back.
Kids truant. So you have a single mom that's busting her butt, probably 2 or 3 different jobs.
I think that fight back originated in America.
Maybe a troublesome kid that's obviously acting out. So what's the solution? Let's put him in jail. And you have her cackling about it. I don't know. That sounds pretty scary and fascist to me.
It's just amazing. Well, let's play this clip of one of her top campaign advisors. This also on MSNBC, saying we are optimistic we are about to turn the page on Trump.
I'm quite enjoying this with InfoWars.
It was actually installed. It was illegal. Biden had a
You're a simple man.
It's not a fake letter. They admitted it wasn't him.
Yeah, it's good slagging off mainstream media. They're disgusting.
Later, Pelosi said, well, that's actually fake, but I don't know who did it. So they're even covering their ass saying that. And now installed is what you do when you put a dictator in. When an oligarchy puts a strong man in or strong woman, here it is.
It'll be a long day. We don't expect this race to be called early, but we are optimistic that we are literally about to be able to turn the page on Donald Trump and install Vice President Harris as the next president of the United States.
By the way, that's all over X and no one's saying her name. About 2 hours ago, I found it. Chase found it. That's her chief advisor. I've moved the papers. I don't know her name, but that's her chief advisor. And there you go. So incredible. Candace?
I mean, install, right? Freudian slip right there. So they're telling you exactly what they're doing. And then again, no one even voted for Kamala. So how are we pretending that one team is protecting democracy and the other one is that it's going to ruin it?
Topple, she's using all your talking points, man. You must be happy about that.
It's so interesting that both parties are using the exact same talking points, but one actually has facts.
Oh, she just said talking points. I'm freaking out.
Democracy, this is the last free and fair election. But no one even voted for Kamala, and here she is, and she's running, and then we're supposed to vote for her because she's a woman. I'm like, I don't resonate with her at all. Like that is not an accurate representation of what the first female president.
I said on a panel earlier on that I'm not voting for Camilla. If I was American, I wouldn't be voting for Camilla because she's a woman of color, a woman and of color.
Same thing. Where did they get Tim Walz?
And they freaked out. And I'm thinking, I've heard women say this, that they're voting for because she's a woman.
Why do you think they like?
They're probably freaking out because of how you pronounce her name.
I can imagine. She's hands down the most big woman I've seen. That says a lot. And then Walz is the creepiest dude.
Which is the right way and the wrong way? Carmel is the wrong way.
I haven't seen Tim Walz for a couple days now. I'm sure he's active here and there, but I haven't seen any news about him. Ever since he didn't know how to shoot a shotgun, he's been pretty quiet.
She ticks off all of the boxes. She's an independent thinker. She's
charismatic.
Wildly intelligent, beautiful.
Well, when I seen him handling that, was it a shotgun?
Well, it's not bad.
Yeah.
No, but it does.
I thought myself, well,
I mean, she
stand back. That's what I thought.
Perfect female candidate.
I kept my eye on it.
Not willing to play ball because she was agreeing. I think what looks creepy about Kamala.
Your next school shooter unintentional.
In her mind, like she's just.
Yeah, I wasn't looking away. Put it that way. If I was in the vicinity.
And that's why when her teleprompter goes off, she doesn't know what to do. She's like, I'm just here to push some agenda. So they're not looking for anyone that actually is going to create any change or that's going to serve the American people. They have the idea that we, the people, somehow owe them our freedom.
Candace Owens was on last week, and she did the deep dive on her. And I've read dozens of books on MK Ultra and the congressional hearings and interviewed a lot of guests over the years, but I hadn't really done the deep dive on her genealogy.
I have to say, I think that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are the strangest combination of people I've ever seen in my life running for president.
An empty vessel.
Yeah, RW, how can Last Dance and Steve not vote?
And of course, that's the project, is put your people in. So I don't know if
and I know in some cases it wouldn't make any difference, but they're still
No idea.
like
it's crazy.
I understand that
She said it, it clicked. Then I went.
you might not like Trump,
I mean, no, that would
but
make a lot of
the
sense.
alternative
When it comes to these agencies,
is
is
definitely
it
far
there's
worse
some
without
people that
going
are
into
trying
great
to
detail
preserve
with the end results.
democracy,
It's
the
going to be.
Constitution,
Well, I mean,
America as we know
Last
it, and
Dance
there's
is
another side that's
giving
trying
his
to
vote
sit in
to
and make
Chase
it over?
Oliver,
Or do you think the whole
and
thing
he's
is
going with the Libertarian
Well, you've got
option.
the Constitution.
And when it comes to Steve, I'm not sure.
Corruption.
When it comes to Steve's wife,
lawyers and
that's
then
a that's a powerful that's a
they
powerful.
move in, kick out good people in certain
I don't even know what to say, but it's there.
Through compartmentalization.
Yeah, well, we know where the wife's voting.
50 years ago, it's dead reckoning. 30% of the government was corrupt.
And we also know the main drive of why, which is something that I'm not comfortable with America supporting so openly and powerfully.
And go along with it, but as more people in the grassroots wake up,
what is that reason?
Come out, it gives them more and more.
It has to do with Planned Parenthood.
Speak out, and that's what you're seeing.
Right, gotcha.
And then, assuming that Trump wins tonight, do you think that there's going to be a restructuring of anything, or?
Oh, yeah.
Which is a very ironic name for a company that does what it does.
They're in there.
Yeah.
They're in the swamp. They know who to get out, and they're not just going to put in.
So is it the Inflation Reduction Act you got? Or it's like the opposite.
Just a really
it's like the Patriot Act, like you got the other one in 2001, 2002. You had the Patriot Act, which is like
if you're a patriot, you're on a list at the no list.
Yeah, it sounds good, but it's actually bad.
Right, because he was saying
Yeah, I really think that they're just making fun of humanity anymore. The people that are in power are just making fun of people. I mean, ever since, you've heard the word goyim, catechumen, people are just cattle. And they're more bluntly these days just acting that way, and they don't care. There's nothing we're going to do about it. Some people are awake to the fact that it's happening, other ones are still entertained by the nonsense.
Literally, all hell would break loose the next day. They had like 60 Minutes programs about Alex Jones got Fiona Hill fired saying she was a globalist. She tells Congress, I don't know what that is. She's on the board of George Soros's company. She was the editor of theglobalist.com.
Has anyone even seen Joe Biden in the last week?
And it wasn't like some superhero.
Oh, they're trying to keep him out of the way, aren't they?
Going down the list with Trump, he goes, well,
I'm
report on that.
I mean, he had problems with his meds levels when he was talking, but recently his speeches are fucking all over the place.
And it wasn't that I was
I mean,
the mainstream media are giving him a free pass, basically, isn't it? It's just, at this stage, they're ignoring all his mishaps.
It's not even a free pass, man. They're carrying her on their shoulders.
General Kelly's job is keeping Alex Jones away from Trump.
Yeah, but specifically Joe.
I mean, in a
apart from
right,
if he says garbage,
so hard in a way because
they're gonna pull that one up. But all the other stuff, he's all over the place all the time. They're just not showing it.
Because you asked a story about it, and I've experienced it. So it's a long story, but yeah,
I watch a dedicated channel
even the good guys like
that shows daily clips of it. Just fucking
you got to go
all over the place.
You got to say here's their resume. It takes 5 minutes. Even down to low level people figure out who they are. And it's Trump's prerogative, the executive. Anybody he wants to fire, you're fired. Should fire every U.S. attorney, fire the entire leadership of the Southern District of New York, the D.C. people. Those are the two big attack arms.
Lise, do you want to try MSNBC now? It's just coming to 8 o'clock.
It's 1 minute to start.
Yeah, 1 minute to start. So we'll just see their build up maybe.
If you bring up T, he's already got it on the bottom right corner. You can see if it's at least live.
Some results, Alex. They have declared a couple states already. It's nothing that we didn't anticipate.
These guys need to get new jobs cut soon.
More soon as well. Indiana, Kentucky have already been called.
I'll bring it up.
I have a feeling that Owen Schroyer is going to have his own show. Pretty sure on that if they separate it from InfoWars.
In West Virginia, we might
I usually listen to him instead of Alex at the end of the day.
Florida, quite frankly, Rick Scott is going to maintain his senator seat as well.
But still, like the rhetoric is so repetitious for their show. It is hard to get through a whole show.
South Carolina. I think North Carolina, South Carolina, Trump is probably safe. Georgia's going to be interesting. We'll start to dig into these numbers. Ohio is going to be very interesting with that Senate race. as well. Nothing to report in Pennsylvania yet, and Pennsylvania is going to be interesting, Alex, because they're going to be voting till.
Hey Topple, when is Pennsylvania meant to be done? Is it really days? Like, what have you heard up there from your own people?
Early voting and everything going
on. We got Banksy just turned up. There we go. Let's get Banksy in.
News projects that there
hey,
is
buddy.
in the
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I'm a bit late. I was out and about.
Missouri,
came home.
NBC projects a
You're
winner.
super loud,
Donald
but
Trump
you're good.
projected to win the presidential race in the state of Missouri.
Your gear is too good, man. You got to bring it down a
News
notch like
projects
ours.
the winner of the presidential race is Donald Trump. In the state of Oklahoma, NBC News projects that the winner of the presidential race is Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
In the District of Columbia, which for some reason isn't a state.
All right.
So we're just warming up
we have a
Banksy.
winner. The winner is Vice President Kamala Harris. In the state of Illinois.
Coming through now, really.
Yeah, I've been keeping
in
a
the
track
state of
on the
Illinois,
map.
NBC News projects that it is too
It
early
looks
to
like
call.
there's a chance he's
To the
going to
northeast
take
in the state of New Jersey,
Georgia.
it is too early to call in the presidential
If he
race.
takes, I mean, my prediction is if he takes Georgia and Pennsylvania,
NBC News projects
it's
it is
over.
too early to call.
Oh yeah.
In the state
Those
of
are the main
Rhode Island, NBC
twos.
News
Most likely
projects
gonna
it is
take
too
Florida.
early to call.
Although it's
Down
actually
back
kind
to
of
the deep
close.
south,
It's
in the state
54.
of
Florida, I
Mississippi,
mean,
NBC News
44.
projects
Florida
it is
showed pretty
too
red.
early to
Even for
call.
the cities, they
Back up
weren't
again to
solid
the
blue.
far
So I'm
northeast,
curious.
NBC News projects that in the state of Maine, it is too early to call.
I just want
In
to.
the
I just want him
always
to win
interesting
and then
state
watch
of
Rachel
New Hampshire,
Maddow
NBC News
have a
projects at this
massive
hour it is
meltdown
too
and possibly
early to
an
call.
aneurysm and a
And
mental
finally, in the
breakdown
home
on,
state
on,
of
That's
on
why I want to
President
watch.
Joe Biden in Delaware.
Yeah, that's why I want
NBC
to find
News
out
projects
who's
at this
presenting
hour
on
it is too
MSNBC.
early to call.
Because if we
So now
find
we
out
head
who's
to the
presenting,
overall
that'll be
national
one thing.
map as these candidates try to
And if
beat
it's
one
Rachel
another to the
Maddow, I'd love to see
all-important
that.
threshold
Let's
of
see
It is
what.
Rachel Maddow. You can
270
hear her
electoral
voice.
votes. Vice President
That's
Kamala
her
Harris, the
calling
Democrat, right now at
this.
27
That's
electoral votes,
ABC,
and
isn't
Donald
it?
Trump at
No,
90
that's
electoral
MSNBC. No,
votes.
you
Looking back at some of the
if you
battleground
take it
states
back
where
to
we're
the other
Oh,
screen.
wicked. Oh, we're
Go
there.
back to
Okay.
the main share. That was MSNBC. That's Rachel Maddow's voice. I recognize her anyway.
Oh yeah, we just saw it. Oh, there it is.
Somebody likes Rachel Maddow.
Oh
Oh
God,
yeah,
no,
great.
she's god awful. But
Why
I
are we doing? We
keep
unmute
tabs
this.
on these people.
Unmute.
And besides-
5% of the vote in North Carolina.
Yeah, look, this
and
is
NBC
Rachel Maddow
News
reading all this.
projects
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is
yeah,
too
yeah, it
early
is,
to
isn't it?
call. Looking at a few key Senate races.
Her meltdown in
All right, thanks,
Pennsylvania
Pennsylvania
was
Senate
amazing.
race at this point between
Oh
incumbent
yeah, these are
Democrat Bob
because you got to
Casey
realize
and
right now it's not
Republican
just the
challenger
presidential
David
election.
McCormick.
This
NBC
is
News
actually
projects the
Senate
Pennsylvania
and
Senate race is too
House
early to
as well,
call.
and
In
some governor
Florida,
places.
Senate race here, NBC
that
News
are
The
projects
Senate.
Yeah,
there
the
is
Senate
a
and House
winner.
is going red so far.
Incumbent
Early start,
Republican
but
Senator
it's
Rick
looking
Scott
red.
projected to have won. To have won another term.
The Senate
for his
should
Senate
go
seat
red.
in
If it
Florida.
keeps going the way it has, in
And
fact, it's
in
gonna
Maryland, very
the
interesting Senate race in Maryland.
GOP is gonna
This
have
an
a
open
lead. as
Senate
in
race
it
in
will no longer
Maryland.
be a
Democrat
50-50
Angela also
House.
against Republican former Governor Larry Hogan. Again, this
If
is
Maryland
too
goes red
early
on
to
Senate,
call.
that'll be surprising.
The Senate race in Maryland, too early to call right now as of NBC News' latest projection. The Senate at this hour, Republicans hold 42 seats. There is one flip thus far, and not a surprising flip, but it is a flip in Republicans' favor in the seat that is held in West Virginia, previously held by Joe Manchin, now held by Republican Jim Justice. Democrats hold 31 seats in the Senate at this hour.
I'm just waiting for it all to be
Steve, I know that we've
50-50
got
in the end again.
in Georgia just over a third of the vote in. What are we seeing?
50-50, everyone. It's a magical number that we can't get past.
There's a couple layers to this. Again, a third of the vote, and you see Donald Trump up by about 200,000 here. I say there's a few layers.
That's
The
it?
first I can tell you is this one thing we were looking for here and are looking for in
Yep.
Georgia. I was describing it earlier. There's just a lot of very small rural counties that are going to be deep, deep red. And the question, one of the questions coming into tonight was, would there be any slippage for Donald Trump in those counties, those core Republican
seepage.
Trump counties? Remember, he's trying to make up a deficit. He lost by about 12,000 votes
Slippage,
last time.
seepage.
So we've got about 10 now completed of those rural, heavily Trump counties. We're talking about places where he's going to get 70, 75, 80% of the vote. In all 10 that have now been completed,
Damn, we've
Trump's
got,
vote share
Alabama's
relative to
gone for
2020
Trump.
has gone up between 1
Mississippi
and
is
2
Trump.
points. So again,
That's
there's
good.
a lot more
Oklahoma,
rural counties
Trump.
out there, but they start
Texas
to add up.
is
and
at the
it's 10
moment
for 10 so far.
Kamala's winning.
I'd say that's something the Trump campaign
Texas.
in
Holy
that layer
shit.
is looking for.
Well,
Now,
yeah,
there are
think
other
of where
layers
it is.
to this. Let me take you to
I was
another one.
expecting
We
Texas
talk
to become a
about
swing
for
state.
Democrats this core blue area
Bottle
in
cap,
and
maybe Tommy
immediately
doesn't have any
around
peers.
Atlanta, and we're starting
Maybe
to get
he's
a
a league
lot
of his
more out
own,
of
and
here.
so they
So
just
let's
have to
say
throw him in
Fulton
prison. Isn't that
County,
how that
this
works?
is the biggest of the big. This is where Atlanta is, or
Kentucky's
most of
gone
Atlanta.
Trump.
It bleeds over into another
Blunt's
county. But
Trump.
again, we've got
poking
the
the
early
bear.
vote, we think, here out of Fulton, or a lot of it. And here's Harris, and put this in some perspective. This is how
Can't
Biden
believe
did in
Texas
Fulton
is
County in
going
2020. And
Kamala.
again, like all of these Atlanta metro counties, the story here has been Democrats
It's
getting
unbelievable
bigger
that it's going to be
and
that
bigger
close in
margins
numbers when
election
Harris is
after
Kamala's
that
gonna win
bad.
election. They
Pennsylvania, but looks
want
of
that
things.
trend to continue tonight. They don't want it to stop. They don't ever want to recede from that number. And so with some same-day
If
vote
Kamala
here
wins
still to come in
Pennsylvania, it's
Fulton,
going to be
we
close.
want to see how this develops, but they want to have the number Democrats do high. 71 is a very high number, and the margin's very big. They want to have it higher than 71. There's still votes to come, but we're keeping an eye on that. We've also got here, this is just as core a Democratic county as you're going to get, a large historically black county, Clayton County. We've got more than 2/3 of the vote in here. And again, this is sort of customary
plantation.
Democratic level here. That's what they want to be seeing in a county like Clayton County.
It's hard for me to
take a look
see
again.
humanity
We're pretty empty.
do
Another
the
one
same
to update
thing
you,
over
though,
and
on,
over again,
This is a key question in this
despite
metro
the
area.
different
This
variables.
is the,
Like,
this blue
Expect
if
zone.
different
one
results.
person is
Expanded
literally
all. And this is the
terrible and you're
county
still
we
going to
wanted
vote for that
watch,
party anyway,
Fayette
just
County,
because that's
and
what
we've
you
got
do,
a lot of Fayette County in right
what's
here.
the point of
And
having
again,
votes?
take a look.
What's
This
the
is
point
what
of
it
all
was in
politics
2020.
anyway?
This would be progress for Democrats. There's still more vote to come, though. But Democrats want to be flipping this, I think, to have a really good night in Georgia. Same-day vote. That's the more Republican-friendly. Still to come here. So is this as good as the picture is going to get for Democrats in Fayette County? Now, I say there's layers to this. That's the core Democratic area. We'll see
Frankie,
how much
what's
they
your
can
source on
squeeze
that
out of there.
for the
Another
National Guard
question
being
here has
everywhere?
been, and a big one that
Oh, it's
looms,
been
is when you
reported
get
they
just outside
sent a
this
ridiculous
core
amount of National
Atlanta
Guard
area.
out.
There are some very big
Where,
counties
like
in sort of the
Washington,
fringes
D.C.?
of
I
the
don't
Atlanta
understand where
metro.
they'd be
All over the
Even
deploying.
like this
country.
area, they're all red. They all got
Who's
somewhat
riding? Like,
significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge reason Donald Trump lost the state. In fact, I can
they must
call
be
those
planning
counties up
for it
here,
to go
and
blue
we'll
or
just
something tonight, and it's
we'll
going to
just
get
show you
hot.
what they look like. It's sort of these counties
National
here
Guard
with
are
some
everywhere.
socioeconomic differences, but we're
Someone's in
keeping
the
a
chat.
close
I
eye
don't
on
know
these
what
to
that's referring
see
to
if there's,
exactly.
because these are big, highly populated counties.
The
If
National
there's
Guard
National
was
Guard have
the
been deployed
military.
to make sure
couple we
there's no
wanted to call your
riots
attention
or
to. This is one of the biggest.
But the
Cherokee
only way
County.
there would be
Look at
riots
that,
is
more
if
than 80% of
it's
the
like
vote. Canton, Georgia's
Kamala
here.
wins.
This is getting a little bit
Basically.
more diverse. You know, about 2 decades ago, it would
You
have
think
been
there'll be riots if
90%
Kamala
white. Now
wins?
it's about 75%
Yeah,
white. The
because people will be
diversification
like,
of the
"There's
Atlanta
no
metro
way."
area is extending
It says
to sort of the
Washington
exurban
National
area. But
Guard.
again, the key here for Trump is this is what he fell to in
What was that,
2020.
Lisa?
This is still a
It says
great
National
number,
Guard
you know, if you
deployed in
just looked at it,
Washington
but relative
8
to
minutes
what
ago.
Republicans are used to in Cherokee County, Trump took a
Just in
big
Washington?
step back in
Yeah,
2020. His
just
campaign
Washington.
As in
wanted to
Washington,
claw some of
D.C.
that
or
back. And
state of
again,
Washington?
Yeah,
with the
it's gotta be.
same-day vote to be
Washington, D.C. is
tallied
gotta
here
be.
in Cherokee,
has
Trump is
elected
already
Alex
almost a
Jones.
point above the 2020 number. And again, they want to see that number get a little bit higher here. But again,
Damn,
they want to be
Pennsylvania looks like it's
climbing,
gonna go
and not falling back and
Kamala.
climbing a little bit in a place like Cherokee County or next door.
I guarantee
Can I
this guy
interrupt
had
you
some
just for a moment?
coffee.
We have a change in the characterization of the race in Georgia. It had previously been characterized, the presidential race in Georgia had previously been characterized as too early to call. We're now changing the characterization to too close to call.
Philadelphia called in the
again,
National
doesn't really
Guard.
Oh
look at
my
it. We're
God.
closer to a result, but I wanted to
They gave an
get that
update,
in
and they
while you
just
continue your exposition of why we feel that way.
a couple of words around meaning the
Absolutely.
same
So
thing.
again,
Yeah,
want to
that's
see there if that Trump
tell me
would
that
take all
isn't
these counties in sort of the
to
exurban area. Forsyth is another
pander.
big one, and actually, you know,
It's
you can
literally
see here a
just
little bit
nothing
less of
for
the vote
nothing,
in,
isn't it?
but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like Forsyth, Trump
I
is
was
falling
wondering,
short of that number.
Should we
And
pull
another key here just
TYT
in
up at
Georgia
some
that we're going to
point
be
as
watching,
well?
it's just
It
slowly
all
taking
depends
shape.
how it
Again, I
goes,
will
isn't it?
call these counties up sort of in a group on the screen so you can see them. In sort of South and in mid-state Georgia, there's a number of counties with large, they're rural
Right.
counties with large African-American populations.
Let's get back on
And this is the
Infowars a
kind
minute,
of, this
if
is a
we
place where
can, Liz.
Democrats think they can
Because
improve
I
the
think
turnout
this
and either get better margins or
we're
cut
just going to
into
regurgitate stuff for the next hour or so, isn't it, on a lot of these channels?
Yeah. But
How
dude,
do they-
from what I can see,
regret not taking
it looks
more
like
attention
Michigan's
to
going to
this,
go
although, you know, we've
to
tried as hard as we
Kamala.
could here
Pennsylvania
on
is going to go to
InfoWars. All right,
Kamala.
now the Google map
Either
has
this is going to be close or it's not.
How high is Michigan's lead for Kamala?
now have it shaded more
76-22
coming
for
down.
Kamala.
Really?
That's a shot across the bow, Alex.
If she gets Pennsylvania and Michigan, it's game over, isn't it?
Owen, give us info on that.
I don't know.
Michigan
I don't know.
has been crying out lately. I'm surprised it's that high of a spread.
Well, this is the votes in so far. Of course, I mean, they're still counting. But,
Texas should be okay.
it's 76-22 Trump. Kamala, but
Interesting
and
numbers.
Pennsylvania 76-22 Kamala as well.
Here we go.
Georgia is looking better,
We'll dig into some of these numbers.
but that's not
Georgia
enough.
looking good for
If
Donald
he
Trump,
wins
that
Georgia,
could
that's
be
still not
key.
enough.
North Carolina, the returns are still early. I don't like what I'm seeing in early returns in North Carolina. That shocks me. It's still early.
Oh,
That has me more anxious than
Philadelphia called the National Guard. Something they're not having a smooth. Wait, something tells me they're not having a smooth voting today. Something's going down. And then let me do a quick mental translation.
We do this all the time because of the crew and the attacks. We haven't done it. If InfoWars stays around in this building, believe me, we're going to expand it, get more reporters, and go 24 hours a day. That's the plan. They wanted to shut us down. If you back us at thealexshowstore.com and DrJonesNaturals.com, you get all those amazing supplements.
I don't know exactly what this is in reference to, but apparently officers are letting people in, and Nancy Pelosi's make sure the National Guard was not deployed. Don't know what the fuck that's about.
They may not be ready now.
Nancy Pelosi isn't the House Speaker anymore, is she?
I was going to say, she shouldn't have anything to do with anything.
I don't know. It's two Dutch guys. It's two Dutch guys arguing.
She's just good for stock bids.
Call in from Mar-a-Lago. We're reporting everything that's breaking down right now. Lots of concerning news.
Isn't a Republican a House Speaker now?
In Georgia, Arizona, where there are bomb threats that are shutting down polling.
We got
allegedly, according to the official government sources.
This is a tweet from Donald Trump.
And we've seen
a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming.
With the Russians yesterday, we saw this weeks ago. They seeded this kind of.
So apparently there is National Guard being deployed to Philadelphia
to help stuff the ballots.
Apparently so. I don't know.
Philadelphia is part of California, isn't it? Isn't that
no, Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania. Oh.
Yeah, no one. California's lock state, bro. It's not. No one cares about them anymore.
Same as New York.
Amazing what he had to say.
Pretty much.
Quite the experiment here, isn't it?
Yeah, those are all just blue states.
We're definitely experimenting with everything unfolding right now. We'll make it work.
Tweet been taken down.
Ooh, Trump just took the lead in Texas.
Here. We have a crazy jam-packed studio here with us. By the way, we have Andrew, don't tase me, bro. We have Kristen Megan, the chemtrail whistleblower. We have Martha Bueno. We have, of course, Stephanie Marie here. We have so many different people all around us coming in and out. So this is definitely a crazy, absolute wild night. But it definitely does look like the numbers are looking very favorable for Donald Trump. But now we're hearing a lot of specific rumblings about Russia. And that to me is a little bit concerning, especially with the latest development that Russia just did internationally. As today, it's also being reported that the Russians are helping the Iranians launch satellites and that the Russians have given the Iranians advanced fighter jets that, of course, they will be using with their.
Man, tell me it's not World War already. What's this? What?
Look, we're going to join you again in a moment. General Flynn just trying to.
Oh yeah, the Russians are helping Iran. The North Koreans are helping Russia.
We'll talk to you soon. God bless. Yeah, get Flynn.
So far, China hasn't come into the fold.
From the former head of the Defense Intelligence
yeah, and then we're floating the rest of the boat for the other side of the war.
8 million views. So people want to hear from General Flynn.
Or I'm sorry, wars.
Again,
I'm curious how Alex Jones's beard has grown the way it has with the white on the rim and the black in the middle.
It's obviously really
it could be that he dyes it.
He dyes it like that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's natural, that's cool, but I doubt it.
That's what I mean. It's like, I don't think natural hair grows like that.
And then I guess my question with
yeah,
Texas
no, humans are more
the
scruffy
reason why it
usually.
was showing blue earlier on is because we had like this huge influx of people from California.
Absolutely.
And then it seemed like the government here was trying to almost make it really unfriendly for them and made it really, really conservative.
Welshie?
Where now they're kind of
Welshie, sorry.
Like,
Yes.
is that what you kind of see happening?
Welsh, you know, I read it as
Democrats,
Wellesley. Sorry,
as you know,
someone
coming
else.
from California, other places, just because it's collapsed, they just want money. And they try to do different studies and statistics. Maybe 30% wake up.
I was listening to your video, Banksy. You were talking about guys that are starting to date older women.
And do you think the
Remember
solution
that
would be
stream you
to
put out?
conservative so that it's more
That
appealing
was
to those
that
people
was
who
an
are
interesting
moving
one.
They still be Republican, still be
I still
conservative,
recommend
but
it for
instead of, like, trying to
20
push them out
somethings.
by making it
Oh, it's the one.
maybe
It's the
actually
one
go
with
a little
hag
bit more
maxing.
towards the middle.
That's the one.
Yes.
They're
Yes.
Hag maxing.
I don't know, man. I know it's off topic for now, but for guys to get into relationships too often, it messes up future relationships. That's my view on it.
As in, if they have too many relationships before they get married or something.
Right. Every relationship is a bonding and a baggage experience, or it can be.
Social engineering programming. They just do what they're told.
And if you're going after an older woman, the baggage that's already on them is probably pretty epic.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about relationships with older women. I'm talking about just sexual gratification.
And again, folks, this is
I know, but that is also a relationship.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, obviously, you're forming some form of a.
And it would mean a lot more to the younger man, probably, because he wouldn't have had many of them.
That's the problem. That is a thing. If you can have sexual intercourse with an older woman without actually getting one-itis or falling in love or having emotions, that's fine. But if you can't,
depending on what conservative background you're from.
Yeah. You see, my main focus. Sorry about digressing this conversation, but my main focus was a young man in his early 20s or late teens should plan from 20 to 30 or 30, 35, purely focused on building his financial standing and keep his physique intact, go to the gym, keep your body in shape, keep your health and money. And you don't need to be involved in you don't need to sit around worrying about why the 22-year-old is dating the 44-year-old guy who's a investment broker and he's got like a Porsche, whilst you can't afford
It's
even
the rules of the rat race.
Yeah, but what I mean is you focus on your money, focus on your gym, but you still need sexual outlets. And usually older women, especially 40 plus, they tend to, they want to still feel attractive, and they still want to. They're in that zone, especially these older cat ladies, which is predicted to become.
We all want to be
wanted,
Banksy.
Sorry.
We all want to be wanted.
Yeah, but what I mean is,
chaps.
North Carolina.
Sorry to get you from this thing. Is that General Flynn there?
It's going to be a tough, tight race.
I want to know who the guy on the left is.
Friends up in New Jersey.
That's General Flynn on the right, isn't it?
Why does he look?
I think so.
He looks like Bill Nye the Science Guy.
No.
No.
Who's the guy on the left? Is he like a Hollywood actor?
If it's General Flynn followed me on Twitter about 4 years ago before he got sent to prison. I couldn't believe it. It just said General Flynn followed you. And I looked, I was like, what?
Maybe that's what got him on the blacklist.
Yeah, he got sent down 6 months later. I couldn't believe it. He followed me. I think, why would he follow me? I couldn't work it out. He didn't retweet anything.
Who is the guy with the black hair on the left?
He's some sort of rock star, isn't he?
He's Hollywood, right? He looks familiar.
He looks very familiar.
It's an American version of Shakin' Stevens.
Yeah, it is Flynn. Look, General Michael Flynn. Yeah. Well, who's the other guy? I don't know.
They vote at about 90 to 95%. So what we're seeing an outpouring of frustration.
I'm having trouble recognizing the guy on the left because it looks like he had a facelift or something.
CNN's up, guys.
Okay, what's up?
It's just live now. Maricopa County, Arizona, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
With the direction of the country, and they want something fresh. And we've already experienced.
Where's Maricopa County? What state is that?
And what he's capable of doing.
You're welcome to take an executive control seat if you want to bring it up.
The independent vote right now
Maricopa County, Arizona. I mean, it's just my camera, so you can just click on it and make that the biggest thing on the screen or whatever.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me. It's got nothing important. It's just somebody waving at a camera at the moment like a dickhead.
Oh, that's Tim.
So
Walls.
people,
No.
Your 2 cents on where you
so
think
for
the
people
election
to know, the screen on the bottom
is
left is called Poly
Dude,
Market.
it's Papa John. Sorry, Topple. Are you serious?
Oh, that's who
That
it
is Papa John.
Yeah, it is Papa John. It is Papa John.
No.
It's terrible. Yeah.
Pope John. All right.
Yeah, it's Papa John.
So that's the guy who used to be the CEO of Papa John.
Candidates make better presidents. I think that's what he says.
Here's where I think we're at.
He's got like the clothes on, isn't it? That red colour, isn't it?
We were on earlier, Alex. I think we had over 250,000 viewers. We probably
I never. Who invited Papa John on this show? Like, what's happening right now?
Well, this is InfoWars.
Our other systems.
Next up is Jared from Subway.
Now on all of our streams, there's 5 million people on.
And it's Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, beautiful. I love it. 5
The
million
Donald
viewers,
man.
Okay. Sitting here with Papa John. So
McDonald's
Papa
is now
John's
just
gonna
called
be a couple pieces
Donald's, right?
there, right? So here's where we are.
Huh?
Here's where we are for your
McDonald's is just called Donald's now that Trump worked there for a day.
So first of all,
Is it?
Alex Jones has been right for
should
the
be.
last 20 years, and I told this to Alex the first time I met him. When I first met Alex, actually, when I
Oh,
first
sorry, I
met
wouldn't get.
Alex,
Okay, I'm
listening to
retarded.
him, he was talking about this globalist group of thugs.
Wait,
mainly
what?
from the World
Sky
Economic
News.
Forum.
103-year-old votes for Kamala Harris.
8 years,
There is
and
no
this is what the
way.
United States of America is up against. We're up against a globalist takeover. And we went through, and I talked about this earlier, Alex, with you. We went through the whole Wuhan, China virus. Right?
Look at MSNBC failing miserably, or CNN, whichever one's on the bottom right. They can't even get their own displays up.
But China
Wow.
has been bringing in this fentanyl.
Noobs.
Bro, they're using OBS.
Killed in action. One of the things
But how
that
can
the
they get it
globalists
so
wanna
wrong?
do, they have
Are they me?
partners
You know what I
inside
mean?
the
I literally pay so
particularly
little
inside the
attention
Biden-Harris
to this
administration,
sort of thing.
whether or not this
Yeah,
makes a
it's like they're
difference to
me.
voters tonight doesn't matter at this
I
point.
mean,
bro,
it's that
okay.
CNN live
The
feed.
difference
It's
is
that
This is what we're up against.
the difference is
We
their
have
tech
got
team
to
is getting
defeat
paid
people because what they
hundreds
want
and
to do
thousands of dollars
is
to do
illegal
good.
human migration worldwide. It's not only in
Bro,
Europe, it's right
I
here
was
in this
playing
country. We've got
playing chess while
close to
setting this stuff up. This is ridiculous.
22
I don't think
million
that's open
illegals
yes, because it's
wandering
in
around the
grime.
United States of
I think it
America.
might have been
We have
IBM.
the Mexican cartels.
You might be
Irritable
right.
bowel
Actually.
movement.
By the nose by the Chinese
Definitely
Communist
not
Party. We have the
IBS.
Chinese Communist Party has
either or.
infiltrated damn near every institution of our
Piss
government
poor.
and our
These are all
education
piss poor.
system, and Christ, even buying up real estate in this country. So we are
I
in
mean,
a
So
earlier on,
surprised
I think
Michigan's going that blue, man.
Wait, why is Georgia considered too close to call, considering it's got 55.0% to Trump?
Because the mail-in ballots
how many
haven't hit the
votes?
fan yet.
Ah, right, okay. I'm gonna refresh this one here. Actually, no, I can't. Wait, it's already doing live updates, isn't it?
they're going to call a race or not.
Yes, I think so. The bottom left or which one?
Top left. Nothing seems to be.
700,000
I'm not sure if that would have a call count on it. Maybe it's not updating.
This last 14 seconds.
Okay. Well, what time is it on there though?
Uncle Joe Biden.
Oh, there we go.
there you go.
Update. Okay, so I need to periodically update this.
So yeah, I'm still looking at bottom right, and people's legs are standing still; they're not moving. So that's a freeze frame. Are they being serious?
Oh, on the bottom right, I see people moving around slowly, but they're showing useless information.
Yeah.
I totally agree because
They're just showing live feeds of ballots.
First report with others.
ABC earlier on would have an advert, and it was just showing the crest of like the presidency for like 3 minutes. I'm thinking, this is fucking carnage.
Disappears 8 days. There's a fake resignation signature. Now he wears Trump hats.
Guys, look, no voter fraud happening in Maricopa, not until the cameras turn off.
Yes. So Lisa says, breaking, police have ordered people out of the building at the Center County election office in Bellefonte. Please say the multiple people are trying to disrupt the election.
By Joe Biden, because even their
Where are you reading this?
there you go.
Private chat. Or comments, sorry, the regular comments.
I mean, these people.
Was there any validity to people mailing ballots for Palestine? There was a whole thing about that.
I don't remember that one being talked about.
You know those like drop-off points or whatever. Apparently, some people were setting them on fire.
There would be conservatives then. It wouldn't be the left. It would be a very foolish target.
There was two conservatives that got caught in two different states, like destroying ballot boxes or something.
Right.
And they look like the type. I'll leave it at that.
Primarily were coming out of work. The line started to form again in those
I'm not even sure what that type would look like. I'm sure it's special.
Try a crazy crackhead with like a wisdom beard.
Oh, you're gonna have to share with me what a wisdom beard looks like. Is that like a,
like
wizard's
Gandalf,
beard?
Gandalf type.
Okay. I'll make sure I don't grow mine out like that.
People like Tucker spoke with Vivek. And
look how interesting it is on this map that I'm looking at. Florida, Trump has Florida by 55.9 to 43.2, and they called it for basically Trump. So like Florida's gone to Trump. Georgia,
But they can't do that in Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia is 55.3 to 44.1 for Trump. Yet they haven't called it.
That's pandering, dude. That's got to be. That's got to be manipulating the vote. People to make people give up.
Or it's like are they waiting for the electoral maybe?
Yeah, Lee, can we change and get General off, even though he's my biggest US subscriber? Get him off. He's killing us.
Okay. There's a reason.
We can stick up MS or we can stick InfoWars. I don't really mind. Most will be InfoWars. Unless you want to get some main. What do you think, lads? Should we get some mainstream media, or should we get some info?
ABC.
I mean, I don't really care.
Yeah. Try ABC. Try ABC.
University of Wisconsin.
MSNBC is saying that Russia called in bomb threats throughout Georgia.
Cast a ballot for Kamala Harris. That's the sense that some Democrats have, and Republicans that I've talked to.
This is an alpha male for sure.
How close this race will be in some of those blue wall states where Kamala Harris really
I
needs
was
to have
literally
some momentum.
thinking it as soon as you said it.
All right, Jay O'Brien, we've been talking a lot throughout the night.
You can't not as an alpha male. You're just like, come on, man.
It stands this hour. Polls there have been closed for nearly 30 minutes with 8% reporting. Harris in the lead at about 77%. Let's check in with our Matt Gutman, who's in Philly. Matt, the
they need like their mugshots or something rough.
There's something so creepy about both their smiles. They look like psychopaths or sociopaths.
I thought they would have used his mugshot.
They should have, or his when he got shot and he was holding up the fist.
Yeah, but they memed it now. He memed it though, didn't he? He memed it, so they can't use it now. They would have used it.
A primary concern for many of the officials I spoke to in the key battleground counties is that somebody would be hurt.
I don't think they could follow through with it, so it shows their defeat if they were to use that image.
At facilities and authorities that they would get the count in on time. It went peacefully today. Everybody's happy about that, but they're warning about the human factor. There were some early.
What's the purple number? Is that independent?
They just want people to know it's not a conspiracy. There is no fraud.
This guy is fucking yonked underneath there. He's got some muscles on him.
Calm down, T.
Look at the size of that fucking neck. He could snap you in half with his neck.
That's a woman. That's a woman, T.
Big forehead.
Kira, I gotta tell you, people here at
Oh, hello. Today a big number for many people.
I can't tell whether she wants to give me lemon drizzle cake or fucking like fried crickets.
She's that female reporter from Family Guy.
Yeah, Lise, can we stick MSNPC on, please?
NPC.
I can't handle the gospel. Yeah, I can't handle the gospel.
What does purple mean? When the numbers come up and they're not blue or red, if it's purple, what does that mean?
Thanks, Lise.
To fail. So legal
there you go, there's purple.
Will fail.
Thanks, Lise.
And orange.
Pass by 60%.
If you need to go to bed, Lise,
so even though there's a
late,
55% margin in favor,
don't worry,
that is
we'll
short
manage.
of the 60% margin that is needed to pass this amendment. And now
I'll take over for you,
very,
Lisa.
very important.
You've done well, lady.
Well
done.
Abortion rights measure on the ballot.
She's literally on the edge of the mic all the time.
You need 60% to pass. At this point, there's no projection as to what the
Like
result is
she's
going to be for this
sleeping on the edge of the mic. The little cushion on the mic's her
vote
pillow.
Right now, 82% of the vote in. At 57, that is a strong vote in favor of this abortion rights amendment in Florida.
If everyone brings a channel with
abortion rights amendment in Florida.
to get that
Yeah, I mean,
measure
Banksy,
passed.
if you want to bring a
A lot
channel
of
with you,
controversy in
if you
Florida,
can come in
particularly over that
as a
one,
different
as
person,
Georgia
If I want to do
Governor Ron
what?
DeSantis, the Republican governor
yeah,
there,
if you
has
if you want
used
to,
the state government, has used state
come in
agencies, including
on your
state law
sock account,
enforcement,
one
to
of your
try
sock
to tip the
accounts,
balance in those
and
races,
then
sending
have it
state
playing
police to people's
one of the
houses
channels,
because
so
they
we can
signed
just bring it in
the petition to
as
get the
and when.
abortion
Oh,
rights amendments
So you
no,
could
I'll be
you
honest, you
could
can't rely on me tonight. I'm
threatening
going to pass
letters
out
to
in a minute.
Florida television stations,
I'm a bit-
that's
threatening
not a
them with
problem.
prosecution for
you can
airing
Lisa,
ads
can
in
you
support of that
give me
abortion
the
rights
links in the
So
private
we'll see how
chat
that
to
comes
the
out. We don't yet know.
different
Ron
feeds you're
DeSantis
running
has
right
put
now, and I'll
everything
just pick them up
on
when he
trying
wants
to ensure that Florida will
Right.
buck the trend of
Yeah,
every other state,
but
including
you
red
can actually
states,
still go
that
to
have
bed,
passed the right
Banksy,
to
and
bodily
just
autonomy. He's
allow
put
that
everything
to be
on it,
used.
including, as you said,
Yeah, we don't
threats,
really need you here,
whatever it
Banksy. We
takes
just
to try to
need
make
you to
sure that
stream
amendment
stuff.
fails, using the power
I
of
see.
government in a way that is,
I
I would
see
say,
how it
openly
is.
fascist and determinate and
Oh,
very
guys,
determined.
wait,
Because, of
wait.
course, this is something that he wants to be his
She
signature
said
thing. It's
fascist.
a thing he passed, thinking that it would
She
allow
said
him to
fascist.
defeat Donald Trump
Yeah,
and
she
move to
said
his
fascist.
right
Dude,
and
if
make
you guys
him a
wanted to get
national
drunk,
star and potentially
dude,
the
just
heir
watch
to the
What's her
Democratic
name?
Party. But I want to really quickly talk about
Joy,
the other
Joy,
amendment, the
Joy, what's her
marijuana
name?
amendment, which I think a lot of people
Joy
assumed
Reid?
would pass. A good friend
That's
down there that is in politics in
I'll
the
tell you
state
what
of
you need
Florida.
to do, right?
The
If you guys want to
advertising against
get
the
drunk,
marijuana
right?
amendment was really
Just
based
take
on
a
the
shot every
fact
time
that
somebody mentions
it
the
would
word fascist
empower
in reference to the
two
Republicans.
very large marijuana companies that are not small businesses. They are two of the biggest companies that are in the national game in terms of legalized weed. And so this was pushed on the people who were the no side, really did push a campaign saying this is not a way to legalize marijuana for like the everyday individual person. It would be empowering two big companies. So there was a really strong pushback against it.
And DeSantis also very strongly pushing, just as he was pushing against the abortion amendment, also pushing on that one. Let me just interject because we have had a poll closing while we have been talking here at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Polls closed in the great state of Arkansas, and at poll closing, NBC News can project that the winner of the presidential contest
Infowars
in
is
Arkansas
doing
will be
what
Donald
James
Trump.
O'Keefe broke last night.
Floridians for Freedom is the group that
what
worked
was
to
that
get
again,
this
RW?
abortion measure
Switch to
on the
Infowars.
ballot. In the last week alone,
Switch
they
to
have had to
Infowars, if we could,
upgrade. They've
please.
had to get bigger office space because they've had so many more volunteers. In the last 4.
Thank you. Oh, this is the corruption bit. Wicked.
The commissioner's office the day before election day, and across the street is an NGO called Saiba. That's Saiba, and they are telling people to vote. They are telling people that all you need is what's called a TIN number. That's I-TIN number, and you can vote if you're not a citizen of the United States. So we sent an undercover reporter to this NGO right across from the place where people are early voting.
Have they just got a slightly tanned guy from Texas called Mike? He walks up and pretends to have a Hispanic accent. Is that
Well,
their
he normally
undercover
does.
agent?
He normally does it and gets away with it. He normally does it himself. It just puts a mustache on.
And then we went into
Hola,
the
my
city
name is
commissioner's
Juan.
office to speak to the man who works there.
I mean, is it
working for the
illegal?
city
I mean,
government,
means
confirming
anyone
that
could
you
do it,
only
couldn't
need
they?
to be a resident
Imagine a
of
British
Philadelphia.
citizen doing
Well,
it.
they said
When I say
non-citizen,
that means to
so
the
it could be
entire
like a
United
resident.
States. But you're just worried about Philadelphia. Oh, you don't care about anything else. You just want them to have a resident of Philadelphia. After that, you confirm that you register, whether you have a social security number or not, you can vote.
Is that Mike?
Extremely loud here. Music is very loud. So we're gonna go ahead and walk across the street and talk to these people. Hello.
This asshole is fucking with us.
Are you
This
Juliesa?
asshole is fucking with us.
Are you Juliesa?
Oh, foreign flag. That's standard.
That's from. Is that Chile? No, that's Cuba. Wait, what? What's Chile?
Cuba.
Might have been.
Cuba. Hang on, wait. I didn't see that properly.
That they gave us.
Blue, red, and white it was. Have a look back.
Yeah, but it could be Cuba and Chile.
I thought it was Chile.
Let's see if they show it again.
A great filmmaker and one of my just amazing friends. So proud to know him. He and making all those great.
Well, no, they have multiple stripes and it's Cuba, not Chile.
With Elon Musk funding.
I'm gonna look up on Twitter if I can and see what's going on with Philadelphia.
This is what I'm saying so far. So far, bomb threats in Georgia, Philly, and Westchester. I wonder why that's happening. If they've determined they're from Russia.
And that's the fun of
A
this.
gas leak as well. A gas leak.
But we've got it fixed, and we've got more
Okay, that might be genuine, to be fair.
Right now, let's go to Owen Schroyer and Harrison Smith here in Austin, Texas.
All right, Alex. I'd say right now.
I don't know if it's true. 37 seconds. Netanyahu's Konfu was spotted fleeing the Kraya a few minutes ago after Gallant was fired and protests erupted.
Ohio trending
Where's
in the
that? That
direction
can't be
of
true.
Trump after some
That can't
early
be true.
numbers were going blue. Ohio is looking good, right where it should be. We'll dig more into that Senate race, but Ohio looks good, and it could help Republicans gain a seat in the Senate. Now, early numbers were
What were you
favoring
saying there?
the Democrats
Check
in
the link.
Virginia
Back
and
chat.
North Carolina, starting to trend
in the
the
back
other
chat.
way. Starting to trend the other way. In fact,
Netanyahu's
I think
Konfu was
North
spotted
Carolina
fleeing
numbers are
the
good.
Kraya.
Virginia's going to be a little
Just a random account.
but these states are fully in play right now, and I like what I'm seeing in North Carolina, and I think there's a shot Trump can even
Look at the
win
back chat.
Virginia. Some of these sites have called New Jersey.
Oh, well, he's a
kinda
defense minister. I don't see how.
I guess they're just assuming that's going to go blue. We could have an interesting result in Maine. Maybe it's inconsequential with only 4 electoral college votes, but
Okay, well, maybe the wording of that's
4 electoral
biased,
college
but
votes could be
I don't know.
key. In this race.
There's a video there. I'm going
These
to
are the
maybe have a
numbers that
look
we
at on
have
my
early,
phone.
but I really like what I'm seeing in
Lisa's just put
Georgia
in.
right now, Alex. I have to say,
So
I
a
really
battle
like what
going
I'm
on.
seeing in Georgia, and if these numbers persist,
Oh, no,
I
no,
think Trump
it's
can
not
pull
true.
off
Actually,
Georgia. It's
protests
gonna be a
against
small
Netanyahu
margin.
after he fired Defense Minister
Again,
Yoav
it's all going to
Gallant.
come down to the numbers that they get out of Fulton County and DeKalb County, but this thing is going to be
So it's
tight.
rubbish.
This thing in Georgia is
No,
going to
no,
be
it
tight.
seems to be true. Looks like
Wow.
Netanyahu was actually run out of the place.
The vote
It would make sense that a lot of
Atlanta
stuff's
like
going to
they
go
did in
down at the same time
2020.
we have an election.
I don't know.
Well,
But if they don't
Netanyahu
if we don't have all
wasn't
the
a fan of
shenanigans
Gallant
in
because
Atlanta,
Gallant was anywhere near as
Trump
fanatical
wins
as he
Georgia
was.
tonight, and all of a sudden,
It's
these
hard.
early
It's hard to match, though,
returns
right?
give Trump to path to
Well,
victory.
yeah, of course. I mean,
of
he's
little
kind of the
resistance.
schizo of the group.
If he can win North Carolina, Virginia,
Oh no, he is
Georgia,
the
and
schizo of the
Ohio,
group.
all he has to win is Nevada at that point, as Maine has flipped back blue. It's going to be tight, as we suspected, Alex. But right now, I think things are kind of right on par where we thought they would go.
And sorry, Harrison. I mean, Owen, you are the statistic guy around here. So is Roger
Well,
Stone. You know
I
your
gotta
stuff.
sleep, mate. Take care, guys.
Have a good night, Banksy.
It's a little slow.
Cheers,
like me. Well,
Banksy.
this is good news.
Well,
I think he
basically,
passed
when you
out
look at
and woke
Georgia,
up and
we
changed his
don't
mind.
have many
Bruh.
of the rural areas
Somebody
that are deep
posted Donald
red
Trump
and
has
are
won
likely
Florida,
to show
right?
up
And somebody else
70,
responded with a
80%
bomb them.
plus for Donald Trump. Whereas
It's
in
gross.
Atlanta, and that's DeKalb County and Fulton
Tolerant
County,
left.
you have the results coming in. Now you're still probably maybe 70% of where you're going to be, but if that number persists, with Harris getting less than 80% of the vote in Fulton County and DeKalb County, and the rural areas with 0% returns right now, the numbers favor Donald Trump. So unless 100% of the votes the rest of the way in DeKalb and Fulton County are for Harris,
Welcome to the
think
party,
Trump wins
Libertarian.
Georgia. Georgia is looking good
Oh,
right now.
Libertarian.
So again,
How you doing,
unless
pal?
100% of the votes that are going to be coming into Atlanta go for Harris,
I'm hearing,
she's
I'm
not getting
seeing some of the
80%
best
clip that
comments
she
I've ever
needed
seen.
in Atlanta.
On
And with
Twitter?
all these deep red
Yeah, people are
areas
like
that are still not
talking
turned
about
in, that are
like
gonna go 80% for
what you
Trump,
call it, bomb
I
threats
just
and
like
stuff
what
they
I'm
see
seeing.
like
I'm not
Florida
calling
and that.
Georgia.
Somebody was like,
calling it.
Florida
I'm
don't
just
even
saying
matter.
I like
Florida
where
is
it's
trash.
trending right
Nothing but
now.
alligator and Barstools.
Now, Virginia always kind of does this. It flips up and down all night.
Was that Joe Biden who made that comment?
This thing right now is
No,
within 20,000
somebody got
votes.
Russia, China, Iran, North Korea.
tells me that Trump is
Florida
already
is trash. Nothing
outperforming.
but alligators and
When I look at the
Barstools.
early returns, Harris is not performing how she needs to perform in Northern
Well,
Virginia.
people are just saying
She's just
bomb
not.
Florida. All right.
She's not going to get a 70%
No.
clip, I
Don't
think,
hurt the
in any
alligators.
of these counties. And I think
Yeah,
she
people in
needed
the
a
chat,
70%
if you want to
clip.
recommend a
She's
channel
not getting it in Norfolk.
to feature, I know Lib just said well played for doing InfoWars,
but
but
she's not there in Richmond. It's really
any
early
recommendations,
there. But the point is,
especially later on if it
Harris
goes
needs
crazy,
70%
we
of
want
the
to get
votes in
TYT
these
on the
big
Young
Democrat
Turks because they're
cities.
losing their
Anything
shit on
less
there.
than
Chuck
that, then she's
Yogurt
going to be
is
overwhelmed by
losing
the
his
rural
shit.
areas
Let's
that are
get
going
him
to
on.
be deep red, 80%
But,
for Trump.
Yeah,
That's what we're
we'll
seeing in
float it as we
Virginia.
are at the moment,
Virginia's on a
but any
razor's
suggestions
edge.
are welcome.
North Carolina is trending Trump big time.
Somebody
I
said
really
bomb
like what I'm
threat at
seeing
the
in North
government
Carolina.
services building in Chester
Now,
County,
Harris is
PA,
doing
suburban
very
Philly,
well
where they
in
count
the
the
big
ballots.
cities.
Building
She's
has
doing
been
very well in
evacuated.
Durham.
I have
She's doing very
helicopters
well
over
in
my
Raleigh.
house
Again,
right
these are all
now.
early numbers. Let me just clarify. These are all early numbers.
What was that? What area?
The rural vote in North Carolina
Government services building in Chester County, PA.
I like what I'm seeing in these
Suburban
states. I'll
Philly.
just put it like that. I
Chester
like what I'm
County.
seeing in these states. I'm not calling any of these states, but I'm seeing the path to victory for Trump. Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia would be the bonus.
Well, the Russia.
If he
Wait,
wins
what?
those
When
four
Russia caused in
states,
17
he
bomb
doesn't
threats,
need
predominantly
Pennsylvania,
Democratic
Michigan,
polling
or
places, so no
Wisconsin.
one can
He
vote
can
and
win
likely
it
didn't
with
come back
Nevada.
out.
That's the path to victory that I see for Donald Trump. Virginia's still in the blue.
Chester County is west of Philadelphia by about
Forget it. If he wins Virginia, North
40
Carolina,
minutes.
Georgia,
All
that's
right.
the path of least resistance now with Ohio. All he needs is Nevada.
I have no
He
idea
don't
whether
need
that's
Arizona,
important or not.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin.
Well,
where
I
the
was
Democrats
close. I was
engage in
curious
so
where
many
in
shenanigans as we've seen all day long.
Pennsylvania
So
that laid, but that's in the
it's right
Philadelphia
where I
area,
expected
basically.
it to be. These
Okay.
numbers are still early, but I like the
And
way
that's
it's
where it's
trending.
all going to go down. Nothing's going to happen in the
I
west.
cut you off.
In the west, nothing's going to happen in
just going to
Pittsburgh.
talk about how incredibly close it is in somewhere like North Carolina for
Hang
a
on, I
long
think
time. I mean, the
I'm going to make sure nobody's breaking into
and
my house
Kamala
at the
was
moment.
about
Be right back.
100 votes,
That's a good
give
idea.
or take, and it did just take a big jump up towards Trump. So, no, I don't have too much to add to what Owen is saying, other than that it's still very early, and a lot of these are sort of flipping back and forth, and it does look like Virginia is leaning Trump at this point.
I'm going to be right back. Also, I'm going to make sure my
0.5%.
kids are sleeping.
So again, still very, very, very close, and we're less than an hour out from when polls closed. So it's thrilling, but it's looking better as we go.
And if Trump gets in, this will be a day long remembered. Sorry.
No, the cat's just got a shrew.
We're too nervous to laugh right now.
I gotta go clean that up now, bastard.
Yeah.
No, it's looking good. Texas still looking very good. It looks like they've called Illinois for Kamala Harris, and the count right now stands at 71. Harris 101.
Are you doing track?
The overall results leaning
Lisa?
steadily more towards Trump right now. The needle on according to the New York Times.
Yeah, I mean,
the
still
outcome
don't
about
worry. I'm just
278
checking.
Trump. So we're projected for a Trump victory. But of course, unless, what'd you say, 100% results in these Georgia cities, what would that look like on a graph? Would that be a straight up line if they get 100% for Biden on that?
Yeah, it would be your vote Viagra. It would be your
Spoke
vote
Steve.
steroids like you saw in 2020.
I believe you got a link, mate. You're welcome to pop
Pennsylvania
on.
is still an interesting case
It's a long
because
night,
we haven't got a lot of the deep red areas. I'm really upset to see what's going on in Erie. It's still early there. I don't understand. Trump
We
won
would
Erie in
appreciate your
2016 and
input.
just for whatever reason lost in 2020 and it's early, but it's just these are the trends. I think what we're going to see, though, I really think what we're going to see. I think Harris is going to have to outperform
Message
Biden
on
in
Twitter that
Philadelphia.
Chicago might be
Harris is gonna have to
asking for
outperform
the
Biden
National
in
Guard in a
Philadelphia.
minute.
She's trending with the same percentage that Biden had, a little higher, but she's going to have
It'll
to
be the
get
left
probably
Luton, it will. It'll
650,000
be the
votes in
left
Philadelphia,
Luton.
I think,
Yeah,
to
that's
win
awful.
Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to be tight all night, and it may be too tight.
She's
They may
at
be prepared
Chicago.
to call it, but based on some of these other trends, Trump might not need it.
Well, I mean, I've never seen Flynn so confident, and Rogers usually very pessimistic. He, as you know, Sunday night, he said no. He thinks it could well go for Trump tonight.
Yeah, and remember, some of the counties in Pennsylvania that are deep red are the ones that there were shenanigans.
I'll see if I can get anything up on Twitter.
Till 10 p.m. Right, so we're not.
Yeah, I've been looking
at
at
any of those results for at least another couple hours, or at least an hour and a half.
Yeah, the returns are very low.
What are you seeing?
Super low in Pennsylvania.
But those are the red areas. That's the key. Those are the red areas where we're going to get those
not
late returns.
much. I'm digging through a lot of garbage.
12% of the vote in for Pennsylvania right now, with Kamala Harris leading decisively. But again, that's because a lot of these rural areas have not reported yet. In Ohio, we're looking at 43%.
Random person saying Chicago needs a preemptive National Guard deployment.
So still very close there, but at least a larger percentage
So this is a random person there apparently feels like
same with Georgia, but I mean he's up 11 points.
Chicago is more volatile.
Right now, so
when I saw Banksy say that the vote was that high for Kamala, I knew something was going to happen.
2 points.
I have a feeling something's going to happen in Michigan.
If you use 11 points ahead, places like Georgia, bitch, you ain't going to be able to stuff enough ballots to get that done.
Yeah, and the results in Georgia for tonight, we don't have many results, which I think actually favors Trump. Most of these results are from early voting and mail-in voting, which usually favors the Democrats. So I really, again, I don't want to call Georgia, and we saw, but
man,
this is the same.
It was a little field mouse, and it was still alive. Poor little bugger.
They ran the
flea solved that problem, I bet.
Yeah, I picked him up in toilet roll, and I carried him out to safety. He's probably gonna die, but still.
When everybody was sleeping, we got him. We know this time. If they
Poor
try to pull
fucker,
a
honestly.
like that, it'll be too obvious.
I don't mind field mice. They don't really carry disease, and they're nice. Oh, Trump's up by a lot. He's up by 71.1% on Polymarket.
I anticipated.
Yeah.
I think Trump needed Georgia.
So it's gone up. So we'll look at that then.
I will feel a lot calmer.
It's gone up by 3%. That's insane.
Called for Trump. That'll really make me
okay, so
and then they're doing
so this is a percentage tally sort of polling sort of thing. So this is where the money's going. And yesterday it was 57%. Then this morning it was 61% a couple of hours ago, wasn't it? We went on
63%, and then it went to 68%, and then now it's 71%.
Yeah, then it went from
I mean, this is just, if you slip on a banana peel, it's the damn Russians. For anybody that studied Russia, they have the biggest.
I'm still a bit confused of how to actually take that polymarket thing, but
they can't get their street lights to work right. I'm not saying they're dumb.
I'm gonna be honest.
Really,
we're too big. We sold you Alaska for.
I think it's.
We're not trying to.
I don't know. I think it's fairly representative. I think it's like every other poll and every other count. You just kind of have to take it with a grain of salt.
What does it rely on? Does it rely on? What does it get its data from? Is it money into the gambling market? Because that's what I thought it was. I thought
I don't know.
Because they were saying that people had put a lot of money into the Republic, so that's why he was giving an inflated reading earlier on in the week, and I was. So, you know, they're saying, you know, unnatural inflated sort of.
Okay, so
percentage.
Polymarket, you can buy and sell shares representing future events. Now comes, will TikTok be banned? It's a betting platform.
Again, that's like a flea compared to a frickin' elephant.
T, are you willing to switch out the bottom right feed, which is pure rubbish, with the InfoWars? We'll have it all on the same panel.
Yeah, sure. If you can send me the InfoWars link. Do I need to pay for a subscription or something?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, they got it on Twitter live, by the way. They got it on Twitter live. Oh, no, they said they did, but when I looked, they didn't.
Now you're looking
so I can have another look now.
Back chat is the link for that.
Okay, perfect. I'm just gonna let you guys know that I can't stream the audio because I'm just using my camera. So
the House and the Senate are beyond critical.
Do you actually? I'll stream it. I got it.
Sure?
I got this one. Yeah.
I can stream it from my PC. That's no problem. I was just saying if I was gonna replace the camera, I'd have to switch the. I'd have to cut out the audio. But I can just stream it from my browser. That's no problem.
Again, I'm
gonna just make it an easy option for him to switch around between, so that Lisa has less load.
I would say, because I think Tester is going to lose to.
Can you just add it to your browser and put
and with
an audio with it
right
on
yeah.
I think
I just seen something in the back chat. I just seen it in the back chat.
Right there.
So let me take one down. Let me take Lisa's down a minute and put the new one up.
2 a.m. like last time.
Okay.
One moment. I'm gonna try something. If you take down Lisa's, right, and I interact with this and I unmute this. Okay.
I don't know about tonight. Trump wins.
And then you switch to the camera. Can you hear my audio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you can? Oh, right. Perfect. Okay. Yes, and I can just stream InfoWars on this then. Send me InfoWars link. Actually, you have, haven't you? Input already.
Yes, I have. I'm efficient.
Right.
So let me put that one in the RW ad. Okay, now I need volume for it. Oh no, we got no volume for it at the moment.
Anything else?
Now we
Repeat
have.
that news again,
Okay.
please.
Oh,
Come
great.
on.
Love being verified. Hang on, give me a moment. Let me interact with this. Verify that you're human. Okay,
Just
perfect.
killed
Do
it.
I need to sign in with an account? Oh, that's loud.
let me remove him from stage. Let me remove him from stage. There we go.
What's this? It says I need to do something. I'm not quite sure what's happening here. It's not quite loading properly. Did I miss something out?
Interact with it. If you go to the bar above it, it says interact, and then you have to add it that way.
I know I'm doing that, but something's not quite right.
Yeah, just interact with it, yeah, and do that, yeah.
But it's not. It's not working from here. That's the thing.
Okay.
Maybe it's just being funny. Give me a moment.
Well, wait. Why can't RW just bring it in as a separate person? Because he's got it in there. Why can't he just bring it in? Because it's on RW's feed, isn't it?
Because it hates me.
Because that's RW's feed.
Yeah. Just blow it
Come
out.
on, man.
So why is T controlling RWs?
I'm not controlling RWs. I've just got a different thing on here. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. What? Let me see. Why isn't that unmute?
Oh, sorry.
Legislative.
It was you, wasn't it?
Executive,
It was you.
and we
Right,
have
now
the
that makes
judicial.
sense.
There's too many windows
Then
happening.
we can actually purge the deep state legally and lawfully with the trifecta. I mean, I'm sure you've got that, but you're wanting me to define it for people?
Yeah. No, and I think that's really exciting too, because it's really hard, even if you have someone that you want to win that gets
having
the
porn
presidential
stars talk about
election.
politics
If he
is,
has everyone rooting against him, it's like how much change can he actually be effective with? So, yeah, that's really great news.
Can you
exactly? So
I know you just dropped it, but can you bring up just MS
Exactly. So that's
MPC
really
and just
good.
leave it in the back chat so
I'm
I can
excited.
change
And
to
then
it
earlier,
as
they
and
were
when.
saying he might not even need Pennsylvania, which is good after seeing that video, which is alarming. So regardless, I think that needs to be investigated and people need to go to jail. If you have people illegally voting, how is that okay? And how is there not jail time for everyone that's doing that?
And they've been caught red-handed.
I can't take it
CNN
you can watch on YouTube.
Is anything going to come of that? And then I guess if Trump wins, is anything going to come of that? Because that's not okay. And when we voted in North Carolina, there was like an amendment to have non-citizens be allowed to vote. I'm like, who is saying yes to this? It was like, yes, we want illegal immigrants to be able to vote because their needs are aligned with the American people that are paying taxes and came here the right way. That makes no sense at all.
Absolutely. I'm going to send a tweet out that it looks like we have won the Senate.
I'm working on
That's the numbers. And Owen, you're the numbers guy. Doesn't it look like we're going to get even more in the Senate then?
I mean, you look at the Montana and Ohio seats, I think at least one of them flips. I mean, I think at least one of them flips, probably two. And now you're just looking at what's going to go on in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, in Arizona, in Nevada. If Trump can pull these other Senate candidates across the finish line, here's the problem with the Senate race, though. And this is why the Republicans do much better in the House typically than the Senate races, because the Senate races can be rigged and stolen at the state level.
The CNN feed is literally just two cameras in Philadelphia and Maricopa County
in the Democrat cities.
It's garbage feed.
That's why Pennsylvania gets Democrat senators like John Fetterman, who literally can't talk or walk.
The CNN feed is pure
trash. Dr. Oz. So that's the only concern I have in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
No, it's on YouTube. I can give you the link, but it's literally just the videos that were up on
big cities. Then it's going to be
just like watching people
for the
count
Senate
ballots
candidates to get across the finish line as
well.
But if Trump wins these, if Trump wins
if we can get
Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona,
MS, you can't do it.
I think Republicans come out of this deal. In Nevada, I'd say it's probably safe to say Republicans could come out of this with a +3 in the Senate.
Have his VPN, so it's not worth doing it that way.
Okay.
Almost there.
Hopefully, hopefully RW can do it. Come in as someone else, and then we can again, and then that way, then we'll have to do
crap.
one.
That was the wrong one.
Yeah, you dropped the one you picked up. You dropped info.
I'm working on sharing multiple.
Wicked. Thanks, mate. Let me bring that back up for you. Enter stage. Oh, we got MS up. We got MS back.
And can I present another one? No. I know what I'll do. I'll make a BS account on my phone and get in here.
Yeah, like going into a different account, innit? That's the other way of doing it.
Yep.
Or a sock account. Trying to come over as a live, Welshie. Can you fix it? Trying to come over as live, I don't understand. Redirect privileges needed. Ask. I don't understand. You know what I'm like. Right. Well, is Lisa gone?
Not sure, man.
Yeah, she might. I'm surprised she's gone without saying goodbye. But hopefully, in 2 minutes, chaps, we'll have Infowars back on, and we'll have
halfway.
Yeah, that's cool. I've already been copyrighted on this stream. I had a look after about 10 minutes. So, redirect settings. I'm still lost. Lisa might know what you're talking about. RW clones back. I got RW clones wants to come in. RW, you just brought one in for me, called clone. All right.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Are you not live anymore, Society? Or are you shutting down or something? Let me have a look. Let's have a look. We've just turned into CNN, we have.
No, almost. Not that bad yet.
We have. With our iPhones making accounts up and stuff.
Yeah, but we're working with what we got. They've got thousands of dollars in their shit in the bed.
Yeah, you're still live. I see. You're still live. If you want a link, is that what you're looking for? Let me give you. I can send the link in the chat.
No,
over there.
I have the clone up. I'm just trying to get Infowars in the background.
Yeah, sorry, RW. I'm talking to my mate in the chat. Let me see if that's what he's thinking about. What do you want about Lib? What's those emojis down there? Looks like a pack of fags or something. I don't know why he's just so
Looks
bad.
like he's rolling up a newspaper to beat you with or something.
Yeah, I don't know. He's a good boy anyway.
Oh, I'm back. Sorry.
Good, man.
Okay, let's see.
Reworking the feed here.
Reworking the feed? Okay.
So, yeah, we've lost
right,
Emma. Okay,
let the clone in.
Okay, the clone is coming in. Add to stage. Okay. Don't know why.
Share from this one?
Yeah, it's not doing anything. The clone though.
Do you want me to,
Yeah.
my computer's more
Actually,
than powerful enough. I can run the
yeah.
stream as well if you want.
If now you play Infowars through the clone, it should take priority and then push all sorts to the left, and then the clone will take center stage, which will be Infowars.
No, it's not going to work from my phone. I have to get an app or something. I'm not sure how you do this.
Let me drop that in because it's echoing as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it working on my browser. Whoa, that's loud. Get out my ears, please. I can't do anything unless. Okay, all right. I'm gonna turn that down. One moment.
So basically, if we can get 2 up, so that clone can't play a video now. That clone you got there.
I'm working on getting the app now, if possible. I don't know if StreamYard has an app.
There you go. Just stream my screen. Allow my screen up.
All right.
Make it large.
Yep.
There you go.
Cool.
There you go.
Cheers. So I don't know if you want to change that.
All right. So now I'm going to have your other option on my main account here, and we're back in action.
Okay, cool. We're back in action. We got MS on that one, and we got info. So that gives me sort of control to bring them in easier for everyone. Cool.
And they're both on commercials. Bastards.
Let me get some volume anyway. Fuck it. There we go. Yeah, I believe you're dealing with the volume at your end, T.
Oh yeah, I've got to turn down because it's like killing my ears. And if I turn down my main audio, it'll also affect my stream. I think. Like if I
You can do it.
If I turn this down, does that affect the audio?
Well, there's no audio at the moment.
If I turn it down to here, is it quieter again?
No.
Check the video feed on. Check the video feed on Infowars or band video.
Oh, I know. I've got that on max, but I'm saying if I turn this down, does that turn the audio down?
There's no audio. Whatever you're doing, there's no difference. Silent.
Oh, it's silence. There's no audio at all.
No audio.
Is it because of OBS? Is OBS stealing all the?
No, it shouldn't be doing that. One moment. Hang on. Stop screen. Right. Present. Okay. Share screen.
Let me check it. Let me check it. MS's feed. Here we go. We got that. Yeah, that's working well.
Okay. For some
Point
reason.
for RW.
Let me try it again for you.
Okay, let's pause.
There's a good freeze frame.
Okay, it's running, but there's still no volume.
Weird.
Oh, check your Are you muted on the share for the StreamYards? There's a little audio symbol on the share screen below the.
Oh no, that's ticked. Oh no, hang on, wait. It's off for sharing windows.
Hey,
Steve. Yeah, you've got to play with that sometimes. It is a bit of a weird one.
Smoke Steve in the house.
Okay, wait. I can do this. Okay, I'll do this.
Okay, let's have a look then. We bring it up.
You want to get on the panel, Steve? Just let me know.
It's all over the place.
Yeah, we got volume.
Name it. And
Perfect.
Chase Geiser in the last 6 months.
Is this okay here?
He found online a good high quality version.
Okay, perfect.
Lost
It doesn't kill me yet. Hallelujah.
From 2001 to 2008.
Just open it up if you can.
It's just a commercial.
All of my radio/TV programs, but it's
working, but it's just
it's very
commercial.
nostalgic.
Oh, that'll do then. Whatever it was.
There's
That's
a lot
cool.
of amazing guests that aren't alive anymore. And when you listen to it, Chase
Yeah,
listens to it all the time. He loves my old shows.
the screen's going all weird. Go back to don't go as
13,
full as
14
don't go
years
full
ago.
screen. It's
It's got
distorted for
9/11,
some
Joe
reason.
Rogan calling in my show on 9/11.
Oh, for me, it looks
fine
fine.
It's fine on my
Let me
end.
tell you what's there.
Wow.
The lost Alex Jones tapes.
I'm
Now,
not
you can
getting that
find
at
this
all.
We're still
exclusively
doing
at
better than
thealexjones.com.
MSNBC, man.
MP3 audio.
I mean CNN.
Alex Jones
Sorry,
episodes
I
from
hard to
2001 to
remember which one.
2008. Get it
It's all
now for
zoomed in on my
$17.76
one
off, or
for some reason.
sign
Maybe
up
look
at the
on
Alex
my
Jones
YouTube
VIP
channel.
program
See what it looks
at
like on that.
thealexjones.com and get it free. You will immediately be emailed a link to
What's your
access
name?
and
You
download over 20,000 segments and thousands of broadcasts.
Yeah, same exact.
Download and share the content everywhere. Find hidden gems from
Must be nice to have a fast computer.
over the years. Our content has
I'm
always been
jealous.
free and a gift to the public. But now, for the first time, we've compiled the lost broadcasts.
I watch it
in
on
one
your
easy
stream and
use
it seems to
place
be fine.
that will ensure
I think.
live
It
It
is on
got an
it is on the stream.
my future
But for
broadcasts
some
in the
reason on my
future.
live it's so weird.
The VIP
It's like
program
it's
at
zoomed in, but I don't
thealexjones.com,
care.
all the
It
amazing
doesn't affect me
supplements,
really.
all the
As
great
long as everyone else is
apparel
seeing
and
a good
more
picture.
knives, you
Yeah.
name
I
it,
think
been
it.
added. You
Well,
get
I wouldn't
$40 each
reset it,
month
but I'd
to spend in the store when you spend 30.
what you call it?
That's a great deal. You get special
Enlarge it and then
discounts. You get special
just
offers
make it
that nobody
smaller
else
again.
does
You
on
know.
products nobody else has access to.
You can switch it back to MSNBC.
Amazing benefits at thealexjonestore.com.
Oh, that's gone funny now for me.
Follow the link at the top.
That's his resizing.
Access to this.
Okay.
There's a lot
Yeah,
more
it's just playing
stuff
it.
like this.
Yeah, it's still the
coming,
same.
So I want to
It's
thank
cool.
all of you that are VIP members, and I want to encourage everybody that's not a VIP member.
Alex
to go to
Jones shills so much
thealexjonestore.com
crap,
today
man.
and sign up for the VIP program. You can cancel anytime. I cannot do this without you. I want to thank all those that have been VIP members and encourage you to continue. I want to ask those that aren't, go to thealexjonestore.com.
Yeah, just go to the
Join
store
VIP
and
program.
buy the
But regardless of
pills,
what you
the
do,
oil,
please
the
continue
snake,
to pray for the
the
broadcast.
snaky oil,
Please continue to share the articles, the videos, the clips.
double
And we
snake
can
X
check out
plus.
next week.
I can't wait for
remember
Joe
that we want
Rogan
the
to go
Alex
on the
Jones
Alex
Network.
Jones thing.
Oh, you want mine? All right.
And back to some legacy media, sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh yeah, you know it is. And
Sponsored
Monsanto.
by Pfizer.
Wait, why is this switch from
Rachel
screen?
Maddow.
Hang on, why am I suddenly streaming MSNBC?
I have a feed, and he's switching between our options.
Oh right,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
perfect. Okay.
Now, that's scary.
You've been hacked by the deep state.
I was just checking North Carolina too, and my county looks like it's blue, which is so disappointing. So if you're in New Hanover County, stay in the lines, vote for Trump. There's no reason that needs to be blue. North Carolina needs to flip.
That's right.
Like, you deserve better, North Carolina. Vote differently.
Now let's bring in a very smart, he says recovering lawyer, but he knows the law. That's great. Let's
Trump's
bring in
now up
Viva
by
Fry here.
72% in
And it's great to have him co-host with Robert
market.
Barnes. Wow.
That's up by 0.1.
You were on this morning.
I know that's up by a
Victory,
percentage.
So is General Flynn.
Yeah, by
looking
0.9.
now, don't want to count our chickens yet, but it's
it started yesterday. Yesterday it was on 57, and it went 61 this morning. Then it was 64, and then it went 67, and now we're on 72. It's just gone up again.
That the markets are more predictive, more accurate than the news itself. But fingers crossed, despite the fact that Pennsylvania and what's the other state there, Arizona, are saying we might not know for days. You might not need to know.
Viva Revolution!
As what's coming in tonight, it looks good, Alex, and I don't want to get ahead of anybody's. I don't want to get ahead of the ball. I don't want to count the chickens before they're hatched, but it's looking very good, and the markets are reflecting that in real time.
The betting markets.
And of course, the markets want Trump because Kamala and the globalists want to collapse the country to take it over instead of prosperity. But get into the markets. What you're seeing.
Well, it's not even the aggregate trading markets. It's the predictive markets. So you have like predicted poly market. This is not an ad, by the way, whatsoever. But you have these betting markets.
Not just the betting, that too.
Yeah. And so like you have them, they respond to the news before it actually reaches MSM. This is what's beautiful about it. The betting markets have people on the ground. When they get information, it filters up to the betting markets and gets reflected faster than it gets called for on Fox News. And so, Ohio got basically not called, but spiked on the markets before the news was even saying, oh, the reporting is in. So the betting markets are the easiest way, the most accurate way to say, how are people feeling about what's going to happen? They're betting with their dollar. And it's looking very good. And I'm comparing the margins of the states that Trump, he might be losing certain states now, but the question is, By what compared to 2020? And he might be winning Florida now because, you know, I think they won Florida back in 2020.
There's an account called Hustle Bitch, which I've never seen before.
And
he's saying Pennsylvania voting site evacuated.
At least having a double-digit shift since 2020.
Yeah,
is an
they've moved them to new voting places.
Whatever. It's an indication of the Latino vote. And
booth.
from what I've been explained by people who are smarter than me, the Latino vote, excluding California, but across America. And it's wild. I mean, it's wild in real time. And we haven't yet gotten to the Pennsylvania, to certain other swing states. But what we're seeing from the East is going to be indicative of what's coming.
Can you move T? Can you move around the
but it's looking very good, and I don't
Kamala Harris picture with Trump down to the left a little bit, so that it's not below the live
mid 60s
count.
and 70s. And Polymarket is
they don't notice that on YouTube, I'm sure, but
Trump victory, and it may be so big that even if they
try
to Georgia or Pennsylvania,
maybe it looks better with their face hiding. I don't know.
They don't see it on YouTube.
Arizona,
they don't see it.
Could be so big that doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Only we see that
looks
block.
like the Roger Stone
All right, that's
prediction.
fine.
He said there's a good possibility trending towards it.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it now on YouTube.
It's all right.
Well, and not just that, like. It's a game of politics. Like,
Georgia is going red.
It's a game of politics.
I'm pretty sure Georgia's going red.
If it's so decisive east to west, they won't even try to say, well, we need another 2 weeks. No,
go up a little bit higher on the top left, only a tiny bit, so we can see what the numbers are, because that's what you're talking about, isn't it, RW? The electoral seat numbers.
I mean, if I see that blue line go past the live mark, and I know that she's actually on the board that much, I'll start caring. But for now, Trump's winning.
Yeah, a little bit higher,
The guy's name coming out saying, we might not know for 2 weeks.
No, the other way.
Normal. No, it's not normal. What it is politics.
Do you want to just do the math?
No. See where it says 137, where Trump is.
And so
just
if it's decisive enough from east to west,
okay, go up a bit more, just so you can just see 137.
Say, oh, look, we got our results in within a day or
if you want, I can share that in particular website just by itself, because he's already sharing MSNBC on this OBS feed here.
Yeah, whatever, mate. Whatever you think.
What you were talking about, I already see like on both my OBS and in the stream.
Rasmussen is the most accurate polling agency. We have the director of it on.
Yeah, it's on StreamYard. It says. Well, let's just put that up. We've just lost T, so I'm sure he's realised. Oh, he's back. At the stage. Oh, there we are. There's that. I see you there, T. Just give me 2 seconds. You're back. Yeah, that'll be good later.
Pretty good raw data.
Yeah, that's live feed. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Axios. So let's bring T back. I don't want him to go full stage immediately, although he doesn't. And we got.
Cliff jumping, but the bottom line, reality.
Perfect. I was trying to think of it. He's going like a Elon Musk rocket, and she's.
Hello, sorry, I did this silly.
Diving without a parachute.
And the amazing thing is, may it be decisive enough that these people in certain swing
you
states
guys are missing Trump at 194. What do you mean 194? 194 ECV.
The games are over, and we know what
I
they
have
did
no idea what that means.
In 2020, sorry, because we lived through it, and B, it's becoming apparent now, and it will become more apparent as time progresses. This is going to be sufficiently decisive that no one's going to be able to say, oh, we got to go pull out a few bags here and there. The graph you showed earlier today when I was on with Trump's hair.
Steve's saying Trump's at 194 and Axios is at 137. So I'm not sure.
I refreshed it when I was waiting.
I'm still at 137. You're Steve.
You turned us to 177. Holy.
69.9. But it's actually, the prophecy, it's worse than that.
So it is slow.
177 now too, yeah.
Pull that up. I showed it a bunch
Steve,
today.
what are you pulling from, man?
I've got an overhead shot.
What source are you pulling from to get it faster?
It's a t-shirt, but that's what they hope to get past the red, but that's how it's actually ending up.
So who did this? Like, someone deserves credit.
Look at that.
Is absolute glory right there.
That's the 3 o'clock leap, isn't it? The 3 o'clock leap, isn't it? Or 4 o'clock leap.
Outcome predictions.
Owen's got a wonderfully beautiful tie on. I've got, if I can bring up my leg here, I've got my American flag socks, and I had American flag Crocs before. I got American socks and American flag Crocs. No, Owen, beautiful time.
Thank you, Dr. Seuss.
This needs to be humiliating, and there needs to be no possibility that they can wake up tomorrow morning. Do you remember Bernie Sanders saying, "Oh, you're going to think you're in the lead, but what's going to happen is votes are going to trickle in, and then over time, the red mirage is going to disappear." They can't wake up tomorrow morning and say that, and if they do, nobody's going to believe them. That's what this has to be. That's what this is looking like. And if you look at Miami,
months ago on my show, you said it's got to be decisive.
It's got to be decisive. And it's looking decisive. And you look at Miami going, if not red, double-digit shifts from 2020, no one's going to believe, we counted the votes and looks like he just squeaked in, or there are 80,000 votes in Pennsylvania. No one's going to believe it. And so this is too big to steal, beat the cheat. What's the other one there?
Too big to rig.
Too big to rig. But we might be witnessing this in real time, and God willing, it'll be an early night, and people are going to have to shut up, eat crow, and play by a team.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but just in case, guys, my wallet is right when you walk in my office to the left, sitting on the counter, sitting on the cabinet. Get some cash, get to the liquor store before it closes, and get us some Dom Perignon here. Go get it now.
It's awful. It's awful. It's such a fucking troll sometimes.
Like what we could witness tonight.
Who's the TYT?
I had the vision.
Young Turks. I'm thinking of getting them, but I think it's quite boring at this stage.
We've had our differences. It's time to unify.
I mean, I only really want to get them up if the shit's hitting the fan. And you just watch them start having kittens.
Rushing to pardon and then resigning.
But yeah, we can bring them on.
I can't go after them. If they stay there, we will go after those who broke the law. But it's time to unify as a country, and this is the moment where I will represent all of you. I'm not like Kamala Harris.
Roz Alerts was saying that Trump has won and secured Ohio.
I represent you, even though you didn't vote for me. But I will go
after Alex Jones,
who tried to lock me up, bankrupt me, and kill me. And if you're one of those people, you better pray to God that you get a pardon from Joe Biden. Because if you don't, I'll go after you. If you don't resign, I'll go after you. But it could be the most unifying speech in American history tonight and reset the trajectory of America. It's amazing what we're witnessing.
Well, I mean, this is about survival. I've watched them put all these people in prison, persecute all these people, attack my family, smuggle 325,000 kids they admit and disappear them into slave labor and sex slavery, Senate report. And I mean, this is cathartic if it's happening. I want to get Candace Horbach's take on this.
So one of the things I wanted to bring up is I thought the crypto conversation was going to be a lot bigger, right? So I was just checking when you guys were looking at the bets. I was looking at what the crypto market was doing, and it's up like 5%. So that actually is really hopeful.
Troops are standing by from the National Guard in Washington State, Oregon, and Nevada.
Any kind of blockchain
this is from 1 day ago.
Is 100% voting for Trump. Yeah. So if that's up.
So as of 24 hours ago, they have already deployed the National Guard in those states because they believe that Trump's going to win, and they're afraid that Antifa is going to come out.
Yeah, look at that four-way. Look at that four-way of legacy
Look
media.
at this. I'm just refreshing it. I mean, Fox News hasn't called Arizona yet, so that's a good sign. It's the thing is this: the indicators were there, and I had this discussion with my wife where like everybody lives in their own silos, but not all silos are equal. And so you go to Instagram and people are saying, "Oh yeah, I'm all gung ho on Kamala Harris." You got Michael Cohen out there tweeting out a gravestone with a MAGA hat on it. That mother effer can't go to hell fast enough. But set that aside. Not all silos are equal, and there's data-driven silos. And then
Greg, even like places near DC, like Washington DC. They're already boarded up as well.
Where the people who've been sitting there saying,
I'm seeing the images now of all the boarding up.
That Biden was good for another 4 years are now eating crow.
Are they Democrat-run states or
they've been lied
cities?
to, and may there be a second awakening.
Yeah,
of those
I mean DC is.
Well. Globalist will welcome him in. Look, I told Zuckerberg on air, and I was behind the scenes. I'll leave it at that. I said, "You better flip and apologize."
I don't know we always know these, but I generally make a hunch that they are Democrat-run cities.
But then he also went back into
what doesn't make sense to me is that they deployed the National Guard that early. Because that's like they already know what's going to happen.
We're trying to give them
they deployed them 5 days before the election as well, didn't they? We started
I didn't hear that.
So not deploy them, but put them on standby.
The Washington Post.
Right. I can understand getting them on standby, but not already setting them.
Over a long enough period of time.
Well, they were offered, weren't they, January 6th?
Might come true on a short enough period of time. But like I said, eventually free speech is going to be cool again. Eventually, YouTube might operate by market economics and not politics. And so over a long enough course of time, free speech will win out. And we're seeing it with, at the very least temporarily, the Washington Post. You get Bezos not endorsing Kamala Harris. You get an uproar, upheaval, whatever, uprising within the WAPO. You get the lefty hacks leaving. And then you say, well, we
Task and Purpose on Twitter saying that troops are being activated to assist with the election, many of which are focusing on cyber security.
Oh, well, shit, I need to feed people.
And so
Bezos is having that realization in real time.
Don't worry, trust the FBI, trust the government forces, trust the law.
They change.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to get away with what you were getting away with forever. When they shift, the pendulum is swinging back, and now they got to.
Was it the 51 FBI agents who said Hunter's laptop was Russian disinformation?
Stay there. Roger Stone's coming up. A bunch of others.
I think it was 51, wasn't
I
it?
want to hear this from Owen and Harrison Smith, who are on the numbers. Can they still win? Okay, I don't want to celebrate earlier, but it's looking really good.
Top was saying the National Guard is on standby in PA. They're stationary and on alert. Is that for Kamala Harris's head game, or are we talking about something else now?
But we'll see.
Oh, did I catch that right? I just heard head game.
What's happened in the last 15 minutes? We were talking to Beaver
Top was talking some shit and just getting back at him.
I think it's pretty safe to say the Republicans are going to take the Senate.
What's her name,
They have not declared Moreno the winner in Ohio yet, but for all intents and purposes, I won't call it, but
how are they hinting that, Matt? What is their subtle way of saying that women need to do women things?
Take the Senate, and they'll declare that within the hour. And then there's other races that will be settled.
Well, I've already declared it, so it's okay. Go ahead.
It might give them a bigger advantage. Now, here's what we're seeing right now. Let's look at Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia. Because if Trump
only the US could make a fucking presidential election like a sports game.
He doesn't have to win any.
When we first started, the guys that were like predicting stuff literally looked like people making football plays.
The numbers in Georgia are
okay, chaps,
yeah.
we got a Mr. Kill in the back. Do you know what Mr. Kill in the back?
I don't think there's
Mr. Kilsey?
votes left in DeKalb County or Fulton County to flip Georgia. I think the rural vote in Georgia
buddy, welcome.
is going to be enough.
Hello, guys. Yeah, I thought I'd just stop by and say hi.
Welcome to the party. I hope you enjoy the interesting thing America calls an election.
I don't think
yeah, it used to be called an election.
What would you call it now?
Well, an election in the Constitution only lasts 1 day, so yeah, it's not really an election anymore.
Right over here.
You know, about five
what would be a good pun for it? It's not selection, because that would be even faster.
For several hours because of bomb threats. So
that's a good
maybe
question.
That's why they're not calling it quite yet because of that.
In fact, I was about to say the new broken water main that they later admitted didn't happen.
Okay, I know the theme.
So anyway, my point is,
I would call it a reflection.
Or an electable?
Are in favor of Trump right now.
No, reflection. Basically, you think you've got a vote, but it doesn't really matter because they're just going to rig it anyway.
They're going to, and we're all going to reflect on it for the next week.
Before the election this time, they stuffed the votes into the ballot.
So yeah, not an election. It's the reflection. It's just kind of like, yeah, you did your part, but that don't really matter.
I really like what I'm seeing in Georgia. I'm obviously not going to call
What do you think about the National Guard already deployed in multiple states?
It looks like we've already overridden
I hadn't heard about that. I've been working all night, and I know that Washington DC is all boarded up. I know they've got snipers on roofs. I do know about the National Guard. I don't even know why the National Guard's been deployed.
Are the snipers allowed to shoot at Antifa? Is that allowed?
Definitely not. No, they got to be wearing MAGA hats.
It will be
that's how that works. The bright red hats.
Where we're not even getting any
if they can,
the modern day Phrygian cap.
North Carolina. Now Virginia is curious.
I really hope that they have Corey Lemley out in full swing with Antifa. I can't wait for that fucker to get shot.
Ooh, we didn't say that. That's not a thing we said here. We were just pretending.
No, that like I'm paraphrasing.
Minecraft.
In Minecraft, yeah, he threatened to shoot me, so I just went for him to
with an arrow.
Returns are still low
It's
right
either
now. Go
I
to
can't
Richmond
tell
right
actually.
here,
No,
guys.
maybe he's in prison now.
These returns are still low.
I don't know, man. Just be careful.
No,
probably
he
another
genuinely got
70,000 or so
caught
votes
with a
in
ridiculous
Richmond.
amount of coke and fentanyl.
But when you look at the larger numbers,
Just another Monday.
there's a lot of votes coming in. I don't think
There's
Virginia
the
is.
figurehead of
I'm going to have to
Antifa.
put you down a sec. I need to refill my pipe.
Certainly, when you look at the early returns that still are due in
dropped me on my
Richmond,
head,
and
you
she's
prick.
going to still continue to gain in
So
Northern Virginia.
they're
These
saying
returns are
Trump's
really heavily in
154 on here.
already.
They're just saying here. No?
I say Virginia's still in play. I say Virginia is still in play. I don't know why
You just showed
some
it
of these
there.
news sources have called Virginia for Harris. I think it's still in play. Yes, she has the advantage with these major cities. I think Virginia's still in play, especially with Trump up right now. More than 20,000, a small margin that they're certainly going to make
keep
up
talking
in
that
these
way. I'll
big,
butter your bun.
cities. I think Virginia's still in play. And this
Put
is
Candace
key
back on.
because if Trump
West
wins
Virginia's already
Virginia,
been
North
called for
Carolina,
Trump,
and
you know?
Georgia, now, I mean, all he has
He's
to
got
do
the
is
majority
basically
up at
win
the
one more
moment.
of these
If I
battleground
check out
states,
Axios, what do we
they'll
got
have to
now?
call it. They'll have no other choice but to call it. So
Still, it says
we're looking
177
at
Trump and 99
and
Harris
Georgia.
electoral votes.
Those states are going to be the next ones.
Okay,
That,
and then I've got,
I mean, California.
unless we see some major trend change,
Without,
one of
the
those is
volume
going to
up.
be called for Trump.
That's going to be 54 electorals when that hits for California.
Yeah,
Early, I'd say, in Michigan and Wisconsin to say anything.
Holy shit! Trump's gone up by 2.4%
Pennsylvania,
in fucking fully market.
Could help
I was just going to look at it 2 seconds ago.
What is the total now?
74.4% to 26%.
So good there.
And tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3.5 hours ago, it was at 61%. And right
Yeah.
So is she going to tank out to zero by the end of the night? Like, how does that poly market work if it's not called until like next week?
I do think they
call It's a lot of betting
for Trump tonight, though.
Yeah.
And
but if everybody's betting on Trump, that means there's a massive saturation in the market, meaning returns are going to be so low. I'm going to assume people are going to even it out overnight, just like hoping.
Now, Trump was polling
So we got different numbers. Top left, we got 177. Then on the right, we had 160 something.
Trump's path to victory becomes
crazy.
clearer, especially
well, yeah,
if
these
Georgia
are representing different things,
and North
aren't
Carolina get declared for Trump.
I don't think on those numbers, but I know that one does have Pennsylvania windows.
Oh, Trump's gone up by 1 vote. He's now 178 instead of 177. He's getting an extra electoral. Wait.
Takes the Senate race in
Yeah, they just put it in.
Topple's saying that Polymarket is a betting site. People stop looking at their data. What I find unique about it is that if people are willing to throw their money at something, it does mean something.
Just like 30 minutes ago, they were saying it was still close.
No, he's a little bit.
Because politicians aren't exactly willing to put their money where their mouth is, right? So it's probably even more valuable than regular polls.
Yeah, 66%. I'm going to be honest. I like seeing funny number go up.
Serious endorphin dumps. I mean, my God, this is cathartic.
What's the funny number?
Come right back to you guys. You were hearing about your state, North Carolina. Candace Horbach, what do you think of that?
I'm really hopeful. I think it's going to go red.
Just the poly market numbers.
We will all be able to rest easy. I really hope everyone has an answer tonight because I do think it's really dangerous the longer we go on. People deserve to have certainty. And
I just realised they got David Fry on that exchange. That's pretty cool.
And it's obviously all intentional. And also with all of these
what about her?
Coincidental bomb threats, I really hope that those get investigated later. Because how is that not in election interference?
She's a porn star.
Just coincidentally in like these flip states.
You obviously don't watch enough porn.
Caught on camera flipping.
Good for you, man. I'm so proud of you right now.
W, you've just killed my algorithm. You've said porn. It's outrageous. Outrageous.
They know
oh, you're not allowed to say that? Are you kidding me?
Porn, no, not at all.
Every other country than
what
Russia,
was the word again?
Tied to Russia and Ratface.
Oh, okay. I won't say that.
Definitively knows it came from Russia. They didn't think to put in a caption, like a bot detector, when they had their online absentee ballots voting before on October 14th. It's so preposterous.
By the way, the FBI came out and said it's not true.
Oh, I didn't hear that. What did they say was not true?
No, they said it's not credible.
That's a lot of red, boys.
Oh, the power went off at the voting station in Arizona. Russians. I ate too much food. I'm fat. The Russians.
No, it's so pathological. You
Yeah, but I
genuinely
mean, have you
appreciate
ever
the degree
seen
to
the
which
Brexit vote?
is a uniparty.
Literally, the whole country, apart from Scotland, Wales, and the major cities in England,
No.
were blue, and all the rest
We don't
were
even put in a
No.
captcha for online absentee ballot voting.
Yeah,
We got
wait
two
there.
blog
What
threads from
Wales
Russia that
voted
we
to
need to
leave.
treat as
It was
credible.
Scotland
We know
didn't.
it's Russia, and Russia's not our friend,
Oh,
so he
yeah,
can take a
no,
jab
you're
at Donald
right.
Trump. Rat
No,
Faceburger
wait,
has
what?
earned his name as Rat Faceburger because that's what he
Literally,
is. But the bottom line, you know,
literally,
Owen's
it
The
was
base
like,
they
it
don't
was a
have the
really
London.
close
anymore that they
vote,
had in
but the
2020
whole
to pull off what they
country,
would
apart
need to
from
pull off
Scotland
to
and the
change
major
this overnight. They
cities
don't
in
have the
England
tools,
and
and
Yeah.
they
Wales,
certainly don't have the media
fine.
cover.
It was
So
literally
this
like
is a
a
post.
few specks of blue v the whole country of yellow.
We'll be up here very late tonight. You are
A
welcome.
bit
This is a
like the map.
breaking.
We'll find your great broadcasts and work for you,
This is a breaking from Real Robert. 5 Trump-leaning counties in Pennsylvania are experiencing Maricopa County widespread machine failures. This time, ESS and Microvote partnering up with Dominion rigging systems.
Robert Barnes.
There we go.
So I'm not sure what the full
Same as
story
last
is,
time.
but
The greatest story, and I heard his back went out
Same
today.
as
That's not
last
good.
time.
Is he doing okay?
Yeah, it's look, so long as it's
why can't we do paper
hang on.
ballots? Why can't we just have a
I don't know.
record trail of paper?
This is what I said at the beginning of the stream, didn't I? I said at the beginning of the stream, just count it physically. You shouldn't update elections. You should go backwards. We should literally go
There's
back
a
in
lot of
time and say,
there's a lot of illegals we could pay to count it, right? Numbers are the same in most countries.
You know what? Get his
Well,
ass on the phone. We gotta hear Robert Barnes on election night.
No, like I want to see him. I want to see him on a couch
I
doing
can get
like
the
a
leaf
Barnes
blowers out.
analysis
So you
on his
need
back.
some people who can add up.
It's very painful, but he was supposed to be on Richard Barris, who's live now as well. But no, he's fine. It's really, he's in a lot of pain, and Barnes is relatively stoic. So
Let's see what
Trump's up to 178 from 177. He's gained one more electorate.
You know, the joy might overwhelm the pain. Hopefully.
All right, brother. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much.
Candace, you were getting cut off. Make your point.
No. I think that this is all amazing. I'm really curious how much the Joe Rogan endorsement made a dent in a lot of these states.
See what we got on MS, if anything's coming through.
The New York Times said if Trump wins Georgia and North Carolina, Harris may have to achieve a landslide victory in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I mean, Michigan is leaning that way already. It's surprising. It blew my mind because of the outcry that they had.
Once he actually
They're getting destroyed. Their city's getting destroyed up there.
She chose his hardcore.
Trump is taking NC. Where's NC?
Dinner with the show, see it. But he knows everything. But the point
Let's
is,
see if I can get Twitter up.
that it's already done. That was a victory lap, unless they steal it. And Musk and all of it. I mean, I said to everybody 3.5, 4 years ago, I said, watch, Musk is going to go public, and so is Rogan, because I'm around here. I know a few things, but they've got their way of doing it. I've got my way, because I'm kind of like 30 years ago getting it started, and then these guys come in with heavy guns. But I mean, people don't want World War III and the end of prosperity. And that's what Musk has said. He said he went to the World Government Forum last year and said, world government sucks. You're going to kill us all. And he came out yesterday and said, we must stop the globalist one world government, unelected one world government. We must get out of the UN, basically, which is true. I mean, this is a world corporate tyranny.
Yeah, but I still think people underestimate how much women love abortion. So
what does that have anything to do with what he's just talking about?
Voting point for a lot of people. We'll
Talking
see what happens
point.
again. Everyone's trying to go after
abortion's a
the
big
male vote,
talking
hopefully
point.
the men are going out and they're voting, and
Yeah, but that wasn't
kind
a
of
much of a
overtake
response
that
to what you
demographic.
said.
And then also, how much of this crying
Yeah,
wolf,
it was
which
based.
it's really crying Russia,
It does make you wonder, kind of like, do women go out and vote only thinking about themselves rather than thinking about
maybe
what's
it's not, or
good
maybe
for
try to
the
use a
actual
different boogeyman.
country?
Yeah, well,
I mean, don't even put that in the female category. How many men and women go out voting just for their own selfish gains?
I mean, I think now there's a lot of manipulation
That
polls,
could be a good point.
I mean, and there are definitely some women out there that are wedded to the government and the system and believe everything they're told. But
I mean, not everyone thinks the same.
They're like, listen, I just want to survive. I want my money to be able to buy something, and I think that's going to override it.
Right, the state of inflation and people not being able to buy groceries and not be feeling safe when you drop off your kid at school. Yeah, I would hope that
Holy shit, Trump's okay. Employee market Trump's
What are you seeing
77.8%.
the women? Because you
Funny
travel
number
the
has
country
gone
on
up
shows
again.
everywhere. You talk to a lot of folks. I mean, do you think women are? I mean, really that obsessed with it?
Yes, absolutely. I think that it's
that's
underplayed.
Wow, it's just flying.
do we?
Because it's still such a
It doesn't
charged
say when the poly market
and people do think that
is
Kamala
over, right? Like when people win.
Wade
It's
and
when
that
it's called officially. Is that when it's when
to
they
me, it's
win, or how does that
I
work?
think
a
so,
weird
yeah.
thing to obsessive
Well,
over.
but of all accounts, this is the percentage.
Your grandchild.
This isn't odds. This is the percentage.
World War III is way more pressing to me.
And once people put money in poly market, is it locked in?
From poisoned food
This is
more
something that
to me.
Tim was discussing earlier.
I don't know, maybe there's
Sorry,
going to
Tim
be
Paul
that
referenced
shy
the actual
voter that
guy
everyone's
himself.
talking about, and that
He
these
was
women just don't
talking
want to get
earlier as
involved
kind
in
of
these heavy
like, will
conversations.
poly market pay out if Trump
Exactly, and here's
wins,
the deal.
but doesn't
I'm
actually
not a
become
hypocrite.
president because
People say, why the
they
hell do you
will
admit that? And the left
call
goes,
the
look, he's a
14th
hypocrite. He admits
Amendment.
it. I have paid.
I mean, it would be
thinking about it.
contingent on the calling of the president, right? That's what the bet would be based on.
Well, no, I mean because the bet is this is exactly what Tim was saying. It's kind of like the bet is who will win the election. If he gets disqualified, he still won the election. He just wasn't made president.
And that's what it was supposed to be.
Right.
And
I would think they'd still have to pay out.
At 27 and they're celebrating it, or they'll have a birthday cake, or you'll have the DNC.
How is he going to get disqualified?
Tent or trailer,
14th
which
Amendment,
is to me
apparently.
the most reckless thing you can do.
Human sacrifice.
What is that?
Someone who's coming in to watch a convention and then
disqualified
decision
for
to go do that, and then is there any aftercare for that
not
woman
being
after, like
qualified
mental
due
health care
to
and checking up and making
felony, I
sure that
think
she's
it is.
consciously consenting to a major
Yeah, that's not going to happen though.
Okay, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without the due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the
20 years ago, I
law.
saw
Yeah,
news
that's
articles about women
it.
that like to get them, and it's
It's not the 26th, right?
They're getting them on TV. Oh God,
Let me have a look.
I have a boyfriend. I can't wait to get pregnant and kill it again. And they right there, yeah, little bastards conceived here, dead there. Have you seen?
No, that's to do with a minimum age of 18 for participating in local elections.
What about 25?
It was fake.
No.
I mean, this is crazy.
RW, can we get MS on that one channel on that one you got in the back there?
In a trailer
The one that was just the one that was just
this is gross.
I mean, that's what he's got on his
Really
feed,
sickening. And then most
on
women
his
that I know
OBS
that
feed,
had to go through
on
that
his main account on the right. That is MSNBC.
Right? It's
Section
not
4 of
something
the
to
25th
celebrate.
Amendment,
It's not something
perhaps
that
the
you're
most
putting on a
complex
cake.
part of this
It's certainly
which
not
never
something that you should
been
make an
invoked, allows for
impromptu
the
decision.
Vice
And
President and the majority of cabinet secretaries or other body as Congress may provide to declare the President, so the President unable to
just
discharge
send you on
powers
your way.
and duties
And then
of
there's
the
a ton of
office.
complications that can come with that as well. But no, go enjoy your convention.
That's the MSNBC feed right there on the right side of the screen you have up.
T, could you open the audio up on the MS feed?
Yeah.
And then Kamala.
You're gonna have to mute the Infowars then.
Yeah. But if he keeps it open, I don't know if I can mute it from this side. Let me see if I can mute it from this side.
I've just muted it myself. Don't worry. Can you hear that?
No.
Yeah, more, please.
Oh, I've got it
Here we are.
on.
Yeah,
I'm running
if you actually Google 14th Amendment presidential qualifications, no person shall be senator or representative in Congress or elector or president or vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of the... Oh, hang on, I've got to actually click on the actual site because it stops there. It's a disqualification clause. The 14th Amendment prevents public officials who engage in treason from holding a future public office. This amendment dates back to the Reconstruction era to...
So where's the treason?
Hang on, let me finish it. Dates back to the Reconstruction era to prevent members of the Confederacy from resuming power after the Civil War ended.
Members of
the felony charge. The felony was the one that they slapped him with, that they kind of made up basically when he was using money for a lawyer or something for his personal life, and they said it was for the election. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It was a cluster truck of a situation.
Oh, Trump's
if he's slapped with that felony, then he's not meant to be running. But why are they letting him run now?
Oh,
they don't mention felony. They mention treason in the Confederate Party.
I've got the rest of the clause if you want me to read it.
Well, basically, that's the clause we want. If it says he's a convicted felon, can't stand, then that's different.
Yeah, Steve in the chat saying it was about the Stormy Daniels situation.
Yeah, it was the payoff of Stormy Daniels. It was 130 grand or something when it was like peanuts.
So that's a felony. That's the felony title, but apparently that doesn't mean that doesn't equate to treason. Or I'm confused at why are they letting him run now if he's already in trouble? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, he's going to say it now, but do they say felony? If they say felon, then
I can read the rest of the actual thing. Previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature, executive states, to support Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemy. Therefore,
he wasn't done for any of that. He wasn't done for any of that. So that one's by the by.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the crap that they're going to try and throw at the courts.
Yeah, they might try it, but yeah, like I said, he wasn't convicted for anything like that. So, is that the MS live feed there? Is it, or is that? That can't be their live feed, can it? See? Yeah,
wow.
Can we turn that up a bit, T? Oh, there we are. It's back.
Can you hear that?
No, nothing.
No.
Weird. It was playing earlier. I don't know why. So stop sharing this. Does that stop it? Does that help?
No.
We're not hearing it.
Okay, I'm going to open that up in another tab. One moment.
Okay.
If anybody sees any information in the chat about the National Guard and any happenings that's happening, please share. I'm having trouble finding information.
We've lost the InfoWars.
Oh yeah, I stopped streaming that because I was going to stream the MSNBC thing.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're right.
I mean, Welshie, what do you think of everything that's happened so far tonight? Is there anything out of place? Is it just another...
No, nothing's out of place, is it? And it's like, it depends who you listen to, but looks like MS ain't even talking about it at the moment. It's an advert on adverts. We're better off just going info in a way.
I mean, I'm surprised that CNN and MSNBC are not covering what's happening with the electoral votes more. It's mostly Twitter people that are posting information.
Yeah.
It's very surprising. Is it because their biased candidates losing? Like what is that?
At this stage. There we go.
One moment.
Back in one sec, guys.
All right,
I understand if you do it.
Lovely.
Virginia is the new Arizona.
Essentially, yes. And I mean, look, I understand.
Can that be opened a bit more, or is that it? It's fine if it is.
And the math and the
I've
analytics,
got
it looks like there's more
Max.
votes left for Harris to pick up than Trump, but it's going to be tight. It's way too close for me to say anybody has won Virginia. And I still believe, based off what I'm seeing, Trump is going to need Virginia to win. And I keep looking for signs in Pennsylvania. I'm not seeing them yet. I keep looking for signs in Wisconsin. It's still too early to know. I keep looking for signs in Michigan. You might say that's too early to know as well.
Steve sent me pi.gov
I would say
on
of
Twitter.
These three now, it's going to be
I guess this is where it will pop up if it goes off with the National Guard.
Pennsylvania is a bit of a mystery because of all the late voting for Trump. But I'm still sitting here focused on Virginia as we continue to get the returns in these states. It's too early to do it.
So how do we go from an hour ago thinking Trump's going to win to now not sure? This is Virginia.
Well, look, I'm going to be perfectly honest. Most of the people that are betting and fixing these markets probably don't follow politics that much. They just go. It's kind of like sports betting. and the money determines who is the favorite. And so any dumb person can make a large bet and change the money line or change the
This is
over.
what I was saying.
So I don't really like to
but
rely.
traditionally, the main aggregate of the betting is more accurate than polls.
Perhaps, but where we're at now, we have actual raw data to look at with these
Trump's
results.
gone down
So
in the poly
we're looking at a
market.
situation. If Trump doesn't win Virginia,
That's like an
he has to
immediate
win one of
response
these
to finding
states.
out that he
has
might
to.
not actually 100% be
It's a
winning.
must-have situation because it doesn't look like New Hampshire's going his way.
How much did it go down?
Vote in
By
Maine.
3%.
I assume Nebraska will flip.
Fast.
I'm not too concerned about that. I don't
I guess the numbers can tank faster
red.
than they climb.
So without Virginia, he's got to get one of these states, and then Arizona.
Oh, did they just give Virginia to someone else? What was something called? I missed that.
No, they're just saying it's tight. Shit, what have I done?
Well, they're only going off exit polls at the moment.
And in Nevada, they're going to let them count unpostmarked ballots for 3 days after.
That's correct, but I still like what I see in Nevada. I still think that Trump has a good shot in Nevada.
Harris is up over Trump in Pennsylvania, 52.1% to 47.
Most of the people that leave California and go to Nevada,
in Pennsylvania, yeah.
most of them are
still
they're Republicans. It's not like Texas.
And in Virginia, he's at 50%, and Harris is 48.3.
The ones that flee California and move to Nevada usually vote Republican. I anticipate what we'll see is Trump will win Nevada, probably a small margin, not enough to flip the Senate seat there. But obviously, we don't have any of those returns. But it could come down to Trump needing
You know, there's going to be
Nevada,
like half the country staying up till 3 in the morning waiting to see if there's that midnight spike.
Of those three, which one do you think he takes?
Oh, yeah.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin? I think right now the numbers are best for him in Wisconsin, but really it's too early. I'd say it's too early to tell in these states.
If she wins, do you reckon civil war or peaceful divorce?
I don't like any of those states. I don't like what I'm seeing in any of those states right now. That's why I'm clinging to Virginia for my
I don't
life.
think that conservatives are going to go to war, but I think that
right now, but the
there's going to be a major outcry against the government.
13% reported, so I mean that could change substantially.
The people that were content up till now
all of these
will no longer be content.
Basically, all of them are under 100,000 vote differential. And again, I'm watching Virginia, and about every couple of minutes it jumps by about 100,000 votes, 50,000 to Trump and 50,000 to Kamala. So, this is just making me think that we might not have results tonight because all of this is going to be contested.
But I agree, Harrison. When Virginia is the new Arizona. And by doing that, then they'll have a big battle there. And like you said, looking at the numbers, they shouldn't have projected that, right?
Well, I tell you this. If it does come down to a battle, I like it. Republicans control Virginia. Glenn Youngkin is the real deal with governor.
Thanks for the back chat, Steve.
Lieutenant governor and other good Republicans in Virginia, too. So if it comes to that, I think that helps. Guys, do me a favor. Let's go look at Michigan real quick. Let me just look at these latest numbers in Michigan just to see what we're really looking at as more numbers are coming in.
I don't less than 1 million votes reported to Michigan so far.
I just don't like it. Give me Detroit County here real quick, guys. Yeah, I mean, these numbers aren't going to hold. There's no way. In Wayne County, I believe that Joe Biden got 75% of the vote. Now maybe Trump is flipping these counties. Maybe we're going to see a miracle in Michigan. Donald Trump, if Donald Trump gets 40% of the vote in Wayne County, I think he wins Michigan. These numbers are way too early to make any judgment. Maybe that's our miracle. Maybe that's our Motor City miracle. I mean, if we get a Motor City miracle, if Trump gets 40% of the vote in Wayne County, I think he wins Michigan. But these numbers are too early to tell. I don't want to make any judgments off these early returns.
Detroit is also potentially the most corrupt city in America when it comes to voter fraud, with Jocelyn Benson as the Secretary of State, right? So I'm not as oh, wait a second, Virginia. Okay, never mind. Sorry, Trump is still up in Virginia, but they're still saying it's called for Harris. So we'll still wait for more on that.
How are they going to say it's called for Harris when
That's
he's
what we got
up?
so far? So the official count right now, according to 270 Win, is Harris with 105 and Trump with 210. So according to them, Trump is already over 200. But Georgia, they still have not called. Virginia, they've called for Harris.
So Virginia currently on Axios is 49.9% Trump and 48.4% Harris, and they're calling it for
Give me
Harris.
Richmond County real quick. It's that tiny little. There we go.
That's interesting.
Let me see what we have returns here. Yeah, these are still early. So they're still going to get probably 60, 70,000 votes in Richmond City. That's what they're relying on to call it for Georgia, for Virginia. But again, there's still tons of votes to come in from the rural areas. Yeah,
we got 12 minutes until we got more votes opening up, I'm pretty
Unless
sure.
we pull off a Motor City miracle, I think
Why is this lagging so much?
Because
it's not my end.
and Nevada is not
it's there.
InfoWorlds might just be suffering from a lot of people might be watching them instead of what mainstream media is offering right now.
Continue to monitor those.
Yeah, and they could be getting the old DDoS attacks.
No, that'll be way more intense.
So no wild cards there.
That wouldn't be little bits of buffering that they'd really be struggling right now.
Down and out.
Yeah. He needs to hold Virginia, or he needs to pull off a miracle in one of these states, because I don't see where the electoral votes come from. Otherwise, I just don't see it on this map right now.
And there's only 16% that are in right now for Virginia?
No, it should be much higher than that by now.
What's it at?
Let me find out.
62%.
62%.
Yeah.
But Trump continuing to maintain a 20. Again, there's still going to be probably 60,000, 70,000 that's going to flip in these big areas and down here for Harris, but still plenty of votes to come in the rural areas. I mean, to me, this is a dead heat right now. This is a dead heat. I don't know why they've called it for Harris, other than they know this is.
My cousin just joined us.
And so
in the YouTube chat.
Too, because if it does
welcome
flip,
to
then
the party, man.
Because then everyone's going to say that it's rigged or something.
Well, if Trump wins Virginia,
he asked if I was glued to the TV, and I was like, we're doing our own stream, bro. A little bit higher than glued to the TV. We are the TV.
All Trump needs at that point is Nevada, and he doesn't need any of these other states. So that's why I think they're calling Virginia for Harris right now. But this is still in play to me. It's too early to really analyze Michigan or Wisconsin at this point. And I just don't like what I'm seeing in Pennsylvania. I'll be honest. I think Pennsylvania is looking bad. And it's really too bad because there was so much.
All right, I'm trying to open up Discord because there's a map there that shows when the next voting closes. Pretty confident that it is on the hour.
The Democrats won the rulings on the mail-in ballots.
Here we go.
They run a
9 p.m. Eastern, that's done. 10 p.m. Eastern.
Which is even early voting.
Montana, Idaho, Utah, and Nevada all open up for
just an absolute disaster.
For starting to list their counts. So
by the result at the end of the night. I think a lot of
that is going to be.
I think a lot of the Trump
actually not that many electoral votes. That's like 1, 2, 4, 8.
These returns are not good.
15.
So wait there.
Philadelphia County, real quick.
They're
Why
not
do you
sounding.
think that it didn't go red this year? Because everyone
Trump's
was
up to
really
188,
hopeful, especially with all the rallies. The turnout was amazing.
So in show he's not
they
giving
do
a good
mail-in voting
insight of what's happening here. He's not happy, like.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Trump. I'll tell you right now. It's not looking good for Trump. I don't know what goes on with Philadelphia for Democrats.
Trump's currently up 78.6%
of the vote. They do similar
on the poly market again, so it seems like people are being hopeful.
It's just all mail-in voting.
For
it's
Trump
all vote
anyway.
harvesting. They don't clear the rolls. They don't do voter signature verification. Mail-in voting needs to be completely eradicated. And until you do that, these states like Pennsylvania will now stay blue. So,
like, yeah, Candace, we need a pretty woman to just sit on the stage while we talk bullshit for a couple hours. Like, yeah, I'll do that. That's cool. How much am I getting paid for that?
These numbers, Philadelphia is going to continue to determine the fate of Pennsylvania, and all that money and all that effort and all that hope that this victory would go.
What's interesting about the how the votes are opened up and are closed, the states are like split. Like Southern Idaho is at 9, and then Northern Idaho is at 10, and then the other one's at 11. And it's like, why wouldn't the whole state be the same thing?
400,000 votes for Harris just in Philadelphia County alone. Wow. I don't know if you can overwhelm that. I don't know. I think that this is going to be tight, but based off of these numbers, it's
8 more minutes and it's going to get a little lively,
I'd say
boys.
it's not looking good.
No, and I agree too. I think the mail-in ballots have to go. It makes no sense, right? That was usually just for extreme.
I can't wait for the update for the main electoral.
Well, I mean, think about what a disaster Pennsylvania is. You got voting machine issues all day long.
Trump's 188 instead of
Because of their
178 now.
mail-in ballot early voting system, people couldn't
Yeah,
even
on the
vote
Axios.
early. They had to
Yeah.
extend early
What's the
voting.
percentage
They
for
already had to
betting? Has
extend
it dropped?
Tonight. In fact, I don't even know, have the polls even
Let
closed?
me have a look one moment.
The polls haven't even closed in Pennsylvania. I mean, this state is a joke.
Or not the voting, the betting.
Honestly, Philadelphia and the
Yeah, I'm having a look now.
Democrats that run Pennsylvania are a joke. And I was hoping that Trump would win this election, but
129.4.
what a scam they're running in Pennsylvania. What an absolute scam they're running in Pennsylvania with the mail-in ballots. And it can't be done. Mail-in ballots should not exist, shouldn't happen. If you're going to do early voting, you need to do
Welcome to the party,
early
Tech
voting,
Truckin'.
like they do in Florida and Texas, where you go vote. You don't do an envelope and a thing, and then you wait in line for 10 hours. This is a disaster. So the only
Fred
thing you're
Kina
hoping
says
right
Georgia's
now
got to be called
is
soon,
that
nearly
all
80%
of these
counted.
red areas have the biggest turnout in the history of Pennsylvania. That's what this is going to take now. It's going to take the biggest turnout in all these deep red areas in the history
Hey,
of
Trek, I love
Pennsylvania.
political cartoons, man. I'd love to see more of them.
Let me stop you, Owen.
AI is kind of changing the scene there.
It was looking really good. We don't know yet. But the point is we're not going to be like leftists that just panic and freak out and whine. Machiavellian level, this is way worse for the globalists to do this again. And they're going to have their crackdowns. And Musk said they're going to shut down X. But globalists are in trouble worldwide. And they were about to, if Trump wins, hand him a total collapsed economy. And you see all the real liberals that weren't evil people like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. and great people coming there. I see the grassroots. And you've seen illegals everywhere voting. You've seen the machines flipping. You've seen the fraud. He hasn't lost yet. But Trump was very, very cryptic in that Sunday speech he gave in Pennsylvania. And that was the real Trump, okay? And he's always real, but, he's a happy guy, out there. But he's hardcore, very fatalistic behind the scenes. That it's.
I mean, what makes Pennsylvania a swing state in the first place? It's because people bleed across the line from New York to live in a better place and then vote blue there anyway? Like, what's the deal?
Some of them are here tonight.
I thought it was just the other states are pretty much settled.
And just everything. He's there at Mar-a-Lago right now.
I mean, they're all getting shit on the same, right?
Wonderful, patriot.
Yeah.
The guy used to be one of Bernie Sanders' main, TV. Making ads for him until he saw they were communists behind the scenes and said, "Screw this."
The other states,
my friend, you're there at Mar-a-Lago.
like
what
you
is
said,
the mood? What
are quite settled, aren't they? So it does seem to be the same Arizona, Pennsylvania, sort of Georgia sort of areas that are
very loud. There's a lot of big screens playing and
Arizona. It seems to be the ones that keep on coming back, isn't it?
And every now and then, when something good happens on one of the big screens, everyone applauds. So we're only really seeing the stuff that captures the attention of this crowd. I learned more from listening.
Apparently, Trump's at 191. Axios isn't updated. You can see it in the background of the MSN feed.
There's a lot of celebration. Being from Texas, as you guys are too, of course, watching what's happening.
Mikey Willis.
Great news.
Plandemic. Ah, that's who he is. I remember him.
States here that,
did you watch his Plandemic stuff, Welshie?
This guy, no.
Yeah.
Decimated blue states and these people who have already had their lives turned upside down and destroyed.
He was calling out against the medical industry pretty early on when YouTube was really throttling people.
It's wild, but we're just holding for the best here. And I'll say whatever direction it goes, I know there's a lot of damage that can be done.
Yeah, Topple, you say PA has Philly and Pittsburgh, but it's the blue is speckled out, mostly on the eastern side in your Philly area.
I was grateful for. I don't know how that would work out in this case, but either direction, I trust that God has a plan, and now we just need to really, roll up the sleeves and all of us say a really deep prayer for our nation and for the rest of the world that this country also defends.
3 minutes until polls close in 4 more states.
Trump's still going to win. That's what my gut tells me, but I could also be.
I remember when Trump won last time, and one of the girls I worked with dressed like she was going to a funeral to work for the next couple of days.
There everywhere. That this will be their Waterloo if they try to steal it. The problem is they're going to try to start World War III.
Sorry, what was that?
As the political
There's a very liberal girl that I worked with when Trump was voted in president, and she dressed all in black in funeral attire for 3 days or whatever after that.
Off intel and sources
Wow.
that the Democrats say,
I should have dressed in a mankini or something. Like, I didn't know how to counter that.
When I saw that clip, I just said, hey, we need to be, ready for whatever, because...
Yeah, but
I bet she was very
suburbs because...
No,
I bet she was going,
that's not what we do. They're going to try something much bigger than J6.
Yeah, great reasons. Brilliant.
I honestly couldn't talk to her. We were nemesises, so...
Yeah.
Why do you think that the lefties are moving to the suburbs in PA, Topple?
Civil war will allow them to enact the completion of the police state, justify lockdowns, and eliminate.
What is this guy at a gala? Like, what's going on?
And constitutional liberties. And so
it's Ritzy, wherever the hell he is.
That if it doesn't go in the way that we would like it to go, that you understand that rage.
All the wealthy men in the tuxedos in the background.
I don't know if he's actually. I don't know if he's actually using a mic. It looks like he's using his phone without a mic.
I know the media very well. And the reason that they are using the weapon of fear is because it's one of the most powerful motivators to get people to actually take physical action.
See, now InfoWars is using Axios's numbers, where MSNBC is using a 191 for Trump. So they must be calling stuff that other people aren't. Who officially makes these calls? Like, who says that it's called?
I think it depends on the channel. The channel calls them.
So each individual broadcast is calling it themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's garbage.
So Trump's on 79 now, is he? 70. Oh, that just went. Oh, it's coming back. 82.
The highest we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's way up. So there's a blip there. I don't know what that was about.
But on InfoWars, they're acting like they're already beat.
Despite the fact that if it went
Trump's now 192, apparently.
192 on Axios. We just hit the 10 mark. Yeah, it is 192. So the other Montana's called it already with 0 votes.
But like you said, the big numbers come in. She's going to get California and stuff. So 654 on that. And the ones on the East Coast, they're quite big numbers as well. She's going to get a lot of them.
It's funny. You can't unsee it. They say Montana looks like Joe Biden sniffing Idaho. The nose on the bottom left.
I just pictured it. I don't even know what the states look like.
Right there, he's showing it on the speed. See how it looks like a guy's face on the bottom left of the state, and then the other state, Idaho, kind of has a little face on the bottom left of it as well. So it looks like some guy sniffing another guy.
He got caught by.
This is important information.
He was biting babies the other day. He got caught out. I'm just looking at another crazy one.
It's awkward. So Montana is roughly the same square footage as California, but only has 4 electorals. And California has what, like 51 or something? 54. It's crazy. Like, there's no votes in. They just ticked Trump like it wasn't even a question, and Montana's now done.
The American people don't take the bait and
Yeah,
understand
pretty
that,
much.
there's a lot we can do with the disappointment and the rage that we're all sitting on to actually turn things around in this nation.
Here we go. It just jumped to 198 for Trump. Oregon and Utah and Arizona just got called for Trump.
But it always happens though. There's going to be like you said. Maybe these numbers are going to come in now, but like you said, she's going to get loads of numbers soon. Loads. She's still on 99, is she?
I mean, what's the? I know California is projected. Is Nevada actually projected for Harris? I thought that was a disputed state.
and all that. You guys are up to speed on
That's
that.
only 6 electoral votes. So Washington's going to go her way. California's going to go her way. That's
New Jersey.
68. 68.
Family. It's great people. Such a blessing to have you as a friend.
Love you.
I've known you for years. We've become
Colorado's already blue.
You really helped me out, and you're the guy that got me to finally triggered me to get up off my ass and get in shape. Joe Rogan was telling me to do it, but you finally did it, buddy. This guy behind the scenes literally got it going. So you're awesome. We'll talk to Mickey a little bit.
Boys, Oregon's currently facing something at the moment. Oregon's gone red and they're 8 electoral.
I'll let everyone know. Shows up before my crew sometimes.
They're currently turning red.
And ready to do it.
Oregon's stating that it's 71.1% Trump and 26.5 Harris, but that's very small numbers. That's 0.3.
We love you too. Out of everybody where the real fight's at, find all the stuff Mickey Willis and Maha.
Whereas Pennsylvania is at 49.9 and 49.2, Trump winning, and they're at 43% of the votes.
Wow, let's hope Owen.
With Pennsylvania, I hear.
It's looking
Northeast.
Close. And here's the bad news. We knew it was coming. Just like the other battleground states before, overhead shot. This is what
if we actually did this for the UK elections, I'd be able to learn some geography.
The Democrats are losing, and then they call Virginia, even though.
Are you surprised at my geography so far?
You're doing good, man. I suck at geography.
And this is what they were trying to do.
I know my states.
We've been saying, we hope it's this.
I love that, man.
We know the fraud's there. It's been confirmed more than ever.
So it was the same time they did it in Virginia. It was Virginia last time.
They haven't gone above yet, but they're going straight up right now, and that's what's being reported out of Virginia, where it was too close to call, but they did call it, and now magically that the polls have closed, and they can close the doors and do their magical work. Owen. Harrison Smith, it looks like we're seeing the skyrocketing. It looks like we're seeing that special event.
I would say, and that meme you have, really, it's the Democrats. Their straight line up was before the election this time is the only difference. We caught them after the election last time, so now they just do it straight up. But actually, I have good news, Alex. I actually come with good news right now. Pennsylvania is now trending towards Trump.
Yeah!
Like I said, you're going to need record turnout. You're going to need record turnout in rural Pennsylvania, and it might be coming through. This is what we're up against. Guys, give me Philadelphia County real quick here. This is the big number right here. Harris still has, this is going to be ridiculous. Hillary Clinton got 500,000 votes in 2016 in Pennsylvania County. Biden got 600,000 votes, an astronomical, impossible increase. That was the straight up.
Hey, Frankie Payne, how's it going, man?
Let's just assume Harris gets 600,000
what makes
votes
you,
here.
Who's going to fire the first shot in that Civil War, Frankie? What are you thinking there, buddy?
There's 400,000 votes.
It's going to be a police officer and a dog.
Philadelphia, guys, zoom back out here, and
as long as it's not Steve.
County or just
yeah,
Philadelphia County here too. Let me just look at these numbers.
So this is what he's saying again. He's saying it.
Yeah, guys, give me these counties.
He's saying that it's trending towards Trump, but I haven't been paying much attention. Owen Schwer kind of phased out.
In Chester County, not that one. There's not as many there. She's still got some votes on the table in Delaware County. And then, guys, look up north here, and in Montgomery County, we've got a lot of returns.
Yeah, Trump's at 198 on Axios, and they're showing 172. So they need to refresh. Or I'm curious what they're.
Let's refresh Polly. Let's see what Polly's saying.
Zoom back out real quick. Let me look at Pittsburgh.
Looks like everyone's referring to
I think the returns
this
are actually
183. Is that current? Has that been updating correctly? T?
If Trump can come in around
yeah, as of late, yeah.
Okay,
cool. So zoom back out. So here's what we're looking at.
That's reliable.
There's different numbers coming in. It's on a razor's edge. I don't know if you have different numbers than what I have right now here.
Yeah.
They just flipped. Okay, Trump has just taken the lead in this race. Trump has just taken the lead. Both candidates got to 3 million in 2020. Never been done before in Pennsylvania. It's all the vote steroids. Who knows where this race is going to finish? Both candidates got to 3 million in 2020. We'll see where this one finishes.
I wonder if Steve thought that New Hampshire was going to be as 50-50 as it is.
Back and forth minute by minute.
Because they're at 49% of their counted votes, and Harris is winning 53 to 45 or 46.
So is that his state?
I would say if I'm
I believe so.
Friendly, it's going to be the rural counties.
Did he say he wasn't going to vote because it doesn't matter?
Whatever the cap is for the Democrats in the Philadelphia area.
I don't want to answer because I don't remember enough.
I think that's what it was.
If he's not voting and he wants to vote for Republicans, he better haul ass down.
Campaign put into rural
He
Pennsylvania
better what?
versus the incredible
Pull his
efforts
ass
that the Democrat
down.
Steele is putting forth in Pennsylvania. This thing is going to be on the razor's edge. Now, here's the good news. If Trump wins Pennsylvania,
Topple, why are you living in
his
PA,
odds
bro?
to win this deal, I mean,
Get
it's
out.
like,
Get
I'm
out.
not going to seal the deal, but if Trump wins Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen,
I invited
things are
my
going to be
another cousin
very,
who lives in
very good for
PA
Donald Trump
on to watch
moving
also.
forward. But this thing
She's
is gonna be
in the Lancaster area. I'm not sure.
and back and forth and back and forth.
I'm not sure if that's red or blue in Lancaster.
If we have another
It's
situation where both
Amish or
candidates get to
Amish, however you want to call it. So I would think it'd be pretty
then that
conservative.
means Trump is probably going to have to get 3.3 million votes, I think, to win Pennsylvania. And which means that he probably got 3.3 million votes, and Harris was probably closer to 290 or 2.9.
So the Senate, it's almost called for majority for the Republicans.
Yeah.
47 to 36, and the U.S. House is 119 for the Republic versus 82 Democrat. So, but that's still young. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Just see what this market's saying here. This one.
Different market than Polly.
Oh shit! I didn't want to lose his volume, but there we are, 198. Okay, let's get back over there.
And Trump and all of us, and the way we saw this outpouring of people coming across political lines.
Trump's currently up 87% on the Polly market.
Wow.
We're winning the war.
See, it stays on.
I thought Maryland was for that.
It'd be a nice little.
See, it stays on when I do Polly. 87.
For us, if we get Trump,
Yeah,
a big fiasco to deal with because they're going to hit us from all sides and
that's
hand him a
12%.
party collapsing economy.
See, the gambling market. The gambling market is not actually representative.
But
what's coming through? What data is it?
Everybody associated with the truth, and our team has light in their
I mean,
eyes
it's
and
kind of
justice
down
is
to
love
what
in their
people are
hearts.
predicting,
And
right?
this is
And I'm assuming these people have
and I just want to get that out there.
voted.
That if they steal this, we're going to expose them, but we're not going to scream and cry about it. And just like Mickey Willis said, all of the big leftists.
See, the thing is, right,
I mean,
is that
really
even though
great
like
people,
Texas
not just the
is
famous, across the
overwhelmingly
board know
like
what's going
red,
on. So they hope they can bring in
and
third world
Montana,
people that are
they
refugees
don't
from
really have the same
globalism and
population
lockdowns
sizes like
they
in New York,
control,
right?
and we'll wake them up too. I mean, people want freedom.
The big
And
tell is
so
probably with something
you've
like
seen in Europe
when
where they
California
steal
gets
elections
involved.
and then, it comes out, or even when the conservative or populist parties win, the government say we're not going to let you into power in Austria right now. But you can only hold that back so long. I mean, they use parliamentary manipulation with Trudeau getting 19%, or Netanyahu 19%, or
Well, speaking of Netanyahu, what's the latest on X? Is there any interesting information happening on there?
I can't spell his name either, so I can't look.
Parliamentary manipulation with a coalition.
I just spell Netanyahu. Kanye West told me that.
I can send it to you in the fucking DMs for a moment.
You actually have stuff happening? You see stuff happening?
There you go, Netanyahu. Let me have a look on Twitter.
We also have a storm coming in Sunday at 7 p.m. It's expected to impact Louisiana and Texas.
What's happening in the House and Senate races? What are the projected numbers right now? Because
thousands of Israelis are attempting to break through the barriers in front of Netanyahu's home. They're chanting, "Bibi is a traitor."
It's looking good, honestly.
Who's Bibi?
Yeah,
like Bo?
Bibi Netanyahu.
In a second, but look.
Oh, hey, Bibi.
I've always been the one trying to keep us down to earth. Okay.
Look at that, Pennsylvania. Look how close that is,
Wisconsin right
Pennsylvania.
now. Wisconsin is looking very good, and based off of these numbers and trends, this is the best Wisconsin's looked for Trump, and it's still early. Guys, give me Milwaukee real quick. Yeah, that's not a good number. That's not a good number for Harris. Harris is going to need minimum 70% in Milwaukee, maybe even 80. Zoom back out and give me Madison, guys.
Axios is giving PA a red flare, and they only have like 0.9% on Trump's favor.
That's probably where she
with
needs
half
to
the
be,
votes.
maybe in Madison. But if
whereas
she
Georgia currently is at 52.2%, Trump winning versus 47.2, and 81.5% of the votes are reported. So Georgia's looking good for a Trump win. Pennsylvania, though,
I'm seeing in Wisconsin.
there shouldn't be changing that color.
This is the best Pennsylvania has looked tonight. This is the best Pennsylvania has looked tonight. And if we zoom in on Pennsylvania, Trump's increasing his lead. Give me Philadelphia County. And this is, look, she's running out of votes here, Alex. She's running out of votes here. So unless she has 700,000 votes in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania trending for Trump. If Trump wins Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, the path to victory gets clear. So I come bearing good news.
Harris is up 109 and Trump is 198.
Well, and
do you know what she won? I saw that she ticked up on Axios, but I don't see exactly what state. Is it Arizona?
Colorado,
Arizona.
Arizona.
I do like seeing that. I do like seeing that,
Yeah.
at least
And
momentarily.
why?
Like I said, it all just boils down to just a couple of states. That's it.
She's only up 0.8% at half the votes.
So he has closed the
She
gap
got
and is now ahead in
876,038, and Trump got 86,560.
Is still razor thin, less than 30,000.
And then Colorado, she got 1 million votes, and Trump got 752,000. So Colorado's overwhelmingly
at this point, 81%
Harris.
reporting, 52.
So all the people that voted for Oliver
I don't know why
are
they're not
loving it.
I don't know why they'd call
because
Virginia and
they
not Georgia.
skewed it.
Let me just tell you this. I just talked to 3
Yeah,
people.
Oliver got almost 10,000 votes in Colorado and 7,000. Almost. Oh no, wait. Yeah, he got 7,000 in Arizona.
Minutes, but it's just flipped back to Trump. The president's very confident, and I'm going to be talking to some other folks with our Pentagon connections, but they could really pull some crap in the West here.
Kennedy got 18,184 votes in Maryland.
How they could try to steal it after that. But it's flipped back. So
what's that in percentage terms?
Remember, we're up against this wall of fraud.
0.4. No, wait, sorry, wrong state.
Or Harrison, you guys go ahead.
0.9.
Give you a quick Senate update.
Who the hell is Stein?
Looks like the Democrats are going to hold on.
Oh, that's
to their
the
Senate seats.
what's the name?
Wisconsin
He's the independent.
Michigan. But
Alex Stein, 99 for Alex Jones.
That's just based off the power of the incumbency. But if the trend continues in Pennsylvania, it looks like Trump could drag McCormick across the finish line, and that would give, I believe, at this point, Republicans +2, picking up West Virginia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Arizona's too early, but it's not looking good for Carrie Lake, unfortunately. I don't get it. She's fantastic, but that's just early numbers that we're getting in. So I'm looking at this right now, and if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he drags.
Trump's gone down in Poly
you're
Market
picking
again.
up a Senate seat, and you're getting
How much?
+2 in the Senate.
Literally by 0.4%.
Let's just continue. Let's not get ahead of ourselves on Pennsylvania. But it's
Wait there, no,
oh wait, no, he's gone up. What am I talking about? It's 88.
He's gone up. She's dropped. So yeah, he's gone up.
That Senate seat for now.
Yeah, so
she was
as of
12%. Now she's at 9%.
From Democrats to GOP in the Senate and in the House, 2 have flipped from Democrat to the GOP. So maybe that's a silver lining
King of
here.
Kings, man.
But yeah, things are still very much up in the air for everything. And that's the craziest thing to me is how razor thin every single one of these states is, how they keep flipping back and forth. And Wisconsin, 44% reporting. We're talking about less than 2,000 vote difference there. So, I mean,
I'm surprised.
Razor thin
So Texas has 68 roughly percent of its vote in.
Differential there.
And
so really shows
it's
you how important
55.9 Trump and 42.9
And,
Harris. I'm actually surprised how much Harris got the vote in Texas.
A couple hundred votes
Migrants.
at the end of the day. Still waiting.
I don't know, man.
Pennsylvania,
I feel like the numbers
50%
should be way
reporting,
different,
and
like
Trump is leading
90
by
to 10, not
74,000 votes at this
1/3,
point.
2/3.
So,
I think
razor thin.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say again. I think it was safe to say +4 in the House
It's
for
very surprising
Republicans.
to me.
I'd say
If
it's
these numbers are real, if these numbers are even
+4,
real.
maybe +8 is the range I'm looking at right now, and that could be conservative. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, actually, the DCCC chair said, "Oh, Trump will win on election night, but then we'll take the House, the Senate, and the presidency later on." I mean, that's the DCCC chair. So, I mean, they're basically telling you what they're going to do. But we're just going to continue to react to the numbers that we have coming in right now. And the trend in Pennsylvania has been fantastic. I mean, there's no other way to put it. The trend in Pennsylvania.
It'd be good if we had some live data at Pennsylvania just running.
I'm going to dig deeper into these numbers.
He is looking into it and doing all that, but
oh, Trump's up by 90%. Yeah, 90.3% now.
And we were in
big fully market.
Wow.
As do, he'll remember. He was there with me.
You know, that 9.6 under Kamala just looks good. It feels and looks good. I don't know if other people feel the same way, but
and I walked the 2 days we were there, 5-6 miles.
Like
at least people with money are willing to not lose it.
Oh, Arizona is blue.
Black, white, old, young.
Arizona's blue now.
Yes,
that's right.
She's only up by 16,000. But it's looking very blue at the moment. I mean, I can't see how. Is there no for me to go in?
I don't. It's ridiculous that they have that blue at the moment, just like
No, I
Pennsylvania.
loved your perspective earlier, and the
But
guest
that
that was
shouldn't be red.
on just a little bit ago, and I'm not like entertaining defeat either right now, but I do think a lot of people are waking up, and regardless of what happens at the end of the night, I think that the people are going to band together. And if you see people that are trying to destroy this country, destroy your freedoms, take away our constitutional rights, I don't think that they're going to be okay with that. So it's like that traditional power versus force. So regardless of whatever happens tonight, I still think that the American people are going to win in the bigger picture. And then if anything
No, we're
does
not, bitch.
happen, that's going to be a little bit dodgy in the future.
That's
we're not gonna
adorable,
bend
though.
this
I appreciate her adorableness.
still
It's
hopeful.
great.
I agree. And what is it like for you to see Elon go all the way in, Rogan go all the way in? People are committing now. They're putting the skin in the game. They're going to come after Elon. They're going to come after everybody. And
The latest numbers are 201 to Trump.
To this
Trump's now 90%. He's gone up again.
Take on that, but I see Roger Stone has connected there at Mar-a-Lago. There, as all of this unfolds, he's gotten to a quiet place. The former chief strategist.
You'll have to
Trump,
write into the show or call into the show, Topple, and ask them. I hear that the wait on the phone is about 3 to 4 hours, so make sure you have some good music to listen to while you wait.
Stone of StoneZone.com, who joins us now.
What's nice about Based Welshman's show, though, is that your comments are read pretty fast. So enjoy that luxury, my man.
You're on our team. Give us what you really think right now, Roger. What's really happening?
You also get to hear Welshman's deep nostril sounds as he breathes in.
Realignment in the country in which all people, Republicans, Democrats,
right.
I'm trying to sneak into the Young Turks, so I've got 3 feeds going.
Sense is voted for Donald Trump.
I can't stand this old man on the show. I can't stand Roger Stone.
The globalists' heads are exploding tonight. Exploding. They are
yeah, my opinion is really good.
I think
it's very accurate.
Once Michigan reports, they will hold Pennsylvania out as long as they can.
I am not Jewish
President
at
Trump
all.
has already gone online.
I have nothing to do with the banker collusion.
Complained about the
Nope.
shenanigans of the Pennsylvania, or I should say the Philadelphia Democrat.
If you were to ask me, Israel is not an apartheid state. Sorry, wait, no, I'm a Jew. I am not. I am a proud Jewish American.
And making it too big to rig appears to me to be working, and therefore we can expect Jamie Raskin, the communist congressman from Maryland.
Yeah, libertarian. He's a bit fake.
Co-conspirators to move
I'm not
to
sure
the
how he got
Blue.
into the Alex Jones crew in the back of the day, but I bet he must have been around with their crew for forever.
Roger, you have had the most accurate political analysis of anybody I've ever heard.
Yes.
Some of it's been private, but you did tell me that Trump was going to lose 4 years ago. He'd really win, but it wasn't big enough to stop the steal. You've said on air that you believe he could even win tonight because the landslide in reality is so big.
I'm surprised we don't have any information for Idaho or Nevada at the moment, but I guess Idaho is not going to release until for another 40 minutes because the top half isn't until the next hour.
And you see
But
the globalists panicking
Nevada,
for Trump victory, but I want you to quantify
I guess I'll try and pull up what's going on in Nevada.
different ways. Just this clip will probably have 10 million views tonight. So I want you to start over from Mar-a-Lago. Explain what you were just breaking down. It sounds like you're saying looks like Trump's going to win, but they're going to go to plan B and try to not certify. But then it looks like the Senate's gaining for the Republicans, the
I
House
didn't really have a
gaining,
dog in the race.
or
I
is
don't
it
really
too
care. But
early to
this is a
tell?
bit
So,
of an
go through the
upset.
different scenarios for us. All eyes are on you
Harris
right
is
now.
up 112 and Trump is
Alex,
198.
it's a little early, but there's some very, very favorable signs. North
That's only
Carolina
up one, right?
falling into place. Absolutely.
I mean,
No, it was
Remember,
one. It was 109 or
29 of
something
100
before.
counties severely affected by the hurricane. We're very concerned about how those Republican counties would vote. Well,
I'm going to
It
be
always
honest.
managed to
happens.
turn in their vote. This is a pivotal
Trump,
moment,
you can ignore.
North
There's something
Carolina
about
being
Kamala
called.
Harris that really gets
The
under my
real
skin.
story
So
that
that's the
won't
reason why
surface
I'm
here for
hoping
a
Trump
couple
wins.
days,
Just so I don't
I
have
saw
to hear
late
the
polling,
like
87%
snarkiness
of
coming
those
out from
voters
America all the
who were
time.
previously going to vote for Robert
It's
F.
like,
Kennedy did
like
turn out
Hamas will
for
do
Donald
something,
Trump.
and then
So common
Kamala
sense
will be like,
Democrats,
"You don't
Democrats who
want to
believe
be
in
doing
free
that.
enterprise, believe in capitalism,
We'll
believe in
bomb the
God,
fuck out of
believe in a
you."
strong
It's like,
national
shut the fuck
defense,
up.
believe in low taxes.
If so,
Those
California and
Democrats
Washington are most likely going to
have
go blue,
moved
and that's going to
toward
put her up
Trump,
to
while the globalists, Dick Cheney,
180.
what's left of the
No,
McCains,
66,
little Adkins
112
in there,
plus 66.
She could literally take the lead in the
180.
This
next
is
like
a
2 hours.
historic realignment. You and I
She'll be
So
up. I mean, with
yeah,
those two states known, it'll be
this is as
180.
big
But
as
if Arizona
move
flips
for the
back
Democrats in
to red,
1932
I
under
don't know. It's
FDR,
not. I'm not
as
seeing
big
the.
as
I'm not seeing the win for her
victory
yet.
of Richard Nixon, which
well,
finally
she'll take a lot of the
manifested
East
itself in the
Coast, won't she?
election of Ronald Reagan, the same coalition that elected
Yeah.
I'm not. She's gonna.
Or
Not
the
sure she's gonna
Northeast.
take more of the East Coast
movement
than
of
she already
Kennedy,
has.
Gabbard, Rod Blagojevich,
I
other
mean,
Let me have a
colleagues.
look
3 in the
at
morning. I
This
understand.
is a
3 in the morning has to
permanent
happen, but
realignment now that we're going to see
based on the current
in our
projections,
politics.
it looks
Now,
pretty
a
locked
couple
in.
things need to fall into place, but I think that's
The
happening.
problem is
We lost New Jersey, but far more narrowly
Okay,
Pennsylvania is not in the
let me just
bag.
kill it.
and it was not a
So
targeted
I
state.
believe this is a live feed, is it? This is a live.
Yeah, I'll refresh it just now, but I've been paying a lot of attention lately. So, I mean, if we look at Pennsylvania here, those numbers are nothing. For it to be red is amazing. You got 54.7% of the votes in. When you go up to Maine, they got 8.1% of their votes in, which is crazy because they were called real early.
So what we're seeing there in blue on the right, is that confirmed or predicted?
Well, so if you look, 64.5% of the votes are in New York, and Harris is up to 59.2. That's most likely in the bag. You're looking at Massachusetts. They only have 30%
So
of
is
the
it
votes
is
in, but
it
she's 62.
so I take it light blue means predicted and dark blue means for sure.
Pretty much, it means almost for sure.
Yeah,
New Hampshire could still change. It's very possible that numbers could change there.
So all the dark blues there, what are they added up to? Because that's going to be on the right hand side.
Well, those are already added. Those are already on the board. Yeah.
So the dark blue means confirmed. So the light blue there is. I can't zoom in.
Well, no, the light blue. I believe they're already adding the numbers for when it's even light blue, which is misleading. They should just leave them blank. So the problem is Trump's numbers might drop. Not that hers are going to go up to his, but that his are going to drop down and she'll gain.
100,000 Democrats.
Why did Montana, bro? They got 0.7% of the votes. Like, Trump. Like
Muslim
what?
American community.
Yeah, seriously.
I think they sit this election
Maybe
out.
there is only 2,453 people in the Republican Party there.
Harris and Biden. That's a very positive development. Now, you're right. It is still early, but
so we got Georgia here with a 4-point lead for Trump. 85% voting. I'm getting in the chat.
Oh, never mind. Okay, Trump's down again in the poly market.
Turned out not to be close
under 90.
Yeah, under 90. I thought it was 98, and I was like, wait, what?
No, it was
90.8.
To be honest with you, it should fluctuate. It shouldn't be those odds anyway. It should be more like 60-40, shouldn't it? Really?
Goes down. But more importantly,
on the poly market,
well,
my question is, people can't take their money out, right? Once they put it in, it's in.
So it's
well,
early. We
I don't know, but the reality is, the reality is not what the market's saying,
deep
is it?
state's
Really?
ability to play games, not only on election day, but post-election, which is why I go to the most important point. If you go to CNN, and our mutual friend Jack Posobiec is the one
Let's look
who
at
showed me
MS.
this. Why is their homepage for the
Are they
last 100
literally just
days
showing?
all
What's
pertaining
that?
to alleged Russian interference in our election, of which, of course, there's no evidence whatsoever. So you see them.
So that's MS.
Tina,
It's
that
literally
percentage all over the
Trump
place.
wins a narrow or even a solid victory to try to delegitimize it.
I would
That's why the
suggest it's
drawn-out
going to fluctuate quite a
count
lot.
is so crucial to them. If they can draw out the
Well, I
count
mean,
for a week,
so they're saying Georgia vote
states
count
like
was 81%,
Pennsylvania,
now it's 79, and
Michigan,
now it's
Wisconsin,
85.
then
Yeah.
their media
You know,
assets in the mainstream
clerical
media
error.
mount this whole Russian interference narrative, try to take the presidency
Well,
from Donald
4-point
Trump.
leads lead down to below 4 points.
Roger, Owen Schroyer has
Well,
some
I'd
questions,
suggest
and
that's
I'll let you
quite
get
good.
back to the
With
important things there at
15% to
Mar-a-Lago.
count.
Before we go, I know Elon
You know.
Musk is there, Tulsi Gabbard's, I mean, all the who's who.
Don't know
It's
if
a very nice
if we can
phone
get
call
any
for
pearly
folks
more
to be able to
information
look at
about
that.
that.
I appreciate the folks in the campaign
On
thanking
what?
me as
Sorry.
well. I thank them. But it's
So,
not time to start celebrating yet. But I think it's
Fred's
let's
saying
call it
here
text
that
different folks.
Georgia
You're
is
there
now
to win them.
85% counted.
What's the spirit like? What's it like
And
to be
he's
around
got
such a dream team of such great people?
less than a 4-point lead.
It is
Well,
what it is.
hopefully,
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
southeast is Georgia, right there, buddy. Yeah.
Carlson's here.
What are the numbers,
Robert F.
T?
Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard,
He's got
Elon
two.
Musk,
It's
man, who's
87.9%
restored
of the
free
expected
speech
votes
to
are reported,
millions of
and
Americans like you
Trump
and
is
I.
leading by
Spirits are high
51.2%,
here.
and Harris is
There's a tremendous
48.1%.
spirit of optimism.
True.
Everybody knows this isn't
Trump has
in the bag
243.
quite yet.
Wait,
But I think the general feeling here, correctly, is it is
2,432,632,
moving in our direction.
and Harris is
Alex, you're the only member of the Liberty Big
2,281,593.
who's
So it's
not
pretty
here.
No,
close there.
refresh.
You're doing something far more
Refresh.
important.
Refresh.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, keep an eye on that.
Telling
See,
you
that's
what's
good
really
info.
happening tonight.
Well, that's right. I got to stay
let me
here
look again.
in Mount Doom.
Georgia.
But
Same results
Owen,
again.
Roger's got to go soon.
Really?
He's your former co-host.
I got
of the
different
War
numbers
Room.
on my end
I know
already.
Roger used to be here, and we still love
All
having
right,
him
maybe
back
it's because
on.
I'm in a different country.
The
It's
original
slightly
War Room. I
slow.
think it's banned and we love him, but we are the original War Room. Owen, any questions for your former partner?
Still
in
no.
crime?
Let's see what he's
Roger,
saying.
rate my election night fit.
Now, I'm say it one more time, Owen. I'm sorry. You broke up.
What do you rate my election night attire here, Roger?
Well, let's see. The way this is, well, that's a great necktie.
Arizona's turned red.
10 plus. You learned well from my
Sorry?
Infowars days.
Arizona's turned red. It's by 0.2% though, so very little.
It's a country.
Literally 4,000.
And how much left? How much left in Arizona percentage-wise?
51. Wait,
50.6
Yeah, no, 50.6 is left to be voted.
That's such a tight race. That's like beyond tight.
Yeah.
It's 0.2%.
Let's look at what we have going on
Yep.
here. It looks like
with half a vote.
Pennsylvania is now
And
the
that
path
0.4 to
victory
Oliver and
for
0.4 to
Trump.
Stein.
You know, I don't know why they haven't called Georgia yet. I don't know why they haven't called the Senate race in Ohio yet. Trump might drag McCormick across the line for the Senate race in Pennsylvania. Roger, I'm looking at this. Harris still has about a plus.
I'd like to know what they're using to pull up the counties like that. I don't have that on Axios.
But I don't know if it's enough to overcome the rural vote. I mean, unless we get just ridiculous shenanigans, I don't want to call Pennsylvania, but I've been down on Pennsylvania. This is the best I've felt about Pennsylvania tonight, Roger.
Well, look, there's never been a greater example of true grassroots activism.
I don't know why he's calling Pennsylvania the way he is. That's so stupid.
Scott Pressler.
They're only up by 29,000, no, 28,000 something votes.
We're talking about guts.
That's so stupid.
On the ground.
So for Nevada, the postmarked ballots are allowed to arrive up to 4 days after the election on November 9th.
Registering voters.
That's crazy.
Oh, God.
Registration deadlines
That's crazy, isn't it?
Chasing down those mail ballots to make sure they're mailed in.
Hell of a Band-Aid.
400,000 Republicans 4 years ago asked for mail-in ballots but did not return them. That did not happen tonight. So I think that the Philadelphia machine will try to play their usual games.
Bro, this is actually like super interesting.
outside of Philadelphia,
Well,
we're going to
I'm glad you're
overperform.
enjoying it, T. Thanks for
And of
staying up
course,
with us, man.
we're performing
It's
extremely
like watching an
strong in what they
F1
call
race, but
the
with all the
T,
technical
the
stuff that you can
central
actually
part of
get
the
a hold
state,
of in front
which
of
is
you.
more
I
like
love it.
Alabama than it
Yeah.
is
To me, it's like
Pennsylvania.
the Super
So
Bowl,
I'm
really.
feeling pretty good about Pennsylvania.
It's just really interesting because for me it means
It's going to be a
absolutely
long,
fuck
drawn-out
all.
process. They are going to drag it out to try to maneuver to, in some way,
Do you want to
legitimate victory.
I don't
All
know
right,
if I
Rodney, we
want
know
to do
you're
that.
going to get back to it. You'll come back
Does
to us
does
throughout the
anybody
evening. We
watch
really appreciate
F1?
StoneZone.com. But
Yeah.
just looking at
No, not really.
states, how
Okay.
important is Nevada?
All right.
What do you think right now? Snapshot of Arizona. No, it's too early to
Welshman, what
tell.
did you think
What
of
about
what did you
Wisconsin?
think of Sao Paulo?
Let's go to Nevada because I just
Maths
had a
was
call,
excellent.
a long-time associate there.
Fucking yeah, I
The
know, but
lines
man, Lando Norris,
waiting to vote
he should have had that in the
are
bag.
literally around the block. They've never
But
seen anything
the
like
fucking
this.
wets.
The
The fact that
genius
Max
of
Verstappen
Trump
came from 17th place
coming out
and placed
for repeal of the
19.477
tax
seconds
on
ahead,
tips was the death blow
and you know, in
to
pole
Senator
position is
Harry Reid's machine.
ridiculous. It's
The
fucking
corner piece of
crazy.
that machine was
To be
always
fair,
the
he got lucky with
hotel
the red
workers
flag
and
and
casino
the
workers union,
yellow.
known as the
But
culinary union.
to
Was
be
the
fair, then he
absolute
played off of it with
cornerstone
strategy,
of
which
that
kind of
machine.
negates that point.
By
But yeah,
that simple proposal for
Just
reform,
quickly, the Raw's Alerts is saying that that Donald Trump has won and secured Georgia 4 minutes ago.
Well, any
I'm
other
curious
states
why they're
that
getting different
in the
information.
battleground, they're going to fall to the Republic out of the hands of the globalists?
well, Michigan's got to be watched again.
you got to remember how
because,
much
as
of
I
this is
say,
propaganda.
there's
You
a
know,
huge
just trying to
Muslim
stop
American vote
people
there.
from
700,000 people
voting.
voted
You
against
know,
Joe
like
Biden, voted
just
for
trying to get Democrats
none
to
of
stop
the
voting.
above. It's a protest vote. It's not that they
So
voted
I'm
Trump.
watching the
It's
Crucible on
that they don't
YouTube,
vote, but
and they got
they
Pennsylvania
they're
up,
the
and it's
down
saying
ballot
Trump's got
Democrats,
50,
they withhold their
50.9
vote
against
Kamala Harris.
48.1.
That's the other question, Alex. I saw Jill Biden
50.9.
Yeah,
bright
50.
red
So
dress.
51%
She
against
voted for it.
48%.
Oh, you've been saying early on,
Right,
him
with
wearing the MAGA hat,
56.5% of the votes
and other
in.
things he did was deliberate. We had private conversations. You said, "No, I'm leaning towards a deliberate." Flaming red,
And half a point for
Trump in
Stein and
red.
Oliver.
I mean, what is the message
Yeah,
there?
that's it. Yeah.
Look, I think the
Let's
Biden
see if
campaign
Last
Joe
Dance's
Biden
vote
still
for
hates Donald Trump,
Oliver
so
shows up on
I'm not
Maryland's
trying to
map.
give him a Medal of Honor.
Single
But Biden
digits.
hates Barack Obama.
It's
They would
not
just be
there.
like,
I'm looking.
Harris,
like you'll
because
zoom
we
in
both
to
know
whereabouts his
that
house
they
is, and you'll
bludgeoned
just be
him
like,
out of the race.
there
I
it
think they
is, the
drugged
single
him.
yellow
I think
blip.
they
With
threatened him. and they
special
pushed him
thanks
out.
to Last Dance for my
Now,
only
Yeah, the
vote.
point five.
scratch your heads and
There's
say, wow,
11,034 votes. Would it be
limitations, maybe we
11,033
would have been
without
better
Last
off
Dance?
with Crazy Joe. So my guess is that
Well, I've got different
they're
numbers
going to
here.
be drinking
I've got
champagne
Oliver on
in the Biden
18,000
household tonight.
and Stein on
All right,
17,000.
Roger Stone, thank you
For
so much.
Maryland?
Check in with us as soon
Oh,
as
sorry,
you can.
Pennsylvania.
As things unfold, you call us, you're on. StoneZone.com. Thank you.
Bro, people are acting like
Great,
this is
Alex. Thank you.
like a
God bless you
national
all.
tragedy.
All right, I'm going to take
On
a
X
break.
comments or what?
Candace, you're
Yeah, on
awesome.
X
We love
comments
having
and
you here.
stuff.
Please stay
Like
with
it's
us.
ridiculous.
We got Owen and then
Yeah.
ferreting through everything. Doing a great
They should
job.
like mature and start doing live streams instead of just posting
I
comments.
am going to, quite frankly, go
We're
splash
so
some water in
cool.
my face. It's not that I'm not awake. I've been up since 5 a.m. I couldn't sleep last night. And I'm being, a good guy up here tonight. I'm not doing my election time tradition of drinking a bunch on air on election night, though
I'll be up till 2 a.m. waiting for my wife to land safely in New Zealand.
This is the real deal. This
Oh, what the fuck's she doing in New Zealand?
A neocon and a leftist.
Visiting family before she visits family in Australia.
This is a real
Oh, just family in New
back,
Zealand.
and we've given it one hell of a shot, and that's
I'm assuming they're on the South Island, right?
I'm going to tell you,
Either that or Auckland.
I have all these huge guests on.
I mean, she's flying into Auckland, but I think that they're South Island. It's more rural farm stuff, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, to put into perspective, North Island is like where all the Maoris are
I
at.
have like congressmen call me and congresswomen call me and other people call me. And like,
I don't. She has no Maori blood, so.
Trump a few months ago,
Yeah.
calling me and saying, "Well, what's this
It was
about being
possible for
shut
her to be
down?"
from the North Island
We
because
didn't
I
know
was
about
gonna
this.
say,
Well, I haven't made a huge deal
what you
out
call
of it.
it?
But
Like you
Cruz,
say, like,
type it in Google News, Alex Jones.
like give you some
And I mean,
examples, like
Bloomberg, AP, Reuters, nobody reads that. I get it.
Wanganui, etc. is
InfoWars
like
to
from
be
the north,
shut
so they're
down
more
as
Maori
early as
sounding
next
names.
Tuesday at midnight. Okay, so
I enjoy the culture, man. They're good people.
Kind of stand my post,
Yeah,
firing
they
on the
are.
enemy in the info war, until we vaporize here.
Looks like Topple's burning into one of your members in the chat.
private security.
Yeah, I just noticed, actually. I thought it was quite amusing.
Bluffing, saying that they had an order to shut us down.
Yeah, Blunt's so based. He would have been offended top off for the last hour.
And people didn't believe it first. So draconian and so crazy until 2 days later they filed in federal court. The U.S.
87.9% of votes predicted.
And the judge
Trump is currently ahead 200,000. 100,000 in Georgia. So I think Georgia's going to Trump.
Federal law, the Justice Department can come in and attach itself.
How's the poly market looking?
Like I was
Oh, you got that on the bottom left. 87.9. Is that down?
Yeah.
I'm refreshing now.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's. You know, if you took the market away, you wouldn't put those numbers in reality, would you? I'd put more like 60-40, wouldn't you?
You come in here with guns if you're going to get your ass blown off.
I mean, the map. I mean, it's a very strong Trump projection.
I'm going like.
I'm not going to be surprised.
I'm going like 55-45 at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not going to get up here and tell you.
I'm going 75-25. It's a heavy projection.
Guys,
we saw big
49.8% of the expected votes, right, have been called in Arizona, and Trump's only ahead by 1,000. Arizona is so close.
State actions, and guess what? You don't see it in the news because we've been winning. They had a rigged court in Austin with a Democrat judge. They controlled a rigged court.
They should make it look like a rainbow, because that's gay.
Okay.
I don't know why Alex Jones is trying to make it seem like it's almost like a landslide or something. I don't get it.
A month ago when I first told you, because it had it in the news, they said they own my name.
It was Roger Stone that's calling it.
The federal judge said, "You got to be kidding." No.
He was putting his one way happy an hour ago, was he?
Possible. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Bloomberg, AP, Reuters, they want 2.75.
So Nevada's not going to be counted, right?
Okay, they got 1.5 billion. That's the GDP of
What? Sorry, what was that?
Nevada's not going to be counted for a little bit.
That's an odd one. Yeah, I don't know if that's even going to trigger tonight based on. I mean, I don't know if there's other states that allow voting until November 9th. What the hell is that?
You know what I did? I sat there because that was my plan. Where else could I put money as a
polls closed at 10 p.m. Eastern time, but we could wait longer for first results, which were released around 11:45 p.m. in 2020 and 12:45 a.m. in 2022. So if that's projection, we might not see results until like what is that? An hour? 1:45 in the morning? That's a long wait.
And I got a $9 million Bitcoin donation 3 years ago. Put all of it in. Remember, it came out in court. They were like, "Did you keep that money?" I go, "Well, it was given to me privately. I could have kept it." No, I put it all in the company. We're going to get you on perjury. The Justice Department's on you. And the Justice Department investigated it with the U.S.
So Trump's up to 204. I don't know if that's new or I'm just not paying attention as much anymore. So 112 Harris to Trump 204. Is that the flip from Arizona that did that? It must have been that what that was.
I'm out of money. I'm winning my court cases.
Maybe.
I've got really good lawyers that I had okay lawyers before and great people, but I didn't have heavy.
I was kind of hoping to see
Trump's now 204, Harris is 212, and that's the next year's.
And against TMZ and against the New York Times. That's why
I'm curious if in U.S. history there's a state that was won by independent.
Now I got high-powered.
I don't think it's ever the case. It probably has never been the case in the UK either.
So,
no, there's been many in the UK.
Yeah.
Money to keep this on air. This is a symbol, a Roman standard. They want.
I'm glad to hear that.
I need money for the crew and the new studio and the operations in case we shut down next week. If we
comes
don't,
back up by 90%.
But I need you to support us now at the AlexJonesStore.com. Great supplements.
Donald Trump wins Iowa.
I don't know. For some reason, I think this is a bit of a surprise, but Illinois is like overwhelmingly Harris. They're winning by like 50,000.
Yeah, Trump's up to 204 now. So Iowa gave them their two electoral votes.
Maine's blue.
Incredible for your whole body. Some of the write-ups here on the science.
What's that? Vermont is blue.
I just had it. I'm ranting so much.
New York's blue. Connecticut's blue. Massachusetts is blue. Virginia's blue. Maryland's blue. Delaware's blue.
Dr. Jones, naturals.com.
Properties. This is from ChatGPT.
Yeah, it's totally not homeopathic garbage.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Allergy
relief. No, see, Pfizer isn't homeopathic. It's actual poison. It's not like you can pretend poison.
Blood sugar regulation. I mean,
CNN tonight. Sponsored by.
Yeah, it's like resveratrol and wine.
Oh, Topper's not going to come on because he's saving his energy for hurting people's feelings tomorrow. That's.
And we've got
I hope Steve's on the list. Steve on your list of making people cry, Topper?
Heart health, improves exercise performance.
Trump's either going to wake up tomorrow morning, right? And he's either going to won by a landslide, right? Or, well, not landslide, but won by a very thin margin.
Yeah, don't count your eggs.
Or he's going to wake up. Yeah, he's going to wake up and he's going to have lost, and it's going to be like the election was stolen.
And we've got what
Never.
Can you sorry, real quick? Can you mute Alex on his shilling crap?
Shutting anything
Yeah,
down.
big 2 seconds.
300 plus radio stations, the hundreds of local cable and TV stations, all of it. They're not shutting
Shill away.
Just for the I can't. It gets to me.
But yeah, no, I was gonna say, yeah, Trump's gonna be like, the election was stolen. 2 elections in a row. We cannot have this again. This is a threat to democracy. Or he's gonna wake up.
Your impression made me want to cry a little bit.
That is so bad, I know, but like,
oh my god.
Or he's gonna wake up and be like, we are the greatest country in the world. Thank God, America.
Best impression ever.
Yeah, thank God America pulled through. I don't know why I started going like IRA member there. Like the election was stolen. Wait, hang on, no, wait.
That's good enough, right?
No. Like, hang on, I could do a way better one now. Hang on, give me a moment. We give full Irish here.
Get the piece out of him.
The best way.
Gingers.
The best way to
the election was stolen. It was stolen from the hands of Sinn Féin and placed in the hands of the British Protestant bastards. So it was. The election was stolen from the Irish people, and from henceforth now, I'll be carrying grenades on me. And
hey, Kamala's Irish. Kamala's Irish. Calm down.
Oh no, she's not.
Well, it depends. It depends what week. It depends. It depends. Like, you know, some weeks she's Indian, all black. The other weeks, and then Irish, of course. There's always a bit of Irish and a bit of American, guaranteed. It's part of the course.
Crash course on how to crash course on how to like go to Europe. Oh my god! It's like you've just got to put on like a Valley Girl accent, and then you've got to pretend that you're Irish somehow.
Well, it's the old classic. Did you know the royal family and stuff like that? It's quite funny, obviously.
Yeah, I've got fucking royal blood in me somewhere, and it's like, can I go to the US and say that I'm an aristocrat? No.
So Jason Obamswin in the chat says, I am in Florida this week. The amount of Trump support in our liberal town made me tear up. The Cybertruck with MAGA flags was wild. Cybertruck.
The Cybertruck with MAGA flags.
Was it actually Elon Musk, though? That would have been better. Although his Cybertruck's probably made out of, like, pure gold. Or vibranium. I don't know what he's got. But that's cool, man. I'm glad you're enjoying the patriotic, I guess, the patriotic vibes down in Florida. Because is the Kamala vibe patriotic? It seems a very different vibe. It's not like a patriotic vibe.
Well, it's funny because there was a couple of people that said, I think they said, Christ is King at one of her rallies.
Yeah, you're at the wrong rally.
And she said, you're at the wrong rally. And then 3-4 days ago, she was at church giving it the old gospel voice and all that. Yep. I was thinking, how can you flip-flop between 3 days from being...
That's like when Meg the Stallion was talking about praying. It's like, do you understand how Christianity works at all? I'm just curious, asking for a friend, I guess.
Oh, don't you worry. It's like...
He's still got his potions going. Look, snake oil.
Are you having, Jason, down in Florida, is there any protesting whatsoever for the liberal side of life? I mean, because you would expect it, right? Pushback in the cities, or at least anti-war with Israel. We don't have our normal Floridian on the feed. Welshie's favorite man.
Oh yeah.
Not in my town. This is God's
should be
country. Good
Why
deal.
hasn't that come up? Why haven't I got volume?
Yeah. Is it
audio?
Is it commercials?
you want me to turn it back
It's
up?
still doing
It's
commercials, bro. He's
fucking
still
hell.
running commercials.
This is worse than US cable. What the fuck?
Yeah, it is worse. But the problem is I still can't bring it up. I've been trying to bring it up by accident, so I thought.
No, the mute's on his. I'm pretty sure that the mute is on.
No, it's my end.
Yep.
Oh, wicked. Oh, cool. Let me make sure then. Okay, cool.
Blunt Crusader saying that Cybertrucks are trash. I did see a picture of a Cybertruck's bumper ripped off and it was trying to pull a boat or something. So I don't doubt it.
Oh, he's back. I don't think he's plugging anything anymore.
Some of my earlier broadcasts. Now, the stuff from 1994.
No, this is still a shill.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Is that Luke?
That was him young.
I know that's him.
Man, he's been in the game a long time. The earliest I remember him is when he was picking on Scientology and the Scientologists started ordering pizzas for him like 24/7, and he had to like go on a ban list from all the pizza companies in his area, so they'd stop delivering pizzas.
Trump's up by 93% on the poly market, and let's see what's happening now.
Did you see
Harris is now 113 in electorals.
So apparently there's 4 Kamala yard signs in Florida and 500 Trump signs in the small town or whatever town Jason's in. I wouldn't want to be the one putting the 4 Kamala yard signs out. That's like where all the dog shit probably is. You know, like everyone walks their dog and shits it on that property.
Or at least that's a piss on it, because you know it's a given.
Right, like the grass is not going to grow for 5 years after tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, have you seen what's like? Obviously, some of the Democrats have been doing running over the Trump signs and stuff, and the Trump people have been leaving blocks of wood with nails in it and stuff.
The last thing I remember about trucks running over it is when they painted the gay pride walkways on the roads, and the big American flag trucks were burning out on it, and they were getting massive fines.
Yeah. It's funny. It's we've got the same flags in our city centre, and obviously all the Uber drivers that there are new doctors and nurses. Obviously, the ones that have all come over. It's mostly 90%, adventurers from different parts of the world doing that sort of job, and they all skid their bikes across it. So
right,
half of it's on the road and half of it's in the bike lane. The bike lane's just covered in skid marks, and the road's got a tiny bit because obviously there's under camera, licenses, registrations.
Yeah, right.
But on the bikes, it's just like people go past and just layer out the back tire a bit on it.
How many people on their bicycles are wearing balaclavas? Is that normal there?
Well, they sort of look like they're ready to mug you because obviously they're not quite covered up. But yeah,
this is how I look.
Yeah, I mean, even if there was lots of British people on the bikes, they'd still skid out those flag things, those painted on the road. We wouldn't have it. But yeah, they do it obviously because there's no number plates. I don't really blame them. I would as well.
I think it's going back into the live broadcast now for Alex Jones. I think he's finally done shilling. That was like 7 to 10 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah,
something like that. Hey, Blunt Crusader, it's Northern Ireland. Not Ireland.
I will always believe, and I will always say in public, that Alex Jones is the most extraordinary person I've ever met.
I'll tell
He might still be shilling.
Right about a lot of shit.
What do you guys think about Joe Rogan's interview with Trump and Vance? I didn't watch the Vance one.
The Vance one was alright, pretty good, but the Trump one was just kind of like Trump couldn't say a lot, and I don't think he asked the right questions or could really dig in. Trump was just kind of jumping around the answers, and he goes on that big fucking monologue and never really answers it fully. He answers a little bit of what he wants to, but he never gets into it.
I think it was way more down to earth and less of a rally vibe than every other thing I've seen. That's why I liked it more.
Well, I watched the Vance one for the first 45 minutes.
With him in about 10 minutes.
It was really good. He came across really good.
I come on that show and simulcast.
But the big thing about his childhood at the start. He gave like a story
about growing up in a middle class home.
No, but it was something that was quite funny as well.
What's
like,
the latest from the crew? And they're looking at the numbers.
But anyway,
here in Austin.
Yeah, he come across really well, I thought, Vance did.
Right now, it's safe to say Republicans +4 in the House. That's safe. Definitely going to go up from there. Republicans +2 in the Senate.
See, their numbers are very different in the background. See that?
Looks like you're probably going to be +2. Anything after that would probably be a surprise bonus.
That could be like
Pennsylvania
probably
continues to
manipulated
look
though.
good.
Is the only thing.
I would say Pennsylvania
I'm just
continues
curious what
to look
source they're
good.
using right now.
Georgia is tightening up.
Probably their own source.
Continues to maintain
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Before we move on to what we're seeing in Michigan and
Themselves.
Wisconsin right now, though,
Apparently, DC is in the middle of
Trump is
Kentucky.
outperforming in Maine. He's outperforming in New Hampshire. He's even outperforming in New York.
No, he's
New
not.
Jersey is an interesting
Clearly.
case. He's outperforming in Virginia. Donald Trump is on pace to win the popular vote.
No, he's.
You got a response T in the chat by Blunt Crusader.
Yeah, he's not winning the popular votes.
But right now, Donald Trump is on pace to win the popular vote. Okay.
No, yeah.
It's not over the same God. It's not over the religion aspect.
Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, it's
Well,
over.
partially it is, but it's to do with sectarianism. The British government came over as an attempt to ethnically cleanse the Irish population and try and get rid of the Catholics. Ireland was considered like an inferior culture. The issue with the Protestants and Catholics isn't necessarily about religion, more so to do with the loyalty to the royal family or the British government from the Protestant side.
Wait, let me hear this.
Biden got 68% of Wayne County in 2020. 68%.
They just got 93%.
92.7. So this thing better balance itself out, or they're going to try to play games in Michigan with the Senate race, maybe the presidential race.
How can they have 93% of share?
I mean, that is ludicrous. Especially considering the
Blunt Crusader, I'm talking about way back in
at
the beginning, like 800 years ago. That's when it started. Rothschild didn't exist then.
Wayne County, one of the most corrupt counties in the United States of America. That is a
what is the name I'm thinking of? Peter Thiel? Is he the billionaire that backs a lot of companies that are technology companies that are databasing people all around the world?
That'll overwhelm the rest of the
Does
state.
that ring a bell?
He's the CEO of PayPal.
Right. That's the guy I'm thinking of. His attachment to Vance is heavy.
PM Central Time.
And
Trump's path to victory. North Carolina,
that
Georgia,
does a lot. It says a lot of the policies that are coming in and the technologies that are going to be changing if they get in.
Now, if they really want to play games, they'll just refuse to call it. They'll just refuse to call it.
The Northern Irish didn't like Catholics in position, just like us in Ireland. Fuck off the Pope, never remember.
Guys, let me see the latest numbers in
You do
Pennsylvania
realize, Trucking, that it was the fucking Protestants that began the shit into Ireland. We didn't do fuck all to the British.
Now you're sounding super Irish, my man. I love it. You're getting into your people.
Yeah.
Back 'em.
I'm not even a fucking Catholic. I'm not even a Christian at that.
You know the Crucible on YouTube?
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah, have a look at it. They're using a clicker on that, and they're getting all the I don't know what overlay he's using.
Because he's very straight.
I can't.
I
don't know if anyone will recognize it. It's Dominic
Travalsky.
That he tweets mean tweets.
Yeah, are you able to post it?
It's not for the president.
He's
the president of the people. He doesn't have to do that. I mean, the amount of money he
Well, we got
owns,
4 minutes, guys, until the next release of until everything but Alaska and Hawaii is in. We got 4 minutes.
I don't have to do that.
No, I can't because I'm using my. They're not connected together. But if you put in the Crucible, they've got. Oh, he's going back. He's left it again. Keeps on coming and going. It's alright. Don't worry.
He's coming in. He's getting into the room, and you feel this.
This guy, mind you, he's based as fuck. Dominic Travalsky, Polish.
Who's not afraid.
Poland will not let in a single illegal immigrant.
That's the man.
Okay, I want to come to
That's
Canada
the man.
before I do. There's a guy that wants to say hello to everybody. Rob, if you're ready, bring him on.
Oh, what is he? The PDB, something like
Let me
that.
know if you recognize him or not.
He's
the EU counselor for
in a cage. He
Poland.
wants to be free. Do we have him on?
Patrick, I'm here.
Joe calls this man a national treasure. Rob, if you have him on, just show his face. The moment his face shows up.
There he is. Woo, Alex. Yo, man.
Looks like a kid in a candy store,
Alex,
dude.
you're the man. Poland loves you.
Alex, how you doing? What's happening? How you feeling about tonight?
I'm watching the Second American Revolution take place peacefully. Even if they steal this, there's no reversing it. It's explosive on the street. It's everywhere. All the liberals that are good people are joining us. There's a global realignment, populist, anti-globalist being elected everywhere. Every broadcast that's been fighting tyranny for so long, like yours, is just exploding. The corporate old media has been dead for a while. Now they're just recognizing it. And we've got you and Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk and all of the cool, smart, hardworking, beautiful people of every race, color, and creed. And this is a magic moment, despite the wall of fraud and the illegals voting and all of the vote flipping and all of the scams. All the king's horses, all the king's men couldn't steal the election again. That's what it looks like.
That's adorable.
I'm very optimistic right now.
Poet and he doesn't even know it.
Regardless, the global awakening is unstoppable. That which doesn't kill you
You
only
can,
makes
you
you
can
stronger.
ad
So
lib
no
so
matter
well,
what
can't
happens
he?
tonight,
Good.
America
Yeah.
is back, baby.
I mean, he's said these things like 50 times, so he's just pulling off muscle memory, right?
Yeah,
It's still good though, isn't it?
Alex, anything that you're
Better than
concerned about,
Kamala.
is there anything else that's going on
Even
that
you
you're a
don't
little bit
believe him,
paranoid
smile.
or nervous about, or you're
He's an
pretty steady
entertainer for sure,
optimistic?
but I
Well,
do
look, I'm
struggle
always
with
optimistic
listening
when
to him for
humanity's
too
waking
long.
up, but the globalists are openly trying to
The way
accelerate
he
war with
blinks
Russia.
isn't
They are
natural.
openly
It's like
trying to
he's on
reinforce
something
the
like
Middle
fucking
East.
Adderall.
They're flooding our
Dude,
borders.
he's
They
on
are
like
trying
half
to
the pills he's
consolidate power
shilling.
control for their great reset.
Fucking
And so,
true.
yeah, we've got a lot of opposition, a lot of
He's on
problems.
so
Yeah,
much
it's like a
turmeric.
tick.
He's on too much
It's the
fucking
turmeric tick.
turmeric tick. He's on too much fucking turmeric powder. He's like, this shit's strong. Somebody told me if I took it up my arse, it'd be an even better result. Now my arse is burning. I need a shit.
It's not that.
He hasn't slept since the 2020 election.
LWC tips at protonmail.com.
Is he on or no?
Please make sure that you're still
Okay.
sending stuff in.
Is
We
he
have a few
frozen
things
or
we're
no?
going to talk about here. in just a
I'm
little
here,
bit.
Patrick. We got another show dialed in, another show just connected. We'll reconnect with them in a minute. A lot going on here.
Ooh, he just put the back burner on a PDB.
Go do your
That's
thing,
that's
Alex.
clout.
Have you on. Take care, buddy.
We love you, brother. We love you.
Remember, Alex, Poland loves you.
And then Stephen Crowder is on now.
Oh, for
And there he
fuck's
is.
sake.
We
I
are
don't
very
like
busy.
Stephen
I wouldn't have
Crowder.
traded out for Steven
Great.
Crowder.
I love Patrick Ben David.
Stephen
I love
Crowder's a
Stephen
cunt.
Crowder. I love to
Ooh,
see the new
careful.
media being
This is on
dominant.
YouTube
What an
in
incredible
America.
time,
No, it's not.
to be
Screw it.
alive.
Say whatever you want.
And I can see Crowder there on screen. I think they're on break. Let's punch up Crowder real quick so everybody can see him.
So I just took some fever reducers. I was like, okay, let me bring it down.
Oh, yay, Crowder.
We do have some undercover videos. We do have some videos on the ground right now.
I was going to say,
In relation to,
Undercover
Gerald,
Secret
if you wanna go
Service
out
officers in here.
Yeah, talk with them. 1 second. You know what? Hey,
Sorry, I was
there's
just
Bill.
eating a Philly
Hello.
cheesesteak.
Sorry, I was eating saltines. The fever's past low grade. It's getting there.
You need
It's trying to
popsicles.
get you. Yeah, popsicles.
Popsicles, applesauce, and there's three things.
Dick.
Damn it.
What doesn't help if I don't have the third thing?
I think it's bourbon. Is that all right?
Nar, that's why the North Irish have a song about Cromwell saving them.
We're looking into some numbers here that are.
But
pretty
funnily
damn
enough, if you're
interesting.
loyalist to the
I
British
think my
government, you're going to
suspicions,
see Cromwell
I'm
in a
making
good
official
light, wouldn't
calls,
you now?
were likely
It's
correct
not the
as it
Northern
relates to
Irish, it's the
Miami-Dade,
Northern Irish
Broward, Palm
Protestants.
Beach,
A
and
fucking
some of the things that we're
minority
seeing.
in Northern
And we
Ireland,
can
may
apply
I
that.
add.
We're going to cross-reference it with some other counties that have already been called, not necessarily in swing states, but in states that have already been called. So we can look at some definitive patterns and see that it may be the reason this election plays out the way that it will in swing states like Pennsylvania. So before we get to that,
Is Trigger taking the event pretty well? Welshie, is Trigger doing all right with this?
Cross-reference. Is that because the demographics are similar? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, I'm going to look at some demographics here that we're looking at right
Trump's
now.
up to
and see if there's some
214.
major trends in these counties where we saw some significant swings.
179 for Harris. California and Washington
Not
just
only in
popped.
Florida, but if that seems to check out consistently with places like New York, places that have already been called. In other words, I'm not talking about counties that Donald Trump wins, but if certain demographics have been swinging consistently with a pattern, that'll give us some interesting projections that we can make that other people are not going to be willing
So
to make
California
because
popped
they
with
would consider it
0% of the
racist.
expected votes
There's
reported,
a lot of
as well as
Jews and
Washington. They
Cubans
just went
other than-
directly to blue.
certainly a lot of states with a lot of Jewish votes. And if you're seeing enough of those right now, what may be the theme of this election, and I'm just telling people that there may be something there.
Arizona is only 0.2% difference with 49.8% of the votes in.
Maybe peeling off, and that may determine some counties in these swing states.
I see.
Because a lot of people are afraid.
Georgia, 51.1 to 48.2 with 90% of the votes in.
We're seeing some numbers play out remarkably consistently.
Pennsylvania, 51%
All right, we're gonna go
to
back to Crowder in a minute.
48.1% with 67.1 of the votes in.
As well. They told me be on right
So,
there at 10. I'm ready
Georgia
to
and
go.
Pennsylvania are projecting
But
well. We got to see how it goes at 3 in the morning.
I see some of our computer issues there. So
Nevada,
wait
we
while
got
that
hours
goes
on that.
on. Go
And
ahead, we're
Oregon,
back on feed
for
us
8
audio.
electoral votes, we're not sure
My
yet.
legal futures.
First of all,
Alaska and Hawaii, I guess, doesn't matter.
How's this person going to get everything? I was making
Okay,
jokes.
so the 51% in Pennsylvania, is that Trump or Harris?
Yeah, they do.
You would
That's
be
Trump.
Yeah, I've been in enough.
Trump's winning by
Whether they
1.9. No,
Yes.
So
That's true.
I can't do the math this late at night.
it's true of anything else. So,
48.1
right
to 51.
now, we do an update right now. Noodles.
But that's with 68.5 of the vote. So
we have a video here, so let's go
I
to
thought
our
it was
electoral.
90%
that's still danger close.
I know we have writers there right now, but the electoral integrity map.
Georgia is 51.1 to 48.2.
I keep saying electoral because it's all the above.
Trump
But
again,
if
yeah.
you only
Integrity.com, go.
10% of the
Follow
votes have to
along
get
with
in,
us. We
get
are
in yet.
hearing some reports in 2 places right now, Cobb County and in Philly. And I believe we have video for both of these. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong or if it's just images. But in DeKalb County, what we are hearing right now is, well, I guess we have a librarian right now with an exclusive reporting on some of those bomb threats that we heard about in DeKalb County. So let's go to
I would
Georgia
have
right
guessed
now. In the election
California is
integrity
already
map.
considered blue.
And I believe that if we go to DeKalb County,
0 votes have been called in.
we're going
Exactly.
to see right now.
Harris is now
and, Lane the Brain can let me
179
know if
and
I'm
Trump
getting
is
anything wrong here because
214.
these reports are coming in.
Oregon's
Obviously, and they're
blue,
fluid.
Washington's blue,
Do you have the video there, Noodles?
I have the video.
Mexico's blue.
Oh, Oregon just turned blue. You're right.
At the moment, but we'll take the video.
God love DDoS attacks. So we
But
can do
all
it
of a
for
sudden,
you
Oregon
live,
has
but because the DDoS
43.6
attacks
of the
take a
votes
little bit
in.
of
So
time to update.
59.3 for
We do
Harris
have
and
a video
38.3 for
exclusive
Trump.
right now
That's a
from,
heavy win.
librarian on
Yeah.
these bomb
I'm
threats
seeing
How
no
come
numbers
that
for the
people
other two.
talk about. Let's
How come California's just blue?
Wow.
And
Yeah,
Washington, what the fuck?
I heard a phrase earlier today. It was like a lock state or something. I can't
No,
remember
that's
what
not a
the phrase
librarian.
was, but it's like there's no chance. There's just no chance. No
Again, we
matter
are
based on how
checking
it's set
in
up,
with a
there's
lot
no
of great
chance.
folks, live
All
feeds
right.
and what they're doing. We were just checking in with Patrick Bet-David. This is getting really, really close for Trump right now. We pray.
You got some
this could stop
responses from
World
Hello
War III.
there
I mean,
in the
this is
chat.
so epic. People
Quite
get
a
excited
few.
about a football game. And
For
they
T.
get depressed if they lose. This is our children's future. I mean, this is so big. We're so
Propaganda,
honored
you mean the
you're all
countless
tuned in
amounts
right
of
now.
fucking videos and historical
Let's go
documents
ahead and
we
get a
have
quick update from
of these
Owen, and as soon as
situations
they
because
flag
they
me to
didn't
come
just
in,
end,
we'll
you know, in
come
the
in.
18th
Owen
and
and Harrison, you got
18th
cut
and
off, and I
17th
went with Patrick
centuries.
Bet-David
They also
now,
continued on to the fucking early
and now
2000s
this.
as well, mate.
Owen, give us
So,
the
you
latest.
know, yeah, propaganda.
Well, let me just say this, Alex.
Also, lived
If I'm
experience
Donald
from
Trump
grandparents as well.
and the
You
current
know,
trends continue in
but of course, I have
Pennsylvania
nothing.
and Georgia,
I know absolutely fucking
in 1
nothing about
hour
what I'm
from
Can we
talking
listen?
about doing now.
Can we
midnight
listen?
Eastern, I'm
Just
just
2
coming out
secs.
and declaring victory. That's what
Yeah.
I'm doing. Because the way I see it, there is no path to victory short of epic voter fraud in Pennsylvania or in Georgia. They've run out of the margin that they would need in Philadelphia County and the greater Philadelphia area. They've run out of the margin that they would need in Georgia and Atlanta specifically. It's too late. It's too late, Alex. And this is exactly what they did in 2020. Now, I know you could say, well, the media predicted he would come out and declare victory early, and that's how he would steal it. Screw them. Everybody knows they're liars. The only way Kamala Harris comes back in Georgia and Pennsylvania is with an epic amount of voter fraud. They just refuse to declare it for Trump. We already went through this in 2020. I'm not going through this again if I'm Donald Trump. I come out and declare victory at midnight if these trends do not change. Now, let's be clear with the numbers. Pennsylvania, Georgia.
Yeah, see, their map doesn't have Oregon up yet.
Equals
Is this feed up to date live? Is your feed lagged behind, or is it actually live?
I think it's up to date because they're behind me. They're 211 for Trump, but we're 214.
Yeah, right.
Safe to say Republicans
So
are
there
gonna
must
get
be there's got to be a
in the
delay on their
Senate,
end.
and at least +4 in the House. That number could jump up to 10 or more.
But it's Pennsylvania is the one.
Look at these numbers. And these are the 2020 numbers.
It's the one what?
These are already the inflated
it's the one you want.
in Pennsylvania that we're
Well,
looking at.
Pennsylvania's Trump's currently winning by 200,000.
They need Pennsylvania and Georgia.
If we assume the worst about
Yeah,
these
but
counties, including
they don't need the
Philadelphia
two
County,
together. They need Pennsylvania and something else. If they don't get
still
Georgia,
not there for Harris.
There's many different ways.
I mean, unless
with
all of a
Pennsylvania.
sudden no more votes come in from rural Pennsylvania.
Georgia's still
with
fucking
Donald Trump up now 200,000.
So Georgia is a big insane.
The deep blue Philadelphia areas.
I can't believe how close North Carolina is. That's crazy. 50.8 to 48.0 with 87 of the votes in.
So I can explain this too.
Percent of the votes in.
Georgia, same story.
Because I mean, everybody I know around here is red. That means that the cities are just pumped full of liberal people.
In the greater Atlanta area, but the numbers just aren't there, Alex. I mean, this is already 90%. So even if you assume she's going to gain, say, 100,000 votes in that area, I mean, we're what here? We're already 88% in.
Kelsey, is Timcast hosting a live feed?
Yeah, he is.
I don't see the numbers. I do not see the numbers right now for Harris to make up these deficits.
Yeah, I'd want a different opinion, but whether Timbo will get me struck like.
From now, I'm coming out declaring
I mean,
victory.
I don't know about that. I'm surprised. Is he talking about Civil War, Kelsey?
And what happened in 2020?
He's talking about Civil War.
100%.
But that's what I'm
Something
doing.
just changed in the map.
You don't even need Arizona. You don't
Really?
need Wisconsin. You don't need.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened, but somewhere went either darker or something changed blue. I
And
couldn't
then
tell.
everything else is just bonus from there. And again, it's worth mentioning, Trump is on pace to win the popular vote right now. Trump is outperforming in Virginia. He's outperforming in New Jersey. He's even outperforming in New York.
Yeah, see, Virginia is blue on Axios, but oh no, that is Harris winning with 50. Never mind.
Based off of the numbers that we have right now.
50 to
So we
48.3.
gotta get ahead of this.
75% of the votes
2020
in.
all over again. All these numbers indicate Trump is on his way to a victory. The margins in Pennsylvania and Georgia show no path for Kamala Harris. Everybody's already called North Carolina.
Yeah, let's get.
Even though that
Can we
one's
get a
tight.
can we get a
Everybody's
feed
already
up of
called that.
MSPC,
my
a
strategy
live
if I'm
feed
Donald Trump.
again,
Wait till
just to
midnight,
see what they're saying.
midnight
Just-
Eastern time.
I'm not.
And just come
With
out and say,
audio,
"We've got
you
the
have the
numbers,
feed
we've got
there.
the votes."
It's just they're just
Because here's
showing
what
like
you have to do,
counties in
Alex. You have to get
Pennsylvania.
people's eyes
They
on
can't
this.
be. That can't
So
be
you
their
can't
live
make the
feed.
same
Let me look at
mistakes as
it on
2020.
my
So if you
phone.
declare victory and you got 270, and then magically at 3:30 in the morning, you get the vote steroids in Pennsylvania and Georgia and everybody else.
Can we just stop
Everybody's
the
going to
screen
see
for
it.
the
Then
thing
you
and
can
not
come out and
change
say, what
server?
did they do here? And I think that that's how you stop this steal from happening.
So Tyke Truckin, this is my area of study. The Jesuits started the American War for Independence because the Puritans banned them out of most colonial states. Why? They ran away to America to avoid Catholic persecution. So the Jesuits were created for the Counter-Reformation. They were literally created to take all the people that broke away from the church and bring them back into the church. So you see them all throughout the world doing that, and they're at their end game. So this whole thing that's happening in America right now, the Vance-Trump side is moving towards taking the Protestant Christian America to more of a church-state combination. So that may not sound like it's Jesuit involvement, but when you see that church-state bring power back to the Vatican, then you know that everything's in lockstep. You heard it here first. You heard it here first,
okay.
Everyone. All right.
Okay, just to give you a heads up, MSNBC has just got like literally a generic feed, and the CNN feed is the same feed that was switched on 2 hours ago. It's the same feed. It's the same two counting areas. You can look at it now yourself.
Weird.
They've got nothing. Isn't
That's
that berserk? So they've got no panels on at all.
They must have tanked out as a company. Their company must basically just be like a shell corporation.
And there's 4,800 people watching a CNN live feed of nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's no commentary. There's music. There's cheesy music. It's unbelievable. Honestly, we should just get it on for the lot. Bring it on yourself just for your own. This is unbelievable. And the MS is. The MS is just as bad.
Maybe they think it's just that bad that they're not even going to try and fucking talk.
Or there's something crazy going to happen because I just can't. Yeah, it's nothing. I mean, at least MSNBC's got 40,000 people watching it.
What about
only they can put a comment in. Only they can put comments in.
Wait,
Oh,
what were they
God.
saying in the
It's
comments there?
bonkers.
Hang on a second. How Harris's clear path to victory is still open. Oh, so they're very clearly fucking biased. All right.
What are we talking about here? What are we talking about?
MSNBC. They're like how like Kamala Harris is a clear line to win.
Oh dear. That's
that
some
live,
spin, though,
fellas?
right? That's not based on the current numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I've got you up, IFT, all right? So you're live.
It doesn't look like they will. And
Oh,
all
God.
the are going to be in that blue wall. The other thing that's interesting about all this tonight is that one change in the law from 2020 to 2024. These states are counting a lot of these early votes right now.
144,000 votes for Fred Kino. That's a very unique
North
number.
Carolina started counting at 5 o'clock. Wisconsin 7, Michigan 7, Pennsylvania 7. One note, and Rick hit it earlier, which is important
Yeah,
about
he did.
Wisconsin. Right now, the last I checked,
It's 1531214.
153,214. What do we got on Axios? That's
Harris
very
is-
different. That's very different.
Harris is getting ahead more in Oregon as 50% of the votes have been counted.
So
that's
179 to 214 on Axios. So I'm not sure how they're
So
pulling
that's
these numbers.
MSNBC saying that, 214.
Maybe they're not counting the ones that aren't
So this is gonna
that
be
are 50-50. Maybe they're only counting the ones that are sure shots.
And if you look at
Oregon is currently 704,000 versus Trump's 481,000. But Washington, Trump is ahead by 2,000.
But that's a huge.
But it's
those
blue.
are huge numbers,
But it's blue for some
where
reason
they
because
need to be.
Harris, for some reason, has been given the win for
Right.
Washington.
That's
Which
20.5% of the vote.
Need to be before these final
That doesn't make any
votes.
sense.
Democrat-rich
It makes sense when you're rigging the whole damn thing.
People believe, and I was just talking to Governor Walker on text about this, and he agrees that Donald Trump
Popular
has
vote.
a 21,000 vote
Well,
lead
he's right on the popular
before
vote. He's
those
up to the popular vote, but it's not the end
absentee
yet. It's going to go up
ballots
to 80 odd million.
counted or entered into the system in
Oh yeah, you're not
Milwaukee
seeing what
that
I'm
are
seeing.
still sitting
Yeah,
out there. So
he's about 6 million up on the voting.
41,000 vote lead right now.
Obviously, that could change,
There's
but
more to come, and there's more blue
Yeah.
votes to come in as well. So a long way to go, but rather be Donald Trump here than Kamala Harris in Wisconsin.
oh, do that.
Say that again, Donald.
I would rather be Kamala Harris. Look, you know the state better than I know it, but I also know how difficult it is to get all of the votes counted in Milwaukee. Dane, I mean, Dane had not only a significant early vote,
So
but
you got
also
time to get the count sorted out.
a great turnout today with
It's
the
a
same-day registration.
it's a very elite black woman right there.
Some of the young people in line. So I still
Libertarian minded is using an emoji. After the it says this guy smiley face, us or US, and then it's like a microwave. What is that?
No, vote.
I don't think you're going
They
to
can
be
vote
Oh,
ballot.
okay.
I'm not saying it's
Okay.
Milwaukee best.
I mean,
I'd rather be where we're
Spotted cow. But Dane County, they've already counted.
Oh, look at it. They got John Christie in there. I just seen that fat cunt on the left.
John, these are
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're pulling their information, Jason, besides straight out.
blowout. I mean, she's
Um,
getting there.
Let's look at the map that shows the outstanding vote, Rick.
Yeah,
by party here.
Yeah, I mean that's Milwaukee. That's exactly.
if they don't actually close the vote, if they don't call this election for like days, ABC is going to be flinging gaslighting for 48 hours straight.
But there's some red spots on the map as well. You go out to the west to St. Croix. I mean, we don't really have any vote there to speak of at all. So there's still Republican votes too. But Brian's is right. I mean, as with all three of these Midwestern cities, we're not really.
Oh, Topple's out of here. Have a good night,
I
Topple.
see
Thanks
why-
for chilling, buddy. Appreciate you being here.
I see why Washington's definitely blue.
its suburbs.
1,024,000 to Harris and 623,000 to Trump. Yeah, well, Trump's lost Washington. Actually, maybe not. They got
Wait,
40.
what? Oh, Washington State, right?
Yeah, they've only got 38.7% of the votes,
Any lead
but
right now are
still.
potentially illusory. North Carolina and Georgia does look different.
Oh,
Never mind.
what the hell just happened? Oh, what? Wait.
Washington's got 220.
We just looked at that, and Trump was at like he was above by 1% or 2.
Yeah.
And now it's just they all of a sudden found a whole bunch more for Harris. That's good.
Enough votes to shrink
Yeah,
the margin.
counting alphabetically.
At this hour, Mecklenburg, Charlotte already came in.
The Trump's closing the gap though in Oregon.
Really
Is he?
on the score.
Yeah.
This is obviously not a meaningful number at the end of the night.
How much is he up from before?
He's winning the popular vote by
I would say maybe 80,000-ish, maybe more.
Oh, you're looking at the vote
Maybe
numbers.
100,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to like screenshot it. My memory's so terrible.
Oh man, so is mine. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning. My memory is not doing well.
Yeah, it's
Right.
4 o'clock.
We'll just stop using memory. So California's got 3.1% of their votes in, and it's
So
56.3 Harris and 41 Trump. Trump's higher than I thought.
They're projecting her winning Oregon, Washington.
Congressman Adam Schiff, 12.
Yes, they are.
California.
Yeah, Schiff is going to win the Senate seat, California.
Why are they so slow at counting their
Shifty
votes
Schiff?
in Maine?
Oh, you're watching now, sorry.
What can you tell us?
The fuck is going on in Maine?
Yeah, so David, this will now be the first time in
Oh, you mean why are they counting so slowly?
Yeah, they got 22% of expected
I'm gonna
votes
fix-
reported.
Yeah, I'm not
fix the
sure what's
votes.
going on with that. I'm gonna look on X for a bit to see if I can see anything happening.
Momentarily, this has been a race that Democrats have been very, very confident in this.
According to Fox News, Kamala campaign is apparently no longer responding to requests for comment. I don't know what that is even in relation to.
Well, that's normally not a good sign, so.
Republican Bernie Morneau wins U.S. Senate race in Ohio, ousting Sherrod Brown.
He's also been spending a tremendous amount of his own political capital.
This doesn't mean anything because like if the Democrats win, can't they just shell them out?
Here in California, in particular, some of those
What does that mean?
They can just kick him out. Oh wait, voting's happening in California though. Trump is doing surprisingly well. I know only 3% of the votes been counted, but Harris is 312,000 and Trump is 229,000.
Wow.
Yeah, his
That's
percentage is way higher than I expected.
That is actually pretty good.
All those votes went down to Arizona. All those Harris votes, they all moved away from California, and Arizona's feeling the burn.
We got some interesting numbers coming in from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and really looking at
Here we go, listen to this.
Pennsylvania's red.
County of Center. This is home
Yeah, Pennsylvania, chaps, listen.
college down here. So Vice President Kamala Harris hoping to do well here. David, I want to show you President Biden won this county. Clinton won this county. Vice President Kamala Harris underperforming where she needs to be at this moment, according to our 538 benchmark. Take a look at this. She needs to be at 51%. She's at 47%. Donald Trump ahead. This county has gone Democratic for the last 20 years. And right now, with 81% of the vote in, Donald Trump ahead.
Very
Is that's Pennsylvania?
What percent of the votes? What was it? 81% of the votes in? Is that what she said?
I don't know.
They needed to be 51 to be ahead, and Trump's 51 ahead.
Yeah,
They're
what
saying very
percentage?
interesting.
What percentage of the vote is being counted? That's the one.
Let me have a look now. Where was it? Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're counting counties.
75%.
Ooh, that's good.
Trump actually doing 8 points better with the group 18 to 20.
Oh, Harris is clearing the fucking floor in Washington. 1.4 mil versus 900,000.
What state?
Washington.
Of the vote, a little more than half, going for Kamala Harris, and this is a group that certainly she has.
Trump's up 230 now. Harris is 179.
The baton is in our hands. She's
So what did he gain? He gained Idaho. Is that what happened?
I think he gained Idaho, and he's going to have Pennsylvania in a bit.
But still, he's doing much
Michigan went red. Michigan flipped.
Michigan. Oh yeah.
So that's great news. I was expecting that because of how pissed off they were. But they only got 31% of their vote in. So I mean, He's 52 to 46, but that's a pretty high lead.
It's going to become a story in some of these key counties. And when you see Lindsay saying that Kamala Harris leaking out by 2 points in the exit polls,
Fred Kina says that it's supposed to be law that Georgia counted their votes in 2 hours, but counting stopped again.
beating him there, but
I'm not sure why their counting would have stopped.
Right behind, and that's exactly it. And it's
And their votes, they're 90.4% of the vote in. For them to stop when they're that close is odd. That doesn't make sense. I'd have to see a source on that.
Not really that close. Harris is losing. Oh no, it is, because Harris is losing by
Yeah, pretty close.
Reince knows this better than anyone.
Hmm.
Democrats have been running up the
Oh,
score.
never mind.
That's a ballot stuff scenario.
Yeah.
The limit tonight.
I think it's really
California.
100,000.
We're going to be laser focused on Pennsylvania.
Harris is currently ahead by 600,000 in California.
Every 4 years or so, and I think it's interesting. That Ryan and Donna believe that this is going to be very close.
What is 10% of the total number?
From there,
Arizona, they have 3,000 extra to Trump. They're closing down hard on in Arizona. Oregon,
Harris is closing down.
Yeah, Harris is closing down on Trump in Arizona.
But it's been 0.2% for quite a while. Even though the numbers are going up, it's still sticking at 0.2% difference.
Yeah. I mean, it's 0.2%, but I've seen the numbers go up, but they've been getting closer. Oregon, still the same, pretty much. Trump's behind by 100,000 and something, 100,060. 160,000, sorry.
Like all electronics on
Skip.
What's the YouTube channel? Is it called Right Side Broadcasting? They do a lot of Trump rallies. Right something.
Did they not skip? Why can't I skip?
Yeah, Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSBN.
Broadcasting abroad.
RSBN.
Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan are all red. Not
they're
super red,
basically like Newsmax, but a little bit more cringy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we can put them up if you want to have a bit of a, because I don't think I can put Tim up because he's not a news channel, and the same with TYT, but I can put like basically news channels up, I believe.
I mean, yeah, if you want to go red news for a while, we've been casting blue news all night. No, that's not true. InfoWars is completely red, but it's not really news. It's like entertainment.
Yeah. But I know I
you
can get away with that because that's not on YouTube at all. InfoWars.
So what is it you want me to stream?
Maybe if you want to. It's called Right Side Broadcasting. They're like a right, definitely right sort of.
Yeah,
leaning.
first link. Yep.
The peach sticker that he voted.
That's them.
They're kind of cringe though. So put your seatbelts on, guys.
Yeah, we'll see how it runs.
With the wonderful
what the fuck?
Fields back at that Atlanta
All
rally
right.
on
Well, I was just trying to.
Yeah, you can watch the comments if you want. They're gonna be brutal.
The comments are brilliant, they're not.
Bro, you
I love
have to
comments.
pay to fucking comment? That's correct. Oh wait, no, hang on, wait.
2:30. We
No, you just got to be a
No,
subscriber.
subscription mode is probably the paid subscription.
President of the United States, the commander.
No, I
There's
don't
like
know.
2 subscribe modes.
No, I don't know.
It's
I think
all
you just gotta
bots
sell.
anyway, man. It's all robots.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. I mean, we can.
$100.
Great examples of their work, but right
That was me.
I
No, I'm
always
just kidding.
double check when I take
Poi
my laptop
dong.
out. Is it
I just felt like throwing money into the toilet.
when I'm at the
So
airport?
it's Trump cards. So it's Trump silver cards. Or it's his laptop. Sorry.
Stickers and
Yeah,
I know
it's
fun.
an apple with a
It's
bite
the
out of
news
it.
you guys-
I'm sure no one can figure out that
Harris is
symbol.
now
This
187.
election right now in real time, we're watching this. Very exciting.
Yeah,
This
let's
is
go
getting
back on.
weirdly close.
Let's go back to MS or info.
It's
I think.
pretty bad when
Yeah.
No,
blue networks are more entertaining.
President Trump.
I'm
Well,
forcing
they
you to
were
watch
actually.
this now.
on your laptop.
Try Newsmax
Yeah.
real quick.
The card
Go for
is
Newsmax.
your-
No, that'd be
making it
even worse. That'd be even
I mean,
worse.
they're not. These guys are just painfully cringy. Like they're just like they're
This
like
is
the
like a-
B-roll.
This is like a father and son decided they're gonna do like a high school like how do you put it, like a high school
seemingly
How do I put it?
closing in on 270.
They could be husband and husband, couldn't they?
They could be.
That's awesome.
It's like two gay students want to form like a news broadcasting thing for their high school.
More of a chess club, probably. Too
But
much.
but they're Republican and they're Christian and gay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, they're not openly
ticking all the
gay.
boxes. Well, they sort of tick all the boxes apart from some of the Christians hate them.
Yeah, they need to stay away from the boxes.
Boys, this is getting really close. Harris is 187,000. Sorry, 187, and Trump's 230. 230.
Yeah, well, it's going to happen on that. She's going to catch up. It happened the last time. He gets the early stuff because it's all the rural stuff. It comes in quick. She gets all the urban stuff. So
the
you
Blunt
get that.
Crusaders. Blunt
She'll
Crusaders
get that
saying
catch
states
up.
that people are pooping in the streets are voting for Trump. I mean, the cool kids poop their pants, right? I learned that from Billy Madison.
Right. Let's get MSNBC in again if we could, T.
Sorry?
Back to MSNBC.
Yeah, this is not a choice I should have made.
Yeah, that was a hard fail.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what.
Oh, don't! I hate these commercials. They suck on purpose. They suck on purpose, and it drives me wild. And that's not even in the game.
Okay, right, you must have watched these adverts. So let me just tell you about these adverts, right? So they're on Facebook, and what happens? There's a picture of a turtle, or a dolphin, and the dolphin comes up to the boat and it gives the boat a fish, and then the narrator says, he wants the humans to do something. So then, of all accounts, this dolphin takes humans to the baby dolphin that's in a net, and this baby dolphin is a different species of dolphin to the so-called mother, because they're different fucking animals at different times in different parts of the ocean. Yeah, do you know what I mean? And they try and match it all together, but by the end of the sketch, when they reunite, they come back to the fishermen and say, "Oh, thanks as well." They're like three different species of dolphin, but they try and paint it. They try and paint it as a like one dolphin or one nature thing. They do it with turtles. They do it with.
You're talking about like actual footage that they all crop together, and it's a story, but it's like different animals throughout the whole thing, and only dumb people would not realize it. Yeah, it's painful, man.
It's so bad, and there's a narration in there. There's some sort of fucking AI.
It's got to be the fake AI narration voice that's on like half the movies on TikTok.
Oh, that's the one. That's the one.
This dolphin was sad and needed help from the fisherman.
That's the narration.
Guys, what you call it? What was I going to say? According to Polymarket, Trump is now up by. Hang on, how much is it? 94%, which is I think is the highest we've reached all night.
It is.
So, I thought you were going to say 98.
No,
wow.
94%.
230 for Trump to 187 Harris. Axios.
Bro, if Harris wins California in the next little bit, that Trump's out. Trump's losing. She's got Oregon and she's got Oregon. No, she's got Washington and California, which put her well ahead of Trump. So then he's got to win Pennsylvania outright, doesn't he? And then he has to win.
He's gonna need Nevada.
Yeah, he's gonna need Nevada. But do you reckon Nevada's red? I really don't know anything about Nevada.
I think it's. I mean, it's full of freaking mafia. Like, which one benefits more? I think they benefit from Trump, right?
Yeah.
Let's see what they say now in the first 5 minutes of their big panel. Look at their big panel. Oh, it's going to have all the fucking hacks in it. Whoa.
They're a little bit above our fucking production budget here.
They're trying to be, buddy. They're trying to be.
Let's see what the odds man's saying.
So there's a big
The
chunk of
stats,
votes,
man.
including the people that dropped off ballots on election day.
Because
that are-
I'm the
I have-
stats, man.
Fun,
Whoa.
fun fact, I have as many screens in their studio. Like, yeah, I have as many screens as they do in their studio in my room.
Nice.
I'm not
Need
running them all at the
aphid
same
lip on
time.
here.
It'd be too
Need
expensive.
aphid lip to put a different state on each one of his screens and run it in the
So what are they
background.
talking about? Arizona. So Arizona is what? Is very, very close, guys. 0.1%. 51% in.
Yeah, wasn't it? Arizona is
0.2%.
0.2%.
Harris is below that right now with about 60% of the vote in. Pima County, that's kind of the Democratic base of the state.
Not much has changed in Arizona.
Run a little bit above her 538 benchmark, and it's a little bit intriguing to think about.
Yeah, I think Trump's won Pennsylvania. He's got 200,000 over.
What percentage have been?
North Carolina went full red. So 50.8 to 48.1. Trump is projected to win with 89% of the vote.
So the next 2 hours is important. Big star. This is.
I mean, I'm probably gonna wake up to a completely
Here we go.
different
What are they saying
setup
about?
here.
Yeah, Pennsylvania.
In on Philadelphia, still 250,000 votes there.
I'm gonna wake up and half America's fucking burning.
3-1, and still a lot of votes left.
Nevada won't even have been called yet.
228,000 in Montgomery, Bucks County, which is a little more evenly split, 200,000 additional votes. Chester County, 182. Out in Pittsburgh to check in about 57,000 votes. So we do have areas that the Democrats can still pick up, but that looms large. We're talking about 3.5 percentage points and 188,000 votes that have to be made up in the remaining vote in these places.
They shot the bastard in Pennsylvania. They freaking
When we come back, we'll be joined
owe
by
it to him.
Our live coverage of the 2024 election returns here in just a
Right,
moment.
let's get back to InfoWars then. That's an advert. Look at them, they look stationary. Let's have a look.
Never go full red tard. Uh-oh.
Here we go. We got a bit of
Peer pressure with a former Navy SEAL.
What about going a full bluefoon?
He's in Navy SEAL training at the Navy SEAL base. He's nice about it, but he makes me, I mean, I was in terrible shape, probably about to die, and then now I'm just in decent shape.
Oh,
I'm
Harris
really
is up
in great
192
shape.
and Trump's
But,
230.
yeah.
It's getting close.
192 from what
Even the
pickup?
thing is, you still have that broad section. I always say, like, Alex Jones
187.
looks like the way is he looks like the
Yeah,
barrel
no.
that people
What
hold over
went
waterfalls
full
in.
blue? Oh, New Mexico.
Yeah.
I mean, this is muscle. These aren't, it's not tits. So I mean, but there's gonna be. It's not, no, I mean, when I was younger, I had just ridiculous chest, but yeah.
Thanks for staying with us, the trusted UK lot. I recognise a lot of you there from the UK.
You guys are dedicated, man. That's crazy.
Bodybuilders that are just.
Well, yeah. Every time America makes a stupid fucking decision, it comes back on us.
Every day, bro.
Unironically, every fucking day.
94.6 for the poly market. He's gonna swing 95 here soon. 5.6 for Kamala Harris. Whoever voted on her, man, it's
hundreds of
little scary.
This would be a huge fucking return.
And just
Well, the money market is crazy towards him.
50-pound kettlebell.
Dude, if Kamala wins, the 5.6% is going to be so stinking wealthy.
I might invest like 50 quid into it. Fuck it, we'll see.
Working for the deep state, man. Earn some money.
It's worth a fiver. It's worth a lot. It's worth a fiver, isn't it? You get 50 to win on it.
If you have a 5 to float, man.
Man, the only time I ever bet on something was like when I know about something. When I was voting on the rugby results for the World Cup, I got so close to winning a couple grand. I was just off. Like I missed one fucking point. I was like, I was so mad. I still won like a couple hundred, but I was so close to getting a couple grand.
Able to get you one because I know you probably have a gym at your studio, but if you want one for the house, I bet
I'm sorry it didn't work out for you, buddy. I know
Why
that if I gamble, I lose. That's how it works.
If I were him,
why has fucking Alex Jones got his shirt off?
He wants you to see his titties.
You're ridiculous. You're in way better shape than me, Crowder. I'm just having some fun here with you.
Yeah, but you know what, Alex? I'm not
definitely on
very
something.
proud of you, man, because I know you've. And
Let's
you know
see if
what?
That's what happens when you
crazy
take too much
stuff,
turmeric,
God
man. I'm
said-
telling you.
I'm not saying.
Oh yeah.
God loves Alex Jones more than the rest of you. What I'm saying is, God did say that David is a man after his own heart. And people go, how could that be David? I mean, David like basically killed the guy, David. But it was a man who had a repentant heart. It was a man who always came back to God. And I will tell you, Alex Jones, every time he's been going through some stuff, and I talk to Alex, he goes, you know what? I'm doing this, but you know, I really need to spend more time in prayer with God, and I really want to get in. I know that health was
Man,
a big thing.
he's slobbing some knob right now, dude.
I got to get back. It's just been so stressful. And you know what, man?
Oh,
It's the
yeah.
biggest lawsuit in modern American history as far as a bullshit ruling. So you know what? You had plenty of reasons to be stressed. So, hey, I know you have more goals to go, but man, you should be proud of yourself. And I'm not just saying that. You really are. You're looking good.
I'm not just saying that. I'm trying to make a gain here.
Stress too. I mean, this is keeping them alive, bro.
Eat CMOS.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
That's another shill. Eat CMOS.
Where do you get that?
Why isn't that coming through?
It's Irish sea moss. Listen, I just go with whatever it's got the best iodine and all these.
So
weird minerals
when
and
everybody in the
vitamins growing
chat
sea moss,
buys
and I
their
am doing
next
a plug here,
turmeric
'cause, you know,
pills from
we could
Alex
be
Jones,
shut
make
down
sure you
next
use
week.
the promotional
InfoWars
code
is up for
Based
sale
Welshman.
next Tuesday, 4-spot court, but we'll continue on in the year one way or
Yeah,
another.
that's
Steady
as hell.
The tyranny we're under, just like
My
Elon Musk
dog's
said on
snoring
Rogan.
like fuck.
And he, you know, if Kamala gets in, he's going to be shut down. This isn't a
He
game.
went down about 3% earlier on. That was what it, wasn't it? It's just gone up from
because you made jokes about
57% from yesterday.
But I mean, this is a war. This is a real deal. So I hope Trump
He's up
wins
0.1% again on the betting
here,
market.
I think he is going to win. I think it's going to be
192 for
We
Harris.
called Georgia. I think we'll be making the call of North Carolina quite soon. I think
He
that,
might win
I'm getting word now that we are going to be calling North Carolina in just
could win
a
Oregon, but it looks
actually, you know what? Hey, before we
doubtful.
continue, do you want to be here for us?
Cantaloupe News is breaking from 1 minute ago. Harris campaign asks everyone to go to sleep so the poll workers can work in peace.
Trust me. Alex, you haven't seen the entirety of the show. It gets weirder.
Oh my god.
He made another satire post earlier that said the counting the ballots may take 4 years.
Right now it's time for another state call, and then
I didn't even hear the first part of that, so I thought it was a real tweet.
Brought to you by Noble Gold, and as we've been doing.
Oh, here we go, shilling hard, man.
Trump, the next president, who is here to call the state of North Carolina.
What is North Carolina doing? 90.2% votes in for North Carolina, and he's got a
I can't even fucking have that.
1.2 lead for Trump in North Carolina with 90% of the votes in. I'm pretty sure they called it, but I'm not sure. Whereas Georgia has 91% of the vote in, and 51% is Trump to 48 Harris.
Should we get MSNBC on again, should we? Or ABC? Sorry. ABC got a good thing going. Hopefully
let me check the background and see what the best feed is. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
We haven't done Fox.
Yeah, we can do Fox.
All right. I'm sending into the back chat. If you want me to take over that, I can do that too.
I can do it for a little longer.
Okay. I can hear Trigger.
We can hear what?
Welshie's dog.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything about the Senate. Ooh. U.S. Senate has 49 to Democrat 40. They're almost above the bar. So that's pretty much what it was, though. The U.S. House, 168 to 119 Democrat, is losing to the GOP for the House so far. They're still waiting on Nevada.
So this is their live feed. That's shit.
Right, and it looks like Trump's about to do a speech.
Okay. He's not going to announce shit now, so this is just more bravado, you know. I think we should get the ABC feed on. At least we'll get some maybe looks of sort of despair and reactions, because, like you said, the next 3 hours is going
to say at this point, you'd rather be Trump than Harris, given the way the map is being laid out.
Man, you're quick, dude.
As we sit here now, and
oh yeah.
thing when you mentioned Moreno before,
Do you have these like sitting on a tab or something, or what?
No, I'm just searching him as a guy.
Given the way this is moving, I think you have to.
Oh, this guy, man.
The reason is that gives him 52 votes in the Senate, not 51. And if you,
bro, I would take a fucking pin to his neck and eat it.
Okay.
President Trump might
you got forms, so I thought I'd get in there quick. See,
potential problem. 52.
I've got form.
Both of them.
Yeah, for talking stuff.
On any controversial cabinet.
Sorry, I'm not used to being on live all the time. Wait, Minnesota's turned blue. What the fuck?
What turned blue?
Minnesota.
For Donald Trump, assuming that
wasn't that sitting on blue before?
No, that was red.
Moreno, then John Chester
okay.
is to his challenger, and Martha, you've covered that race out in Montana. John
it's
Chester
quite a bit of difference there. That's like 10% almost.
That changed very quickly.
Tough if you look at the rest of the map.
It's going to be tough, and one of the main
6%.
That's what I'm worried about, is these quick changes in the opposite direction.
They have a whole new population in
but they're saying Pennsylvania, they're saying it's too late, you know, if and what they've done, they can't manage to change with the votes that are left.
Running against him, Tim Sheehy,
I mean, Trump's winning by like 300,000 votes, roughly. No.
In Pennsylvania.
It's 2,900,000 roughly to 2,700,000 roughly. So he's got 200,000 votes, roughly.
Yeah,
so they've got 80% of the vote left to count. They're taking their sweet time, man.
Martha, thanks. Let's get back over to Rachel on the rest of the story for Ohio.
They can count 2 million in no time, for 80,000 to do three days.
A major win for the Republicans tonight. The fact that he's now been defeated after.
Yeah, Blunt. It's a valid thought, right? If everything's digital, how come it's taking 3 days to count ballots? I think my personal opinion is that this whole voting selection crap was so not speculated, but scrutinized from the last election that they're not, the people that would manipulate these things couldn't just simply manipulate it the same way anymore, so they have to use different tactics or something. Like, I don't understand the actual mindset for the delay, or how they're going to explain it.
If, for example, you can flip votes, which I believe you can with these machines.
Well, I mean, Georgia was saying that's already happening, yeah.
Yeah.
Then, obviously,
anything's possible.
Who's up against Mike Rogers,
Harris is currently at 205 and Trump's 230.
He's got the lead. They both represented the same exact.
Yeah, this is always happening.
In Lansing, right here. Let's just take a look at how they're doing compared to the top of the ticket here. This is always fascinating.
These swing states, that's what it is.
Gibbs Slockin at 56%, Harris at 55%, Mike Rogers 41%, Donald Trump at 42%. This is another one that we're going to be keeping our eyes very closely peeled on as well as they make the case in this state too, David.
But overall, statewide, he's in the lead at this point.
Overall, statewide, he is in the lead by 32,000 votes. 38% of the vote in, still a little early.
Notice how they're only referring to him as he, rather than Trump.
And this is one where, again, White House also
didn't even notice.
Yeah, they don't even refer. It's supposed to refer him as president anyway, isn't it? But when you refer into the vice president and the former president, I suppose it gets a bit confusing. So easy out to stick one in on him.
Yeah, but just like Donald, like Trump or Donald Trump. Instead, they're just saying he did it, not even saying his name, which is a bit weird.
Yeah, they're just starting in Scranton, though, just seeing how Harris is doing here.
Not surprised.
Blunt Crusader, we're going to have to see on the back end of this how much evidence can be uncovered for any shenanigan voting.
And so clearly Donald Trump at this
I mean,
point,
even if it's all, you know, theater, there's going to be a paper trail for the theater.
Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin looking to hold on to her seat. Where does that look at this hour?
Yeah, Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin looking to hold on to her seat here. She's been in public office for 40 years.
So this is Minnesota. Or no,
see
Wisconsin,
he's doing
sorry.
against Eric Hubdy. At this point, he is ahead by about 30,000
So this is the one that just
70%
flipped blue on our map in
Republican.
Axios,
Go
right,
ahead and do
T?
that compare as well here. So
No,
you
yeah,
can see
Minnesota. No,
Republican.
sorry,
Michigan,
Wisconsin.
you
They're
have
looking at
Hubdy,
Wisconsin.
49%.
Minnesota's our
Donald
issue.
Trump at 50. He's ahead again by 30,000 votes compared to Tammy Baldwin at 48. Vice President
Trump
Kamala
is
Harris
now
at 47.
150,000
We
behind
haven't called any of these
in
races, but
Minnesota.
the portrait that you just showed is a big night for Republicans. In all of these states, it looks like Tammy Baldwin's fighting to stay alive in the Senate right now. Bob Casey fighting for his life in the Senate. And in an open seat in Michigan, Mike Rogers is in the lead at this point. John Carl, this is potentially a big night for Donald Trump and all of the Republican Senate candidates who were looking either to fill an open seat or to replace a Democratic incumbent.
Look, it's not over. A lot of votes still to count, but the trend lines are clear. And what you are seeing is potentially Donald Trump on the precipice of the greatest comeback in American political history. I mean, we've never seen anything like this.
That's big for an ABC host to say that, or whoever the hell this guy is.
You know, we remember Grover Cleveland.
I know, they're literally
Let's see if
puking
they can
around him.
gaslight him.
I bet they're puking around him, especially that privileged black woman.
But a president who left the White House.
What's her name again? Horrible.
She might identify as something else that we don't know.
7 members of his own party voting to convict him in the Senate, facing multiple criminal trials, indictments in 4 separate cases, convictions in the case in New York, and to face all of that, come back, recapture the Republican nomination, and be on the
To face all of that, or for America to watch him get dragged through the tar and feathers.
And then act like a magnet. He's like a magnet then, because
this is the Hegelian dialectic, Crusader. It's 100% what's happening.
I found out that a third of black Americans have been convicted for a federal crime. So all of a sudden, those black people said, shouldn't have been done. Some of them would have said they shouldn't be done for a federal crime. They ended up in, so they actually felt sorry for it. And a lot of Americans have been stitched up by whether it's small or big. Everyone knows what it's like to have the state against you.
They feel they've been hit with housing costs that have been,
so it all worked against in the end, didn't it?
To Crusader's comment about this being the Hegelian dialectic, where you control 2 sides and push them against each other so that people meet in the middle where you want them to be anyway. We just had 4 years of insane, in my opinion, insane liberal do what thou willst mindset. And so if the pendulum is going to swing back to the right and go heavy religious, that means we're going to have a church state scenario where religious law starts to go into the books.
And David, if I
That's the opposite end of the Hegelian swing. So
the message Kamala Harris
Minnesota, Trump's closing back on Minnesota. So
going down. But the people who have
Yeah.
suffered through this, they'll never get that money back.
you said
And
that's at 44. Let me refresh.
It was the absolute #1 issue.
it's 44.4
And they
now.
felt that they were
He's going down, right?
a young
I thought he was going up.
in Texas, a
I
veteran
mean, if he is, it's by 0.1%.
for Donald
I
Trump
think
in
it's a look.
2020 was disgusted by things that Donald
Yeah,
Trump
it's roughly the
had.
same.
His name is Carl Wild, and I
She's still on
checked in with
5%.
Carl Wild
So
again
yeah.
this week,
Harris
and
is
he said,
205 now.
"My
What
business
just triggered?
has gone downhill. My wife's business
So it's
has
not
gone
affecting.
downhill. I am voting for
It's not
Donald Trump."
affecting
But he
the
said, "I'm still
the
disgusted
betting market at all.
by
Like
things he said,
coming through, which
but
was
this is
natural.
about
She was
my
gonna.
family. This is about our
Yeah, no,
suffering.
I mean, the betting market's looking at the end game, and the end game's literally coming down to what, Pennsylvania?
Why or how that
Yeah.
happened. That is what people are feeling.
Well,
I
I mean,
Pennsylvania.
Nevada, I don't know. What does Alaska and Hawaii normally vote? I think Hawaii normally votes blue.
Alaska
Even
votes red.
Yeah, it does.
Alaska obviously votes red.
It's red.
In my opinion.
their kitchen table.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when you're paying more at the grocery
Alaska's
store,
6.
you were
Alaska's 6, I think, if I remember rightly.
That's your
Ala-
most immediate
Alaska's like
that
the-
is
and as you said, as you traveled through the Sun Belt
Alaska's
states,
like super hardcore Eskimo Hicks.
I
That's
wanna
the way
remind
I
the
describe
team at
them.
538, Galen Druk, Elliot Norris,
Eskimo
Luis
Hicks.
Cameron.
A lot of Alaskans have a place in Alaska and Hawaii, and they fly between the two, depending on the season.
Wow, from one shithole to another. That's great.
Oh, dude, Hawaii and Alaska are not
What are they
shitholes.
showing here?
I
What are
know,
they showing?
Elliot,
Oh,
tell
yeah.
us what you're seeing in Pennsylvania at this hour. We're watching the Donald Trump lead grow. Is that something that Kamala Harris?
If you want to go to a shithole, go to Philadelphia, dude.
Yeah.
That's
Nah, New Jersey, mate.
that's a stinky hole. Dank.
We're showing the probability of Harris or Donald Trump winning.
The fact the majority of the map's red, and yet these blue places are holding so much power is crazy.
First battleground state, but I want you to see when we assign.
I think one of the major factors that shows the mindset of the masses to me is when people interview random people and they're interviewing someone on the right and that person has their certain talking points and they might not know all the information, but they seem to have an idea of like who Trump is and what they're after for the policies. And they interview people on the left and so many of them don't know so much of the information. Like
they simply just do not care. Oh yeah, Trump's up again. He's 44.8 now, so he's on the rise again still in Minnesota.
Okay,
Where
so
are
you're
you
watching
getting
like
that?
a hawk. Okay.
Yeah, where are you getting that information from?
Axios.
Well, I don't know if you want to bring it up as a runner, because we can bring up this page here.
I have mine
and
already in
still
the
have,
background.
and still have volume. So if we can do the same, you can see like we've still got the volume, and if we have that running ticker going on, that would be good.
I've already got that. It's the one in the top left of the screen, you know, and the
Is that one
If
there,
you
is it?
if you take the
Make it
poly
bigger if
market
you
and
want.
crop it down to just the 94.7 5.4 box and cut
Yeah.
out the map and the tabs,
Yeah.
then you can drag that other map pretty huge.
Just aren't hitting the turnout they need in Philadelphia.
Because the rest of the poly market information is useless.
It's useless. Yeah.
Kamala Harris would need to win, but the turnout just isn't there in Philadelphia.
I mean,
ABC News has not made any predictions in these races.
I don't even know if do you still want the poly market or should we just like mention it on the side? Because it's not going to go. It's not going down.
No, let's kill it if you want to, and we can. I can bring it up on my phone every so often.
All right, I can just hide it like this. Where is it? Poly market. Look and hide.
Even acknowledging that they've already said this is going to be a very long night or nights. I do want to call. Should we call Virginia right now? ABC
Should I just get rid of the
Yeah, get rid of the other one as well if you want to. You don't need that. It's shit. Oh, they are talking in it. There's their talking section, isn't it? But they're good for fuck.
This is later in the evening than we thought.
MSNBC hasn't really talked very much as I thought they would. I swear it's got a vibe where like they are losing and they just don't want to talk about it.
I think we just cropped it out. Let me just have a look. MSNBC. I think we just cropped it out, but I looked at it not long ago, didn't I? It was nothing. Yeah, it's nothing again.
Yeah. There's Washington, Minnesota's. What was it last when you checked? 44.9.
44.8.
Okay, still sitting there. All right.
Means Harris is still up by 4%. That's not changing.
Their count's only at 28% in.
Yeah.
You know, for California to have more of a vote in than Maine, something's wrong in Maine.
Yeah.
So
have they got a bunch of
I'm sorry, that's
how do I put this lightly? Mentally challenged individuals. So they've took the diversity, equity, and inclusion fucking like too far.
I don't know. Maybe it's all paper ballots and they're counting all paper, and California's just got a bunch of digital numbers coming in.
No, I'm gonna stick with the DEI shit.
All right, you take it, man. Run with it. Ain't no fact checking here.
No. Except for we're gonna just keep fact checking Kamala Harris. Cause fuck that bitch.
Right. Do they show what percentage of votes are in as well?
Yeah, down the bottom, you know, the 30%.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck! It's 5 o'clock. I think I'm gonna call it a night. It's 5 a.m.
All right, I'll take over.
All right, perfect.
Nice one, T. Thanks for jumping in, mate.
No bother. Just let me know when you've got what you want up and ready, and then I'll just hop down.
What's that? I'm ready. I'm up and running. He just has to switch screens. But thanks for all the tech help tonight, dude. I appreciate the save.
No bother, mate.
Cheers, man.
Good night, lads.
We'll talk to you on the other
Cheers,
side
man.
when I'm in a communist country.
Oh yeah, let's go. Communism number 1.
Oh, number
So we
2
got-
and 1.
Yeah, number 2, 1, 3, and 4. We are all equal on the.
We are
on
all
the
numbers.
Kabbalah.
Get back to
We
work.
are, yeah. Yes, comrade. You may have slice of bread when you want your hand cut off. Yes, get back to
Sponsored by
mining.
2 Puff cigarette. Only time for 2 Puff. Get back to work.
No, little kid, you are not allowed to eat today. Your father will eat later. Anyway,
That's rough that it's true, man. It's so sad.
Yeah.
I will freeze your means of production and make sure you have no kids. Yes? Get back to hitting that stone. Alright,
right. Yeah, see, we'll talk about that later, man. See ya.
See ya.
Yeah, so what should we get up? Should we get ABCs up, or what should we get up? We need some commentary on
I
this.
can switch between tabs, so you just got to tell me what you want.
So let's get ABC up then. Let's get their commentary, because it looks quite dire at the moment, which is good. In a good way. They look quite glum. We've had 2 of the panelists say at the same stage, I'd rather be Trump now than Harris. Just quite a good thing.
All right. Is it working? It just needs sound.
Let's have a look at that. Add to stage.
All right, Steve. Thank you.
Here we go.
Philip, ABC News. We've got a lot more coverage straight ahead on election night 2024.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Luke Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lady Wilson.
I'm going to blah, blah, pause that. All right. What else can I have as a backup?
Can you have a separate one for an InfoWars?
Put in, you want InfoWars? Yep.
So we could have one, which will be whatever this is, and we can have could you do a separate tab again to do InfoWars? I don't know if that would work for you.
I'm trying to see if they still have a live feed. No, this is old because
Ladies and
Candace is still on there.
my fellow Americans who are watching around the world,
Are you sure it's not live?
happening right now. We have done the numbers, we have looked at the math, and unless there's massive fraud in
Maybe you're right.
Pennsylvania,
Maybe this is still legit.
Trump is about to win the election tonight, but they promised not to accept it. They've
Candace just had
promised
to go
hold
and
it up,
do
create civil
another
war
film shoot real
conditions,
quick or
and have
something.
violent uprisings. And that's Jamie Raskin, that's James Carville, that's John Podesta. They're in the New York Times saying that while they accuse Trump of planning to use the military and martial law while they sign executive orders for it. It's incredible. And it's also here writing shot at this popular podcast. We've got Owen Schroyer and Harrison Smith in there at our political desk with all the latest numbers.
Yeah, this is
live. I have to say it right now.
So most people at Zombies is like got a lot of opinions in the chat, and he's asking why we treat this as real. This is being treated as
Early in
entertainment.
the night, claim that Biden the puppet had won Arizona. That was a lie. We're not jumping the gun. The polls
As
are closed.
for
This isn't going
trucking,
to affect things.
you're saying that the
But
mark
we've
in the
seen
hand
massive fraud.
is your
We know in key
your
states
vote.
like Nevada, they say for
My
3 days
understanding is
after they're going
that
to take
the mark in your
non-postmarked
hand
ballots.
is
That's insane. We know
consent
illegals
without
voted. We know
belief, and the mark in
unprecedented fraud.
the
They
head
got
is
caught in,
belief.
but
it's
I'm
not
gonna
for
say it right
voting.
now.
I believe it's a religious choice
Trump,
of
despite
either
all the
the laws
fraud,
of God versus the laws of men.
is the winner because Owen already went over the political numbers and crunched them, and Crowder's got a bunch of experts in there as well, and they looked at it. They're not going to call it yet, but she doesn't have the votes now, and things are collapsing fast.
What's
The
Crowder's
states that weren't even
background?
in
Like
play
what?
are now in
What
play.
is what makes him? What puts him on the map?
99% chance Trump is the winner, and what Owen keeps saying is that as soon as it's clear, as soon as Pennsylvania goes,
Well,
he's got to declare it now, or they are going to throw it into question and supply the fraud they
Pretty
need in those
successful.
Bush
He
cities.
runs a pretty
History is
successful
happening now.
business, and
President
Daily
Trump
Wire was going to
is
employ
the
him for
winner.
25 million a
He
year.
was the
wasn't it?
winner 4 years ago. but
And
this
that's all
landslide
from
was
running
so
his own
big,
personal
the fraud
podcast,
did
or like
not
what's
stop
his
it.
background?
And it looks like, despite all the fraud,
Well,
it's
he
still
would
going
have
to
to
be a big
work
win.
for Daily
Owen,
Wire,
you're
didn't he?
doing an excellent
He
job,
won't-
you and Harrison.
Okay.
Lay out the latest numbers
That's what
now
got his
at
name on the
exactly
map. I got you.
12 midnight Eastern. 11 p.m. Central.
Yo, zombies, if this
10 p.m.
entertainment
Mountain,
isn't for you, man,
9 p.m. Pacific.
fuck off.
Owen Schroyer.
Harris and I were just discussing what you just said. This is 2020 all over again. Trump needs to come out and declare victory right now because I'm telling you, Alex, I can feel it. They're going to start stuffing the ballots in Philadelphia if he doesn't declare victory. They're going to start stuffing the ballots in Atlanta if he doesn't declare victory. It's their only hope. The numbers do not add up. Harris is now to the point where she would have to get 70%.
So, I mean, for
of
the stuffing the
remaining
ballot
votes,
boxes,
and they're not there.
what is times
They're
the
just not
Pennsylvania
there. So unless
shows
we see the
ballot?
final numbers in Pennsylvania with Trump getting 3.4 and then Harris gets 3.5, which would be a fraud, it's just not there. And here's why I'm suspicious. Because we've crunched the numbers. You were just crunching the numbers before. Why hasn't Pennsylvania or Georgia been called for Trump? Fox News will not even call Pennsylvania or Georgia for Trump. Things are at play. There is no reason why these two states have not
Tuesday,
been called for
November.
Trump at midnight now,
So
past
today,
midnight Eastern,
deadline. So the way that PA is set up,
numbers are not
their
there.
deadline to return your mail ballot,
but the numbers
it must
are
be
not
received by your county
Georgia
at 8
and
p.m.
Pennsylvania should both
So I'm
be
not
declared for
sure
Trump across
how long
the
it
media
takes.
landscape.
That would be the next
and
day,
the fact
right?
they're not doing it tells me they got something up
I
their
guess they
sleeve,
run
Alex.
24/7
And
at
all
night to
Trump
count these
needs
things.
is
So yeah, it's
Pennsylvania,
going to be another 3
Georgia,
a.m.
and Nebraska.
3 a.m.
That's
shift
270.
numbers.
It's over. Now, aside from that, Michigan and Wisconsin are starting to trend towards Donald Trump, and the Senate races are now starting to move in the favor of Republicans. So now you're looking at a potential +5 in the Senate for Republicans. I'm telling you, major things are afoot. I hope the GOP, the RNC, Michael Whatley, Laura Trump, a team of lawyers are watching what's going on in Milwaukee, Detroit, Philadelphia, and Atlanta. Because this is big. Not only the presidential election, but the Senate
Zombies
seats
is
are up
saying,
as well.
how the fuck can it
Minnesota's
be
going blue.
entertainment
That looks
watching
like
who
a
your
done
next
deal.
slave owner will be?
But
Are you a
right now,
masochist?
Wisconsin and Michigan are in
Based
play,
on your
and the
own
Senate
rhetoric,
seats are in
zombies,
play
you
as
should
well.
understand that
But
the
Senate
president is
seats we
just a
get
puppet seat.
should have
It has nothing to do
Pennsylvania.
with true
They
power.
have declared Ohio. They have declared West
So,
Virginia.
at least stay on
Montana looks
point.
good.
And to
The
be
Republicans are
fair,
taking the Senate.
why is
That's
he
a done
watching
deal.
this if it's
But this is outrageous, Alex. This is outrageous.
Opportunity for him to
Unless Kamala
state his
Harris gets
opinions.
70% of the remaining vote in Pennsylvania and 80% of the remaining vote, maybe even 90 in Georgia,
I get
which
it,
is
man.
impossible,
Call out the system.
not
Do
going
it.
to happen,
Speak
not
freely.
possible numbers.
It's great
These
American
states are
value.
over.
I enjoy
and
it
the fact
myself.
they won't call it makes me feel like we're living 2020 all
Hopefully
over again.
Welshman's
Trump
allowed
needs
to
come
say
out, declare
whatever he
victory,
wants
put the
in the
numbers on
future.
the screen. What happened last time? After the election, we started showing the numbers. After the election, when nobody's watching anymore, the average American is paying attention right now. The average American is watching the election right now. Trump and his team need to come
Yeah, I
out with
wonder
the
how
same
many
numbers that
of
everybody
how
has
much of
access to
America
and
is
say,
going to be
here's the
absolute
chart.
shit stains for
Kamala
work tomorrow
Harris
because they
hasn't
stayed up all
gotten
night
70%
watching the
returns
numbers,
in
man.
5 hours. If she gets them now, it's fraud. In Georgia and in Pennsylvania, show people the numbers, declare
Dude,
victory.
he must have like
Stop this
caffeinated
deal before
over
it
the
happens.
break.
You win Nebraska
He's
in the
over
next
the edge.
hour. That's 270. I don't want to live 2020 all over again, and then anything after that is pie. But you need to be watching these states as well because these Senate seats
I'm
are
gonna
up
check
as well.
Minnesota in the
And now
background
with
here real
returns in
quick.
Arizona and Nevada coming in, I mean, the Senate could swing majorly for Republicans, but let's just focus on Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Well, hey,
Yeah, Trump's gaining a little bit more
just
in
breaking Secretary of State
Minnesota.
Brad
He's at
Raffensperger in Georgia said in
55.6
evening
instead of,
election day update,
or
he
sorry,
believes Donald Trump will
45.6
take
instead
Georgia's
of
16 electoral
44.8.
votes, saying the lead is
So it's a
insurmountable
slow
with a
climb, but
number
he's
of
not
votes
going to catch it.
outstanding. So the media might not be calling Georgia, but the Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger has essentially called the state for Trump. So that's the reason Trump could claim victory in Georgia, regardless of what the media says. The Secretary of State has done the math. 90% of ballots counted. He's leading by more than 142,000 votes.
It's over.
He has won.
It's over.
Yep.
Guys, give me Pennsylvania real quick.
I'm not. I mean,
Do
Frankie,
we have any hands
it's
back
so
there?
late.
Well,
I mean,
nonetheless,
I don't know.
virtually the same thing. Is this
If there's
live?
going to be civil unrest,
I think that
I
was him
think it's
making a
mostly going to be on the
statement,
internet.
15 minutes ago.
If Trump actually takes it, maybe
Well,
Antifa
the
will
exact
come
same
out in certain
phenomenon in
spots,
Georgia
but
is going on in Pennsylvania. The numbers are
I would expect
insurmountable.
it to be more
They're coming
tomorrow
in
when
virtually
they've
even
gotten
right
their
now.
beauty
Really,
sleep.
they're coming in about even. Trump has a 200,000 vote lead. And with every vote that comes in, with every tranche of votes that come in, it lowers Harris's chances. I mean, they're basically 1% right now. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, what is
so
the
again,
percentage?
the numbers in Georgia are simply insurmountable. This is over 100,000, as you can see here. 93%. Okay. So Kamala Harris would now have to get 90% of the remaining votes. And if you go to DeKalb County, go to Fulton County, they're just not there, folks. They're just not there. You're already 93% in Fulton. Now give me DeKalb.
If you want to bring in
Worried
Mr.
about 'cause that's a
Kilsey, he's
Democratic
chilling in the
stronghold,
back.
and they're taking forever to count the votes. But again, Brad Raffensperger, Secretary of State, just gave a statement where he said it's over. So
the numbers are not there.
Welcome back,
Hi
buddy.
guys.
The numbers are just not
Yeah,
there.
hi.
There you go,
I just stole my
90% in
daughter's
there.
computer
The
and
numbers-
headphones.
the
Not sure
numbers
how
are
the
just not
mic
there.
is.
So
I won't tell her.
I mean, it's again.
Yeah, on Polymarket, it's
setting it the same
97%
thing up.
now. Trump.
Go ahead.
That's the highest it's ever
All right,
been,
well,
right?
let me stop
yeah,
you
it's
for
got to
a
be.
moment. Brian Krasenstein, thing one, or is he thing two? Democrat Party operative just said Elon Musk won this for Trump. That's the tweet.
The
they're even beginning to
Elon Musk
capitulate.
aspect
This
with the
is
black
incredible.
MAGA
I hope they don't
hat.
shoot down Trump's
Elon
Trump
Musk,
Force One with an air surface air missile or something like that. Now we're going to see the
How do I say
aftermath
this?
of this, but it's coming in now. And so I don't see how
Elon
they turn
Musk's
this around.
role
Harrison
in the
and
narrative
Owen, and
is
Candace
interesting.
Horvath, popular podcaster. Give us your take on
Black
this historic
MAGA,
moment. I don't want to say it's
you know,
100% the bag,
his
but it looks like it is
Halloween
right now.
outfit
I know
for
I don't want to celebrate too
2
soon,
Halloweens
but oh
ago
my
was
gosh, a lot
a
has
very
changed since
expensive
I took a
handcrafted
break
leather
and came back, and so
Soldier of
exciting. I'm so
Satan
proud of
outfit.
North Carolina for
And that's
going
when I
red.
started to pay attention to him, honestly.
I am a tiny bit
And
concerned that Georgia
his,
seems to
I
have
know I can
stalled a little
understand
bit,
the
and I
aspect of
agree
he
we
wants to
need
be
to call it
wealthy,
because we
and
don't
Trump
want
is just sticking
shenanigans to
to
happen.
a more powerful
But yeah,
company.
I didn't
But
see
the
it
way he got
flipping that
involved
fast
and the
with all
way
the
he
seats. We were like
danced
on the edge of
around
our
all
seats just like an hour and a half
it
ago,
was
seeing what was going to
interesting,
happen
interesting
and how
display.
much he needed to take Virginia. And I'm here for it. This is amazing.
Let's go back right now, folks, to the live feed of the Harris HQ. They don't look too happy. Here's live footage.
There you go, Zayon.
And
There's
a
a
few
good one.
folks are still dancing around. But
Mind
others
you,
look
this is
really
deja vu from
concerned
2020.
right
They
now.
had that face on them in 2020.
Oh my
at the
goodness.
time of night.
She's worried.
I mean, I see a few people still, you know, let's pipe in the audio we can. I guess they got music going in the background. You never see Democrats with American flags unless they try to fool people. But
I wonder
we
where the
got
heck.
some
I
here.
wonder where the
Lots of-
headquarters
some
is.
dancing going on, but people.
I mean,
You only
I've
see
got to say,
Democrats with American flags when they're trying to fool
World War
people.
III. We love human smuggling. We love poison shots. And
I mean,
Bill
it would be so cool to see the White House full with, I don't know, RFK, Elon Musk, Vivek, all of them.
It's packed
So,
with tons of
see,
entertainment, right?
I mean, I'm sorry for these people.
It's going to be kind of
these
like
folks
every single
are
time
just
the media
victims of the
tries to
system.
attack them, they're just going to be knocked
So it
down.
doesn't look too good there.
Do you think they're paid to be there?
It'd be
too,
nice to
some
just
of
see
them,
them
or
all
no?
get a bunch of
I
stuff
think they're
Can't
paid
almost
to
rally.
be.
That'd be
Look at
more
them
entertaining to
sitting
me.
in
Seems
the
to be
room.
playing. It's just amazing. Wow. So
Wait
basically,
a minute,
it looks
check
like Trump's
the
won.
House and Senate again real quick.
So Fox.
Sorry, my
declared,
daughter just asked a question. Give me a sec.
just
Big
stealing.
man. Harris
So,
lost points. It's
I'll
down to
just declare
209.
that
What
Trump
flip?
has won the 2024 election.
Something flipped.
I mean, one of the Krasensteins already has. It's clear, but I am concerned what Owen and Harrison were just
I don't know why
saying.
you don't go on mute. He's still, I just put him on mute.
They're just going to keep going for
So I
weeks.
shut him up
And then
now.
imagine this is not what they need. What do you think?
I agree. Yeah, I think that he needs to come out. And call
Hawaii
it.
is gone
Yeah, that
blue.
and Georgia.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right, we're up live right now, but we're about to take this clip, put it up on X. So there you go. InfoWars calls it. It's a headline. Fox News. Hey, InfoWars calls it. Trump wins 2024 election. Public waiting for the 47th president of the United States to declare victory. There's your headline. Owen, Harrison, comments on this.
Yeah, there's some very interesting numbers coming out. Fox News reporting that AP Votecast, and this is just
Good old
statistically
Associated
very unique.
Press.
23% of black men nationwide voted for Trump this year. Staggering numbers there. He is still projected to win the popular vote, with the odds of him winning the whole thing up over 90%, according to most. Latino voters went for Trump 60% in Michigan.
What was the
Donald
black
Trump
vote?
from Wilson County, North
I
Carolina,
thought he said
that county is
21%.
40% black.
Yeah, I
Trump
thought he said
becomes
20. I didn't think that was enough.
just the second
That's
Republican to
not
win
that
this
big of a
county since
number.
the 1870s. So first to win
Unless it's
that county
normally
since
zero.
Reconstruction. So I mean, really, this has been a landslide for all intents and purposes. I mean, it maybe doesn't look like that in the electoral map, but he has increased
Is
his
it at
share of
216 for
practically
Harris?
every
Frankie, what's your
demographic
source
across
on
the
that
board.
one?
And I mean, it's over 90%. It's been over
Or did it
90%
just
likelihood of
flip
Trump
again
winning
on
for the last
Axios?
hour at least.
Yes, that's
Apparently,
not
the
on
RNC
Axios.
just forced Center County, Pennsylvania officials to stop
Let me
counting
know your
ballots
source,
throughout the
Frankie.
night as they plan to keep counting, or they plan to stop counting. So
I
this
don't know,
the
the
thought is that they
microphone's
will
only
not be able to
for,
pull off
I don't
night
know,
mail
chat
counts
anyway.
that they did to cheat in 2020, showing that the RNC being proactive and being on the ball
It's like if we
has stopped
wanted
them
to
once
just
again from having
we
another
could have just done
vector
it differently
for
and just watched
fraud.
Pennsylvania the
Trump
whole
has
time, but
exceeded his
it's so
2020
boring,
share of
right?
the
Like
Hispanic
if
vote
you're wanting to watch
by
all the things
a
turn
pretty
red and blue
massive
across the
margin.
map, why just
So
look
it
at
just shows you
Pennsylvania?
that, calling him racist over and over for years on end, not the successful election winning
Yo,
strategy.
can we get captions
Yeah.
as they
that they
speak
thought it would be.
live?
So just
He needs to
YouTube?
sort his
anywhere
fucking
where
mute
there
out. Does
is
he not
pure
understand?
elections, anywhere where they've done even the bare minimum of
You're Mr.
securing the
He needs
election,
to
getting
work.
rid of mail-in votes,
Yeah, he needs to
and
work it out.
he has increased his share of the electorate massively. It's only in the places where we knew they were going to cheat and where they talked about cheating, where they talked about organizing together secretaries of state and others to rig this thing.
And Harrison, we talked about this, had to be decisive so they couldn't play those games. And again, at a certain point, if 90% of people voted for a candidate, let's say if the fraud went on for 50 years and finally 90% voted, no one would be able to cover that up. So he's getting up into this of the electorate, people that actually vote.
It's all digital
because
now.
that
Mostly. They
23%
could
of black
cover it
men
up.
voted
It's already
of the
covered
voters
up.
or 23% of total black men. Because if that was 23% of voters, then that would be more like half of the black men. What's the number on that?
It just says VoteCast projects Trump winning a staggering 23% of black men nationwide. So that must be votes cast. 23% of votes cast, I think, is what that's saying.
All right, well, that's still better than the past. There is a political realignment. I know you guys have a clip of Ratburger just about 15 minutes ago, who really helped steal it in Georgia 4 years ago. But we've got that clip from your end. Play it from your studio.
Now, who's this guy?
It's they're muted, not us.
All right, let's stop there.
Yeah, that's
Crew
their Phil.
wanted to play it from the other studio, which I didn't want to do.
It's like us, that is.
We
It's
have
like
the
us.
clip over here. We'll play that clip, but I'm going to take this big announcement right now, and we're going to put it out on X. The last 10, 15 minutes we just talked about, that is so important. Candace Horback is our guest. We're going to get Roger Stone, General Flynn, and so many others popping in here tonight. Also, we have an X Spaces going. We're going to get in there and be taking your comments.
So
there,
X Spaces isn't videos.
It's not 100%
I'm curious if the X platform is going to make it so that it is video, because I'm pretty sure that was Musk's goal.
Quite get too excited yet, but
I believe it is.
Looks like it's in the bag, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely incredible. We need to understand that Trump is very, very soon, so they don't freeze off those states and deliver whatever amount of votes they need.
So the question that you need to ask yourself is, what's happening all over the world right now in the background while everybody's staring at America, watching these numbers? Like you've got the protesters over in Israel that are chasing Netanyahu out of his compound.
Today, so you guys just
and I'm curious to see if there's any strikes from Iran or anything. Once all
China's
cleared.
Global Civilization Initiative as the third major global initiative presented by China,
MSNBC now.
And the Global
ABC.
This narrative
let me hear
the
release
initiative
report real
calls
quick.
for respect for the diversity of civilizations.
The Chinese government has clamped down hard, putting in place restrictive rules and reforming the way Hong Kong is run. MPs who are directly elected by the people will also have less power.
Upholding the common values of humanity and pursuing peace, development, equity, justice, democracy, and freedom.
If there is no threat to Americans, if there is no threat to our data, privacy, security, why did an internal memo from TikTok corporate headquarters explicitly coach senior management to, quote, downplay the parent company ByteDance? Why, if you had nothing to hide,
they have got a life, mate.
The association with ByteDance in China?
Congressman, I have not seen this memo.
and promoting robust
I
international
love how
people-to-people
like every
exchanges and
single
cooperation.
Hunter Biden's business associate
special
sent over
counsel.
$1 million to 3 of your family members. Any reaction to that report?
House Oversight says they've got bank
Yeah, these
records showing a
oversight
Chinese energy
committees,
company
they
paying
can ask
Harry
them tons of
Biden
questions,
family
and they're just
members
like, yeah, I
through
don't
a
know,
third party.
I don't recall.
Well, they paid for.
Look, I'm just not going to respond to that from here.
He's telling us that he paid around $11,000 to complete the strip that's either paid to a cartel or different human smuggling groups. But he just arrived here in Texas, once again, just highlighting that this sector is leading the nation in those illegal crossings from Chinese nationals.
The emerging BRICS.
I am marching up 38 votes. I'm sure Rick would show us
Seconds to get rid of
perhaps what that was 4 years ago.
All right, there we
There's
go.
been a real tightening across this map in just about every single state.
Yeah, this is what
Sounds like it's about to go to commercial.
99,000 votes, 100,000.
This is
votes,
ABC, by the way. I
last
had
time
this up.
around. And so far tonight, looking at it like 38,000 votes. Now we know Donald Trump did a
What are the
rally there
numbers
in
on
New
this one?
Mexico that he said was specifically to shore up his support among those very
Oh,
Latino
New
voters
Mexico.
that Terry was talking about.
Going to get thoughts from Chris Christie on all of this as well, and go right around the room.
Chris
on what we're
Christie,
witnessing here
man.
tonight. It's coming
I
into
thought it was John Christie. There we go.
focus here. Very tight races in all these states, but as you know, tight races do not win the swing states. You've got to actually win them. You got to get over the finish line. We're going to go back through each one of them, see where things
Tight
stand at this
races
hour.
make
We'll be
red
right back.
faces.
ABC News live coverage of Election Night 2024 continues.
All right, just in time for that not working anymore.
Typical,
New Lego. I'm gonna share this instead for a second while I work on the next one. What was it? MSNBC you wanted?
Yeah, they've got. I don't know if they haven't got a live panel, mind you. It's they got 134,000, and they got 2 lives going on. But it seems to be even their big lives not showing the full picture. I thought it was.
So you got 134,000 on that one that we were watching before, but it's literally just a picture of Wisconsin.
Well, yeah, is that Wisconsin? Yeah, that's it at the moment. Yeah,
That's dead space, man.
yeah. They had a fucking guy on the right hand side scratching his
Yeah,
head.
no, he's been out. He's been MIA for quite a while.
Yeah, but that's it.
Hold on a second. Let me check out their other feed.
Yeah, we missing something. They got 2 feeds. They got one with 4,000 and one with 134,000, and the one with 134,000 ain't much better than
This is the 134,000. I'm just curious to see if it gives any information worthwhile. And look at all that red. Popular vote 61,000 Trump.
Wow.
So how does the popular vote even work? I don't even know, man. I live in this country.
Well, it's just like one vote, one digit.
Right. So outside the electoral college, that digit counts as a popular vote. Right.
Yeah. So popular vote is like everything in total. Owen Schroyer was right earlier on that he could have the lead. So I don't know what big numbers are left. Mind you, there's 20 million left, really, isn't there? Because you win the presidency with 80 million votes, or roughly. You lost it with 80 million last time. So
those numbers are probably going to be larger this time.
yeah, well, you've imported 12 million people, so we'll say a third of them vote today.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, the popular vote is.
I'm surprised how untransparent it all is in the end.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Senate. It looks like it's basically going to be Republicans are going to have a majority. Now here's where it counts. I don't know what to say about that one. It looks projected to have the House and the Senate, and that's setting up for basically a conservative heavy legislation. So that's going to be on cycle. What else we got going on here?
Which way the
Oh, he's back. So I've got the he's back. He's drinking a coffee now, my guy. the stats guy. It's literally just literally looking at a
through
computer.
those 3 states of Pennsylvania, Michigan,
Yeah, let's
and
leave ABC
Wisconsin.
on.
Though it is very tight and mathematically challenging at this point. Rick, something you've noticed?
Yeah, we just got a couple more votes, another big chunk of votes out of Delaware County, Delco. This is a heavily Harris County, and we're seeing her do fairly well there, but not quite at the 538 benchmark, which is problematic in a close one. We're down to a 160,000 vote margin. We still think there's lots of votes out there, and if you're poking around, we're still waiting on Philadelphia, the 177,000 votes expected there, 120,000 votes in Montgomery, another 60,000 in Chester. That's where I've focused a lot of attention, but there's still some Republican areas that are outstanding. Johnstown, which is an area that is going to go a lot redder, almost certainly.
How many viewers are you running right now, buddy? We're at 5.5 hours almost live stream.
2 steps back potentially as Harris tries to make the ground.
Show us Michigan. What do you got?
What's your average?
Michigan is really not going to come
depends
into clear
what I'm
focus until we
filming.
see a lot more
So-
out of Detroit, out of Wayne County. Wayne County.
This is covered by so many
the
things. We're
biggest,
just
the
dropping a
biggest in the
bucket.
state. It's also really where the Democrats vote. It's also home to Dearborn, which we know
Yeah,
has had kind of a lukewarm reception.
If
to
you want
Kamala
to
Harris and to
pull
Joe
the
Biden.
plug, mate, that's not a
Right now,
problem.
she's only netting 36,000.
I'll let you
votes
know. I'm
out
still
of
waiting for
Wayne
my
County.
wife to
That's
land safely,
obviously gonna
and
go
at
up
that
quite
point
a
I'll
bit.
probably back out
We'd
because
expect
it'll be
that
I got to
it
deal with
has
tomorrow
to,
then.
But well, we just saw a little jump in the vote here. That
I don't see
changes
how
some
you
of the
don't
numbers,
sleep,
gets it
man.
down to
That's crazy.
160,000. So that's going to take a while based on our reporting. But really, we're just waiting on the urban areas in all 3 of those big battlegrounds.
And Wisconsin, where are we now?
Yep, Wisconsin right now
Yeah,
is a
what's going on with
96,000
Wisconsin?
vote margin, and Milwaukee is just going
That's
to
red,
be
dude.
the one that we're waiting on so much. 190,000 votes in Milwaukee alone. As we've been talking about tonight, you can make up some of the ground, but it's hard to make up big chunks because Donald Trump will net some votes there as well as in other parts of the state.
Chris Christie, what do you make of what you're seeing here?
Well, look,
Who cares about what Chris Christie has to say, man?
I got asked this morning by George on Good Morning America about
He's such a
numbers.
greasy character,
The
man.
72% saying we're on the wrong track.
Sorry, guys, I
versus
didn't realize I was
60%
muted.
unfavorable for Donald Trump.
Oh, welcome back.
And which one was going to govern? And I think what we're seeing tonight
Oh
is
yeah, I
wrong
muted
track
because
governed
we could
over
hear your
his
conversation.
unfavorables.
Sorry.
They don't like him, but they trust him on some of those issues more. And secondly, for Kamala Harris, she had
So this
to come up
guy
with a
is
more
the
imaginative campaign to what
he's
she
the
did.
senator of.
And here's the thing: Joe
He's
Biden
the
got
senator
that a
of
year
what?
ago. This might be a
Montana.
totally different
Oh, no.
race. He's got to be thinking about that tonight.
It's the beginning of a bigger conversation we're going to have probably right after this break. We'll be back with much more. ABC News Live coverage continues.
Man,
Yeah,
it's
John
like
Christie
pumping
was
out
a
a lot of
singer,
commercials
wasn't
now.
Let's flip it if we can.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
a simple feed.
Kind of shame. I mean, what's it? I mean, I gave literally the meaning of life and everything else. I gave all
Are they just
the
going to
world's
let the
secrets.
Democrats do
I was
this
like,
and then catch them in the act? And then, like Trump has been saying, law enforcement on the scene, we're watching. So are they going to let him drop 100,000 ballots in Philadelphia and then catch him? Are they going to do the
Sorry,
same
1
thing
second,
in
I'm dealing with
Wisconsin,
sound.
in Michigan, where they're losing right now? Also losing
What was that,
Senate races?
Kelsey?
The Democrats
Oh yeah, no, it was a shame because I kind of gave the meaning of life. I gave all of life's secrets whilst I was muted. But
That's very disappointing
can't
because
really
they could have
report
definitely
it.
benefited from that.
Yeah, sorry, mate, but we can literally hear your conversation.
No, it's fine, guys. I was just joking.
If you could summarize all those into about 1 or 2 sentences, I'm happy to hear it.
Unfortunately, that's not
Well,
Secret to
meaning
life
of life
in
is
5
42.
words.
Trump has
Okay.
prepared his victory speech, and he's getting ready to take the stage and declare victory.
I would say that the meaning of life is 144,000.
They're not gonna. The mainstream media is all in on the
That's
steal
pretty.
right now.
That's a pretty good estimate. It's also what's it? Vengeance for Peanut and Fred.
Oh man.
Can he claim victory without going to 270?
What do we just say? Screw them. They don't. They're completely invalidated.
I don't know how that works,
They
buddy.
have no control. They are liars. They are cheaters.
Like, if they
We don't
can't
care.
come
We
to a
don't need the
conclusion in
mainstream
these
media.
states, do they vote again? Or do they just take what they have and that's
Maybe this is
it?
Maybe we have this weird watershed culture.
These guys are hyping bullshit though. Like it's gonna get to a number. We're gonna get. It's never not gotten to a number.
Trump declares victory, and we say, "You're the leader."
Isn't that Schroyer?
We're moving forward with
That's
you.
Owen Schroyer, yeah.
Anybody that
Yeah.
is not on board,
Alex
you're
Jones in
done, you're
training.
out of the picture. You're invalidated. You're discredited.
Because I think that, that's right. Why don't we always let Fox News stab us in the back and lie about Arizona? That was proven later. Trump's got it unless they magically produce all these new fake ballots after the election. But if he continues to win other states, there'll be such a victory that won't even matter if they steal one or two of them. Harrison Smith, what are you thinking?
I mean, look, yeah, they're announcing these big ballot drops. Apparently, Detroit, Michigan, Wayne County are not delivering any partial votes. They're waiting to deliver all of the votes at once. So right now they have Trump up in Michigan, but is Jocelyn Vinson
Here we go. Here we go.
organizing all of the swing state secretaries of state to work together to try to defeat Trump, who she calls a common enemy.
Are they literally just waiting to find out how many votes they need?
Votes, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
so
they're now stalling because the states aren't giving the information they should have given already.
To win this, as far as I can tell, some places have already called Georgia. 270 to win has called Georgia. I'm seeing the Daily Wire's called Georgia.
So Michigan
a lot of places are already calling Georgia. Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Michigan's very volatile
still. But it wouldn't be a miracle. It would be a cheat. It would be a dump
Trump's up at 52.3% versus 45.9%, but they only have just over half the votes in, so that could be anywhere.
Bloody hell. Bloody hell. Copyright.
Deck of the Titanic is a scene, but some are still dancing.
Yeah, you're right, Libertarian.
I think that's a Trump campaign.
Oh, well.
I can mute that. Oh, when it stops doing the music.
I don't really give a fuck. It's beyond that.
Democrat headquarters, the bleachers have already cleared out. They've pretty much accepted defeat. They're going home.
That must be in Maryland.
Well, that's the Harris campaign, no?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, they must be in.
No patriotic colors. No patriotic colors.
I'd say.
No American flags.
Yeah.
Many's made.
It's just
the different color hairs is the different color dyed hair they got. Not the hats.
It's usually blue. I guess that's for red, white, and blue.
Look, I'm sure you can see blue hair in there somewhere, and orange and green.
Fox News. Our elections are completely rigged. It needs to be.
Are you out of here trucking, or are you sticking around for a little bit longer?
Where we just break
I was about to ask that.
We run the country now. We declare victory now. We leave you behind. You are irrelevant. You are invalidated. You are discredited.
Oh, Owen, cheer up, buddy.
No more control
I know you're losing your job and everything, but oh well.
Whatever you try to pull off in the next whatever days.
Do you want to put ABC in and have a look again?
Some sort of a
Let me check
message
the background.
unification.
They are on break.
The more they sound glum, for longer the better. It's like the fix hopefully won't be in.
They're doing the same things they did in 2020. I break from them. I null and void them. I discredit them. I'm done with them. We know.
That's all I remember. I remember going to sleep
thieves. We break from you.
with him like winning, and then when I woke up, he had lost. Okay, yeah, look at it. That's the NBC feed. Look at it. It's just a guy fucking playing around with his fucking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is where all the people that we've been watching cover stuff is pretty much just like stopped caring.
Yeah, get ABC up there, mate. I just can't believe it. Where's Rachel Maddow now?
ABC is still on break. I'll switch it out when I can.
Okay. Yeah, where's Rachel Madcow now, isn't it? The man.
Who's she normally on? Is that the old white-haired lady? Yellowish white-haired lady?
No, it's the lesbian short-haired.
Oh, nice.
The one who cried last in 2016, didn't she?
The 90s, 80s helmet.
Why is there never the energy of the 2016? It's because they've changed all the rules.
This is crazy. Even
I don't get it.
By the way, sorry, but that feed is glitching as well. So that guy feed, that stats feed, is glitching out all the time. It's not ours. It's not us. Look, it's coming in and out. He's coming in and out.
What the fuck is he even doing? Like, he could literally just play like Candy Crush on his phone and be more valuable.
I was convinced we were missing something, so I looked it up on my phone, and it is just like this.
No, this is I'm up to date on it. I think this is about to happen here.
Okay, what? Wow.
I'm getting rid of MSNBC or whatever that was.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Votes. Donald Trump's 230 electoral votes. Blue Wall, the Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
Libertarian, why do you think Americans are triggered at the moment?
Nevada and Arizona.
I feel like, as an American, I'm just like waiting. I'm impatient, I guess. I don't know what I am.
Very happy with what they're seeing.
Let's just move on to the next chapter of this crazy show.
Extraordinarily pleased with how
Oh shit! I forgot about the chat.
That's right, David. The party is really energized here tonight. A lot of confidence in the room. And a Trump campaign spokesperson tells us that the former president is actually on his way right now to the convention center where we are.
Libertarian-minded.
We don't have exact timing on when.
How do you feel that they chose a leader that is unelectable?
He's in the motorcade, and we're expecting to get some more guidance from the campaign.
I hope they screened everybody for guns, because I'd be careful where I'm standing for the next couple months if I was Trump.
Rubio, Doug Burgum, both potential cabinet picks in a potential new Trump administration. We also saw Rudy Giuliani here.
So, I mean, what happens if they kill Trump and he's elected? Vance gets the job?
He was feeling. Senator Rubio said,
JD Vance will be in charge.
That's a step up, and then it's the Speaker of the House, right?
We're also getting more
Well, I mean,
what the event was like at Mar-a-Lago tonight, and there's actually another photograph.
I think it goes to the Speaker of the House. I'm just
Trump
curious if that person is getting...
Speaker of the House goes after JD Vance, yeah.
Right. I'm not sure if that's still Mike Johnson, or if that's getting changed out with all these new elections.
Was described as sort of a war room there with the former president, some of his friends, colleagues, top donors, and top advisors and family members.
How's it going, Urban Roots? Welcome to the party, man.
President is on his way
or a woman.
To West Palm Beach.
David. Or furry.
All right, Whit Johnson in West Palm Beach tonight. Whit, as soon as he gets there, you'll let us know. Let's
Gotta
go
keep
over
an
to
open
Eva
mind,
Pilgrim.
right?
She's in Washington, D.C., Howard University. Eva, I gather the temperature of the evening has shifted there.
Man, I want a display like that in my living room.
Quite remarkably, very different than what Whit is seeing there at the Trump campaign. You can see this was a very crowded area just a short time ago, when we last came to you. The crowd is leaving. They have been leaving.
Looks like you chose the wrong rally to hang out at, isn't it? Oh, man.
They're leaving.
That there is a chance that they can hold that blue wall, but there are a lot of
turning
nerves
into a
and
brown
a lot
wall
of
now, isn't it?
that people are having.
Hey, Tight Truckin', glad to see you still here.
The president is on his way to his campaign event. At last check, just a moment ago, the vice president is still at the Naval Conservatory, which is
sadly libertarian. I feel like we've been lied to either way, my man.
Is not on her way
Whoever's
here.
elected.
And as you watch that crowd there shifting away, I mean, it has become dramatically
For me, this is like
people just
watching humanity and how they react and stuff.
That to tell staffers
They don't want to get stuck in traffic,
not anticipating a result,
or they don't want to be the last one to the EV charging
but
station.
A major vibe shift here. I had one Democratic source tell me that the vibe is not good.
That or they were only paid until 12:30.
David.
And now they're just
Howard
leaving.
University tonight in Washington, D.C. Eva, thanks to you. We're going to focus here for a moment on Arizona. We haven't taken a lot of time yet to dig into the numbers that we have so far on Arizona. They're going to ask us to pause here in a moment, Rick, so just beware of that. This just means the rest of the country is going to rejoin us here. But in the meantime, where do things stand in Arizona?
Tempted to put a small bet on Kamala now. What is the percentage on the poly market?
Phoenix,
I haven't paid attention to it for a while.
It's a battleground county. It's a county that Donald Trump carried the first time, Joe Biden the second time. Right now, Harris is up there, but just by a little bit. Looking at another
probably
battleground county
98%.
out there in Yuma County, someplace that Kamala Harris needs to be getting about 45% of the vote. She's really around 35, but it's so early in terms of the vote. We think this was actually early vote for more than a week ago. We'll have to see how this goes. This becomes key to her chances if she isn't able to win a
33 to 1. I was going to say that's Masonic as hell.
Arizona and Nevada.
Okay.
96.7%.
We're going to go to Elizabeth Schulze, who's on the ground in Arizona. Before we bring
Jesus,
her in,
it really
here
is.
in just a moment.
Well, that's the betting market. The betting market. That's not reality at the moment.
Well, I
That's
mean,
the quietest
for
this room
those
has
with
been all
money,
night.
it's reality.
Let's get to Elizabeth Schulze in Arizona. She's on the ground there. And Elizabeth, as you know, we always expected it would take some time in Arizona to get the results. What are we looking at
Just
so far?
realised
What are
I've
they
got my
saying as far
daughter's
as how long we have
computer. I
to
can
wait?
actually look shit up.
There you
Secretary
go.
of State told me earlier today that it could
Just
take
don't
up
spill
to
any ale on
13
it. She'll
days
get
for the
upset.
votes to be fully
13
counted in
days.
Arizona. And what we're seeing here in Maricopa County,
No,
they
honey,
are
those
counting those
keys
votes.
were
They're
all
going to be
sticky
doing
with
that
brown ale
24/7.
when I
But there
got the
are still
laptop
a
from you
lot of
earlier.
votes outstanding. And both the campaigns that we're talking to here are pointing to that for a reason for optimism. They say they've had good ground game across Arizona. It's still too early to
Dude,
say
honestly, I bet
which way
Kamala
this
Harris
will
can't
go.
wait
But
to
I
get
will
the
say I
fuck
was
out of the
just
picture
talking
and just
to one
disappear into the
official at the
shadows.
Arizona GOP.
To be honest,
He
I
says he likes
agree
what
with
he is
you.
seeing
She
in
is
other states,
totally
and that bodes well
unqualified.
for Trump here,
She
especially when it
knows
comes
this
to
as
Latino
well.
voters. We are seeing Trump
She had
outperform
no
in some of
choice
those
but
more
to do
rural
this,
counties of
and
Arizona
it's all
that
Yeah, like
because
bet on her
of
life.
in a state that is
no,
so
it's all
close.
because
Remember,
of
David,
Axe
this race
Blue.
was decided by just 10,000 votes
Cause
in
of what?
2020. This is
Axe
expected
Blue.
to be tight again, and because
Axe
of that,
Blue,
this
I'm not
counting will
familiar.
go on. It will take time. Officials here were
Axe
talking to them today.
Blue
Be prepared
is
to be your phone call, David.
Elizabeth
a
Schulze right there in
Democrat.
Arizona. Elizabeth, thank you. I want to bring in Lindsay. You've been
I
diving
mean,
Axe
into
look,
Blue
the
is.
exit polls for Arizona
Oh,
specifically.
I'm
What
just
are they
going to
saying?
explain it to you.
Virtually
Axe
every
Blue
possible
is
metric,
like a
David,
third
is
party
outperforming himself from
that
2020.
funnels
When you
money
talk
to
about
the
women, when you
Democrats.
talk about
They
Latinos,
funneled
those without a
so
college
much
degree, senior
money
citizens, and
towards
independents.
Biden.
Let's look at independents in Arizona in particular.
Like
40%,
they were
by the way,
literally
of
money
voters in
laundering
Arizona
money to
identify as
Biden.
independent voters.
And
Donald
when
Trump doing
Biden
the
went
best
for
of
that
Kamala Harris by
debate
a full
and
point there. And if
it
you take
went
a look
so
at
sour,
by age,
and they
senior citizens
decided,
are
okay,
the number one
Biden
parties
cannot
out there
run,
in Arizona. Those who are 65 or older was
then
31%
they
of
had
the
the big
electorate there.
problem. They've got
He's
all
getting
these millions
Kamala
in the
Harris
Biden campaign.
by about, if my math is right, 8
But the
points there. So
problem
he's getting more
is,
than half
if
of the
they
vote there. And
don't
if you
run
look at
Biden,
his
they have to
performance
refund all
from
that money.
2020, he's
And they can't
increased
refund
by
all that
3
money
points
because it was all
with
laundered.
regard to that older,
I mean,
that
literally,
Right. I
65 and
mean,
older.
have you seen the
Lindsay,
James
thanks. That's
O'Keefe
the
video?
portrait of
Have you seen
Arizona.
the
We have
James
another state
O'Keefe
to call. This is
videos
a big
where
one. Georgia, as we heard
basically
from Secretary of
people
State
did
earlier,
not make those
forecast at this
donations?
moment 16 electoral
That
votes.
here we go.
was
Here
the
we go.
money
Trump, he
laundering.
wins the key state
Georgia.
of
One
Georgia.
second,
He
one
lost it
second,
to
Casey.
President Biden 4 years ago by
Georgia.
about 11,000 votes. He
Let's
was
see if that's
determined to
updated
win
on
that state
Axios.
back. He has done exactly that tonight, a margin about
It is not
100,000
triggered on
votes or
Axios
so
yet.
between him and Kamala Harris. This is a big win, Rick.
Yeah, it's huge, and it changes the electoral map in a very significant way now. Because if you now can now put both of those southern states in the Trump column, this puts all of the pressure now on Kamala Harris to run the table in the upper Midwest. She will absolutely need to win Pennsylvania, in addition to most likely Michigan and Wisconsin. Right now, the 538 chances, just based on these states, and that doesn't take into account the margin in the other states, an 80% chance of a Trump victory. And if you're just looking at the pure math right now, if you flip Pennsylvania to Trump, that's 270 electoral votes right there. If you put this back here,
Look, it's like the Price is Right,
Michigan,
a Price is
that
Right
gets you
game. I love it.
270, or Michigan plus a Nevada. There's a lot of paths that are now open up to
There
Donald
we
Trump
go, sir.
because he was able to hold those two states. One of them he won twice. The other one he won once and then gave back. And we remember that margin, 11,779. It became famous because of that recording. And it looks like tonight it's going to be a lot bigger margin than that in the state of Georgia. Right now it's 118,000 votes. There's still some votes
118,000.
left, but we've seen these blue dots shrink over the night. The story will be that the the Atlanta area did not come through in the same kind of margins. And the redder parts of the state, as we've just been discussing tonight,
but they're all
we
urban
just have
areas,
seen
isn't it?
Donald Trump hold his numbers and overperform
they
his
are.
numbers in county after county, bringing his numbers to a level that, frankly, he hadn't seen before. And that to me is just a remarkable part of the story tonight, to see how many places he was able to not just do what he had done before, but build on what he had done before, to grow his vote share in county after county to add up to this win tonight in Georgia.
What do you make of this, Donna?
Well, it's clear to me that Donald Trump understood that he had
I mean, they're
to
just
expand the electorate. He had to grow
If
his
you were,
votes,
she's
and
going
he
to say
had to get
Donna
them in
Brazil, though.
early.
She's horrid.
What's happening in Georgia and in North Carolina, you
Just
have these big
fumbling shit out their
Democratic
mouth at the
centers, but
moment.
they would have to overperform form in order to make up for what Donald
anyway,
Trump has
as I
been
was
doing in the
saying,
rural areas.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's a concern now that we're looking
had
at the blue
funneled
wall.
so much
Nobody
money
wants to go to
into
bed
the
at night thinking we
Biden-Harris
just got the blue
campaign
wall.
that
We
when
saw
they
it was
dropped
cracked. It
Biden,
wasn't cracked
they were going
because
to
really
lose all
Donald
those
Trump didn't hit
millions,
anything.
and then
Hillary kept
there
the
was going to
door
be
open.
questions
And
when
now
they
we
had to
see
refund all
that we
that
have a
money.
situation where
So all they had was
Hillary's going to have to
Harris was
overperform, but there are
on
red
the
places that
ballot.
are still coming in
So they
Pennsylvania.
had to
And
use Harris,
Wisconsin, Milwaukee will have
even
to
though she's
overperform. So
fucking
yeah, there
imbecile
may be a narrow
DEI
path,
hire,
but
and that's all
I
they
don't know
had.
if I have my rosary beads
What doesn't
on.
make sense to me, though, is when you have men with
Um,
that much
This
power,
is so far
they can pretty
continues
much
to
do whatever they
trend
want.
the wrong
So for
direction
me,
for
it's
Kamala
almost like
Harris,
they're
the right
putting in
direction for
the
Donald
dumbest
Trump.
two
Every
people they
one of
could
these
find just to
states
make fun of
is
But
America
they want them because
and
they
push
just want
them
them.
in
They
a
just
certain
want them
direction.
as
Trump's
puppets, don't
column.
they? They
This
want them
is
as puppets, don't they?
shaping up to be
Yeah,
a really big night.
They
they're
couldn't
not
get better
actually in
puppets.
It's not just
control.
a
They're just
reset.
puppets.
I think it's more than that. It is a
Basically, all
it's a
they needed to
realignment.
do,
This
they
isn't
had
a
all that
victory
money
because of
funneled
better
into that
mechanics or
campaign.
Trump had a better ground
Biden
game.
was
This
not
is
an
a matter
option
of people making
after
a decision
the
whether you're black,
debate.
white, Hispanic,
So
Asian in
therefore,
this
all they
country
had was
that
Harris.
you
That's
were
why
tired
Harris has
of
done
the open
very,
border.
very
You were
little
tired of hearing about
campaigning
how the
because
economy
she's
is
a
great
fucking
when you didn't
idiot.
feel it. You're tired
Well,
about the
but to be
sanctuary
fair,
Sorry,
cities. You're
Base.
tired
Sorry,
about
Base. I
all
didn't
of
mean
these
to
things
swear
that
on your
some
channel.
of it's economic,
No, no.
some of it's
Kelsey, to be
cultural.
fair,
And people
Biden
are
wasn't
making a
fit
conscious
before
decision in
that
this
debate.
country to say,
That
I've had
debate,
enough
some
of
reason, all of
this
a sudden
stuff
made
that I'm
everyone
hearing
agree
from
that he
this
was an
other
idiot all
side
of a
of the
sudden
aisle.
when everyone
And
knew that
they're
beforehand that was paying
completely
attention.
repudiating it and
Yeah,
going
but
the other
no.
direction. Look,
The people
we may
that didn't
have
know it were the people
55
that were
senators tonight.
denying.
It's possible. And we still have
How
Nevada
that
and
is not
Arizona to
visible
go.
is beyond me.
Because it was
That
hidden.
is an amazing evening
People don't
so
look
far.
for it.
It is a big
People
evening.
don't
Governor
look for
Christie,
it.
what do you
People
make of
don't
what Ryan
keep up
just
with
said?
the
Well,
news.
part of what Wright
All
said
they'd
about
have to
the
do is
economy
watch
and
the
people not
president
feeling the
speak
economy,
once.
it reminds me a lot of
They
1992.
don't though.
In 1992, George
Let's
Bush
see what the
Sr.
panelists have
kept
to say,
saying
chaps,
after the
because hopefully
recession that he
they'll get
stewarded over,
roasted.
the economy's getting better, inflation's going down, interest rates are going down,
So the
stock
only
market's
reason
getting
we
better,
got
and all
Harris
that was
right now
true,
is because
but nobody felt it
Biden
yet. And
effed
there is a
up on a
lag. There is
debate,
an 8 to 12 month
and
lag of when these numbers start to get
they
better,
could
when real
not
people
refund
start
the
to feel
money
it,
that Axe
that they have
Blue
more
had
money in their
funneled
pocket.
into the
And in the end,
into
that
their
is something that
pockets.
that kind of timing will be deadly for the incumbent, just deadly. And it was deadly for him. Look, that was a three-way race in
Otherwise,
1992 that Bill
you
Clinton
know,
only got
they've
43%
got
of the vote, and
plenty.
George
They've
Bush
got
41.
plenty of
Still couldn't beat him.
excellent
Tonight, what Donald
candidates.
Trump
I
is showing
mean,
is
what's it? You
that
got Gavin
people still
Newsom.
vote with their
He's an
pocketbooks.
absolute
That's what they were doing tonight.
asshole
There are
that
other
they
issues
could
that
have
Wright
used.
mentions as well.
They've got
And don't forget about the Hispanics,
plenty
David.
more.
The Hispanic vote tonight at
But
45%
instead, they used Kamala
tightly
Harris
beats what
because they
George
had no
W. Bush
choice,
did in
because
2004
they
if
had
it
already
stays there.
laundered all
And it
their
shows
money
that
into
they don't want an
that
open border either.
pie.
I understand what you're saying. It's just it's hard for me to
one thing
believe.
that strikes out is that question, the are you better off? Well,
Hard for you to
only
believe that they
20%
laundered
of
money into a campaign after James
financial
O'Keefe
situation is
exposed
better than it
going to these
You had
people. Did you
45%,
actually give
say that their families are
£30,000
if you
to
combine that with the number
the
who said it
Biden
was
campaign? And they're like, no. Well, apparently your name comes up saying you donated £30,000 in 60 payments
facing a situation where 70% of
to the
country
Biden
is
campaign.
on the wrong track.
Yes,
And then when
let's
she was
watch
asked
this.
if
So
she
just
told the campaign
just because I don't
what
know much
she
about the
would have done
subject,
differently
I know there's RW.
from Joe Biden if she had been president. She was just vice president. What would she have done differently? And her
You
answer is
don't follow
there's not
James
a thing that
O'Keefe?
comes to mind.
OMG
That
Media?
might have been the single most
Yeah, I do.
devastating answer that she gave.
It was those words and the pause too, because so much of political campaigns, as you know, is the visual, it's the moment, it's the interaction. It was from The View on ABC, and it was that question, and she did pause, and it was just just, in that moment, you knew that that is not what
That's
the
why you've
voters
got Harris.
feel like the economy is issue number one.
Because
And so
basically
the
they
other
could
issues,
not
quite frankly,
refund the
just
money because it
implicit,
was all
which we know
laundered.
are real issues to Americans, Democrats and Republicans. And Mary, you talked about that moment too, perhaps being one of the defining moments. She had some really great moments along the way, but that was probably one of the weakest ones.
Yeah, and I think her campaign was well aware of that, and that she never really was able to give that solid answer of how she would differentiate herself from the Biden administration. I do have one update, which is that we had expected to hear from Kamala Harris tonight. We now know a source telling us that is not going to happen.
I do kind of feel sorry for
Cedric
Harris,
Richmond,
to
her
be
senior
honest.
advisor, to come before that watch party and tell everyone
I don't know,
essentially
man.
to
She
go
signed up
And in
for it.
fact, that was the message just moments ago. Let's listen.
Here we go.
Have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
She should have spoken
So
tonight.
thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you.
So all those people waited there for her, and she's like, "Fuck you guys, I'm not coming out to talk."
Thank you.
Yeah, what a
That stinks of Hillary Clinton.
Never an easy moment.
yeah, it's exactly the same way Hillary did, wasn't it?
Into the
Yeah,
evening.
no,
Yeah.
she's in the back room with a bottle of vodka.
In the early morning hours.
Has been.
And what a marked shift
Has
from
been, dude.
how the campaign was feeling. And I know they thought this was going to be very close and still a
Slaughtered.
challenge. Kamala Harris herself said
It's a
repeatedly,
polymark. It's 97.2% now.
did sense
She's
there was some win.
2.8 or whatever it is.
They not?
Kamala Harris herself said that the momentum was with her. And I think in part that was because of the huge crowds she was getting. I mean, I've been at almost all of these rallies in the last few days. She was pulling crowds of 20,000, 30,000 routinely in these final days.
I wonder
They felt that
how
they
much
were
of the money
reaching
is
out
Donald
to
Trump
key
to
demographics,
polymarket.
that big, broad coalition.
Wow, she got a big
20,000, 30,000.
30,000.
We're
Wow.
not talking
Really
absolute
propelled them
crap.
across the finish line. We are not seeing that broad coalition at all showing
But he
up
can
here
fill
tonight.
stadiums.
In fact, quite the opposite. And
Look at
there's
all the
going to be, I
trash
think,
they
a lot
left
of soul
behind.
searching and a lot of questions in this campaign as to
America.
what's
There's no one
going
left.
on. That said, they are still, holding out hope. That's a very, somber Cedric Richmond there delivering that message. But as we heard from the campaign manager in this memo to the Harris team earlier tonight, stressing they expected this to be close. They do still see a path, but certainly not the path they were hoping for.
An extraordinarily narrow one mathematically at this point. Governor Christie, you mentioned something a few minutes back about President Biden, whether or not, obviously there'll be a lot of questions if and when this race is called. And if it doesn't go Kamala Harris's way, the obvious questions would be a lot of attention on President Biden. Whether or not
Why do they give this guy so much airtime?
the Democratic Party could have looked at Kamala Harris and others and what have you. This has been a conversation.
Is that the
Who is he?
Donald Duck guy?
It's just going to get more scrutiny now.
Is
given the
that
way this
Sync?
night continues
Is that
to proceed
the
here.
guy, the one that
107-day campaign
been
is what
talking
Kamala
about?
Harris had time
Is that Sync?
to conduct here. until
Christie,
Look, it's really hard to go from a
he done all
stand
sorts of crazy shit, didn't he, Christie?
to set up a national campaign. She had to
Welcome
adopt
back,
all of the
or
Biden
welcome, Zombie
operatives.
SG.
She didn't have time to put. And I can tell you, as a candidate, you have to go out there and work.
No,
And
seriously,
you've
is
gotta
that
be
the
able to
Donald
believe
Duck guy?
people who are working for you.
Which
I don't know who
one?
Donald Duck is.
And only
The
your
fat
best
guy.
interests at heart.
The fat
And
guy who said,
I'm not saying that these folks
if you keep
no reason to
keep
necessarily
dodging
believe
these
it. They were-
campaigns, I'm going to have to call you Donald Duck.
But to go back to Joe Biden,
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
most probably.
it's not
Yeah.
staff. It's not staff. Joe Biden made a promise to the American people.
Yeah, he
When
said
I
Donald
was sitting in this seat
Donald Trump
4
was
years
ducking out of debates
ago, he
because
said, I am a transitional figure.
he's a coward. But he, like you said, he never
Implication
needed
of
to.
that, David, was that he was going to serve one term.
And yeah, the
Because of
joke
his age, he
fell
was gonna move on.
absolutely flat,
And
and
when
that
he
was the
broke
end
that
of his
promise,
campaign to be
he did
president.
two things.
I
One, he
mean,
broke faith with the people
he
who
was
voted
doomed
for
from the
him.
beginning.
And
Yeah,
two,
when
he
Trump
put his
didn't go to
party
the
in an
debates
awful
because he was
position
like, "You guys are
to where they
wasting
had
my
to
time. I
replace
don't
him
even need to
when
waste
he
my
put
time on this." It
on
was
one of
like,
the worst
Yeah, it was literally the 2020. It was kind of like, yeah, I don't need to waste my time
Kamala Harris
doing
had to inherit
Yeah,
all
Chris
arguing with you
Christie.
pathetic
like it or
people.
not, that's what she had to inherit.
Chris Christie is the Republicans Kamala Harris? Because Kamala Harris had about 2%, didn't she? And I think Christie had about 2%. They were the first house.
I would say this.
He flips.
Joe Biden should be
He
looking in the mirror
follows
tonight
the
and thinking about
popularity,
what did
and
he do?
I think a lot of
What did
people
his
do
lack
not
of keeping his
respect
word
that trait.
on that central promise from 2020 do to this election tonight?
Right.
Everyone hates a flip-flop, don't it?
I would also point
Yeah,
a
I mean,
finger at the
I don't
Democrat
appreciate.
Party. I mean,
two
they should have had
sides
an
of the
open
same mouth. And
contest.
to me,
They
he
should
just
have
looks
let
like
their leaders of
mafia.
their
He looks
party pick
so
their
mafia.
nominee, but I don't think it would have mattered because, like I said, the American people are choosing a path, and they're choosing the path that
Fascism,
dramatically,
Nazis,
I think, take
literal
away power from
literal Hitler.
We're talking about all these issues. But
Do you guys know who this guy
the
is?
fact that Kamala
No,
Harris is going home tonight,
at
I
least he
think
hasn't
is
mentioned
amateur hour.
fascism or anything.
You know,
I recognise
she
the
has an
woman.
obligation to speak.
Ooh, they're calling
This
shit on her.
pathway for her might
Well,
be
actually,
narrow, but it
I
also
mean,
might be walking
I
through the
see
eye
her
of
as
a
a
needle.
woman. I may be
She
wrong.
should say something to the people that adopted her as their nominee
Yeah,
because they
she
were
should have said something
told by
tonight.
the
She
president to
definitely
do so.
shows her
And
colors
she's
again.
leaving the country hanging now all night. And I think it's
Yeah, he's
ridiculous
calling her
and
out.
it's childish.
Well, first of all, we're a very divided country. We're very polarized. And while, you know, I'm not sitting here, I'm not sitting here
I don't know if he's a
excited about the
Republican
returns
spokesperson,
or the
but
results.
he's
There's still a
roasting her well,
path.
isn't he?
There's still a path.
And we'll come
Who's
back to
this?
all of you right after
Slim.
this. Our live coverage continues here in a moment. A slim path, but the path continues.
Because if he is a
Election night continues here in a
Democrat,
moment, too.
he's still bad-mouthed her. But they normally stick a token Republican in there, don't they? So-called Republican.
I don't have a feed at the moment. I'm going to share this just to have something up.
Oh, I was enjoying the fat ladies.
They'll be back in a second. Everything's on commercial break. Everything's on a commercial break. I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen. Like we're waiting for.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you want to get maybe the either info, unless there's an advert, obviously. Otherwise, get that map up and find out. You know what's the percentage of votes, so we can work out when the next state's going to come in and how close it is. Because
all right, so yeah, so am I on? Yeah, I'm on. Okay, so Nevada's. I'm curious if that's going to be like 1:30 in the morning before they start the show information. But so Pennsylvania's got 89.7% of the vote in, and Trump is 51.2 to 47.8. So that's going to be hard for her to pull. I think Pennsylvania's in the bag.
Did you say 51.2 or 52.2?
51.2 to 47.8. And with basically 90% of the vote in, I'm not sure she can pull that.
And that'll take him over, won't it? Will that take him over? What is that?
She'll have to get 200,000, over 200,000 votes to overtake him. She's have to get 216,000 votes.
So Pennsylvania with anything else gets it, really, doesn't it?
And Georgia here, he's 130,000 ahead with 94.2% of the vote in. So I think that's in the bag too.
So
Michigan,
which state are they saying it's going to take them 13 days to add up the votes? Which state was that?
I don't remember which one that was. I mean, it could be Arizona.
Look
at Maine. Maine was one of the first states to be done. They're only at 47.5% of the vote. Arizona is still like the closest state. It's 10,000. No, what is it? 13,000 difference. Trump's only ahead by 13,000, and they have 50% of their vote in.
Is it first two? Is it first 270? Isn't it? It's first two, isn't it?
I'm not sure how that works. I think basically you have to have 270 or over to win the majority.
Yeah. So, like you said, is it the first 270? Because you could have 270 and have. Or you can't both get 270.
No, you wouldn't. I don't think it's possible. The majority
You can get
is
a draw though, can you? I think a draw is doable.
I don't think so. I wouldn't think that you could have a draw with electorates. That doesn't make sense that they even have an even number. What else we got going on here? I mean, nothing else is really volatile. Wisconsin, I guess, Wisconsin, Trump is winning by 120,000 roughly, and they have 84% of their vote in. So all of the states besides Arizona, let's check out Michigan. All the states besides Arizona, it's pretty much that Trump's going to pull it unless there's a magical ballot. No, Nevada just went red. Look at that. With 3.5% of the votes in, Trump's at 71.5%. So it's over. I'm calling it.
Now? Is it gone up again, the numbers, or have they given Nevada? No. Nevada.
No, they haven't called it for Nevada, but I mean, he's coming in super strong. He's coming in with 71.5%.
How many points is Nevada?
How many electorate? 6.
Yeah. 6, not a lot.
No, Arizona's the big one. But I mean, it's over. Unless if it would have to be in a non-algorithmic, a non-pattern, massive swing up in the votes for Harris in the next few hours as we go to bed to change all this for her win. That's basically the only way that she's going to win. Now, is it possible? It happened last time.
I remember going to sleep and waking up and changing. Everything's changed. Yeah, let's put ABC and see what they're saying. Because hopefully we'll get get some more results in.
I mean, they should be calling it here. They should be calling it pretty soon.
Onto a lead over Vice President Harris right now in the crucial battleground state. What are you hearing at this hour?
Democratic officials are sounding very glum at this hour. There's about a 200,000 vote lead that the former president has. It might be insurmountable. The economy,
look, they've got CNN's
a huge
camera
issue.
angle.
The price of eggs has gone up, Kira, 161%.
They do.
That is something that matters to
That's
people.
the same exact one.
Else here. People say they didn't know Kamala Harris.
No, amazing.
And the former president has a tremendous amount of name recognition, having been
Urban.
in the
Who is
limelight for 9
Sink? What is he from?
People know him, and clearly they've been voting for him, Kira.
Matt Gutman, thanks so much. I'm Kira Phil. I'm so glad you're with us tonight. I hope you'll continue to stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night.
Yeah, from TYT, but he's on YouTube, so they might do me. That's the problem.
Continues.
Oh, I didn't realize he was backing Trump. Hold on, I gotta kill this.
No, he hates Trump. He does.
This course is about.
He doesn't really like Camilla though, but he's a far leftist.
It's ending now, and people are going to see how
they're having a party at InfoWars
here. A lot of
here.
these leftists are into
They're trying to get Candace
drunk.
drunk.
Now that RFK is coming out and he's going to be hardcore. That stuff. That's where it's going to happen. That's where these people are going to go. Wait a minute, I was on the wrong side. Maybe I didn't
start balancing glasses on it.
This cheating that they're doing, and we got to get rid of these goddamn election machines. They suck.
Mail-in ballots.
They just suck. This thing where it takes 14. Yeah, it's got to go. I like one day, make it a national holiday, make everybody dip their thumb in purple ink.
Looks like my wife made it safely to New Zealand.
Stop screwing around. There's no reason. There's no reason to be messing around with this anymore. All right, the mainstream media is defunct. They should be shunned. All these people should go away. They're disgusting. And then they're not going to stop either. They're going to keep coming after us. We cannot let them get an ounce of breath at this point.
6 minutes in the info war. 76 devastator.
Yeah, no, mail-in ballot without mail-in ballots and illegal immigration, this election wouldn't even be close at all. Everywhere is shift red. I hope this is utterly demoralizing for the left. I hope that they realize that it doesn't matter how many times you call us racist, how many smears you come up with, how many lies you run with, how many scandals you fabricate from whole cloth. It doesn't work. The American people have risen up, so you can shut up now. You can just shut up. You can stop all of your little tricks. You can stop all of your little scams. It's got to be exhausting. You put a lot of work into it, and you fail. So enough. go away, leave us alone, shut up. I'm not trying to be rude here, but it's time. It's time.
Come to our side. We're not going to bite.
Of course.
We just want to have prosperity and victory for everybody. That's how it should be. That's it.
It's very simple. And you're right about this is the unity ticket. RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, the list goes on and on. Nicole Shanahan has been absolutely incredible. This really feels like the dawning of the new age.
So the betting now has gone to 98.6%.
I mean, the fact you have Elon Musk and Ron Paul now on
I'm surprised they're still allowed to put bets in. They're flooding the bets so badly that no one's going to win a freaking penny.
Ever hoped for. I mean, could you ever imagine such a thing happening?
Unless the people that went in when it was like 1-to-1 get more money.
All crying about this. They have no idea how good their life's going to get from this point on.
I don't really know how gambling works.
We have to not let up. We have to realize.
But I suggest the poly market is much not as truthful as it can be.
We grabbed victory.
I'm just proud of
We need to
Americans
do
and
it.
others not being bullied to these psycho demons.
Yeah.
You've been messing with us. How do you like it back? You think your intimidation works on us? It makes us fight you 10 times harder.
Thing is,
all these people in the media that
if you look at the map there, when you see the map, it's mainly just red, isn't it? And you get the blue on each coast. And realistically speaking,
just get out of here. And look,
it's
this
not
is a
really
beachhead. This is
representing the
tonight
whole
we'll
country,
celebrate
really,
victory.
when you look at it,
We celebrate victory for a whole week. Why not?
As a
But
landmass.
this is when we hit the ground running. This is when we need to do the
just
things that Trump
representing the
promised
people in
to
the
do,
big cities, aren't you?
the reforming of the election. I mean, everything.
You'll have to say that again, buddy. I didn't catch it.
The beachhead. The work begins.
Just saying the map of America, when you see the electoral map of America, where it's basically red, and then blue either side, left and right.
Well, not even really that as much this time. It was literally just the major cities that had blue squares around them. It was a red country.
They have like the big numbers for the electoral college numbers, don't they? So they're having 10s, 15s, 20s, 25s.
That's where the
54s.
population density is. If they went by, people that owned land and houses, it would be a very different system.
What to say. I think something I've said about InfoWars and the InfoWar in general a couple of times, which rings true still, and I think
I'm not a big fan of this guy. He's very greasy also.
Won or lost.
Yeah, if you want to switch it, you can switch it back. I don't mind.
We know what it's felt like to be losing the InfoWar,
we're not getting any
at the beginning of the censorship, and tonight we have crossed a threshold into winning. We probably crossed.
That was a likely switch to Democrat. It is now switched. Let's go right over to Rachel. You've been tracking this. This is your other beat. You have like 4 or 5 beats tonight, but this was the effort. Both sides are trying to hold on to seats. Some of them won.
Exactly, David. And so we've sorted those key races that will ultimately determine control of the House here. We sorted them by poll closing time, as you can see.
Checking on X post real quick to see if there's anything interesting.
Yet among Democrats, some of
Republicans take the Senate, apparently. That's 54 seconds ago from the Free Beacon, Washington Free Beacon.
Even run there. We had our eye on Pennsylvania 8. You mentioned that Cartwright 7 terms.
Apparently, CBS News is saying that Pennsylvania and Arizona will take until Thursday to count. I don't see how that's possible.
About how the top of the ticket,
Pennsylvania and Arizona will take till Thursday to count.
That's what CBS News is saying.
Republicans across the finish line.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
That's as per Kevin Sorbo on X.
Serving women in Congress right now. She's
Hercules.
Just about over 1,000 points. And one more, David. Virginia too. I just want to point out. I talked to Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries
all of a sudden you get like these ballots and like 90% Kamala, loads coming in.
Glenn Youngkin also won.
Trash Discourse has a post saying poll watchers are still in Gwinnett County in Georgia. They aren't going home until all of the data is uploaded to SOS system and they report it. They aren't leaving. They won't leave, and you better get it together now in Georgia. We are all watching you from all over the country.
Who possibly is going to hang on?
That's what I was.
I mean, people aren't having it, man. They're fucking over what happened last time.
Yeah, that's what I was wishing for this time. But I was misheard, but I heard.
So much. We're going to come back to you in the Senate in just a moment. I want to bring people
understanding that Elon was going to put a load of money towards this poll watching and all that, making sure people in the right areas checking what's going on. But I believe I was incorrect in hearing that. But obviously, it's hopefully been dealt with.
In order to have any kind of
I mean,
left, but Donald Trump has grown his
Elon's part he's playing, I think, is the platform of X and everybody bouncing information around at light speed. I'm sure that makes a major difference. Because Facebook and YouTube, they're all fucked. I'm sure X is too in its own way, but it still has that vibe of free speech on it. I don't know what's getting censored.
Path to 270 tonight.
She said she'd shut X down.
Difficult for Kamala Harris to pull this off.
Who said that?
She said, Kamala. I'm sure she said it.
Let's head out to the Sun Belt, Arizona, 11 electoral
Good
votes.
luck.
We heard from Elizabeth Schulze on the ground there.
But then again, they shut it down. Where was it? Argentina?
Oh no. She said she ordered Trump's to be shut down, didn't she? She was pleased it was shut down.
And again,
Trump's
Trump
account.
lead 34,000 votes.
Oh,
and
right.
in Alaska tonight, 3 electoral votes, not enough information.
But at the same time, even tonight, it was one of Trump's tweets that we got information about the National Guard that we weren't finding from other sources yet. So, like, if he didn't have the freedom to say that, we would have been behind.
It's just too early in the evening to know where that's all headed. The Senate,
Kelsey wants to see the Diddy list.
Where the Senate is headed.
You might regret that.
If Donald Trump is on the precipice of a second presidency,
I don't trust
he's
celebrities
also looking at
all.
potentially here.
I'd love to see it too. I'm gonna watch 50 Cent's documentary on Puff Daddy. Apparently, it's supposed to be really funny.
Actually, tell a lie. There's one celebrity I do trust. That would be Ricky Gervais.
Who?
This looks like a
Ricky Gervais.
You know, Kamala Harris's
I'm not familiar.
struggles in Wisconsin is now reflected.
Oh, you will. He was the guy that presents the global awards, and he always takes the piss and roasts all the celebrities.
Oh, is he British?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was like calling out like adrenochrome and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised he did the British Office, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually,
he wrote.
He owns
started it.
all. He owns all
Yeah.
the offices. He's a billionaire.
And we always talk.
He even owns the American version, I believe. Or
I
rights to it.
think he did better with the American version.
Feel strongly about whoever's at the top of the ticket.
He owns the American, the Brazilian. There are so many versions of the office. He owns them all.
Really? I thought there was only 2. I didn't know that.
No, there's loads.
I think they just redid the American version and they made Dwight Schrute a female instead. And that was a freaking
he just sent a video when he's in a bubble bath and he says, "Hi, it's Ricky J here. Just thought I'd come to tell you that you should listen to me when I mention and talk about politics and other matters. So don't forget to listen to Ricky J." And he's just sat in the bath and literally that's it. And of course,
I'm
obviously
a celebrity. Therefore, I know about things like politics and science.
John Tester, can you take us out to Montana?
And you should do what I say and vote for what I want you to vote for. I mean, if you don't, that's almost like a hate crime, and I made
that's what he says.
country.
I think that's what he says. You got it perfect. Yeah.
You heard Martha talk about just
Yeah.
how much this
It's funny that just stick it up and
an influx of people move into this state.
Yeah, no, he literally just he released videos kind of like just taking the piss out of celebrity endorsements, and it was beautiful.
Right now, you could see that he is ahead by about 2,000 votes, only 28% of the vote in. So we're still pretty early here.
It's early, but fairly close. But again, it's still early. One other race I wanted to ask you about.
Urban. I mean, I tried. I love like the IT crowd and Black Books. I love that style of humor, but the version of The Office I didn't get into. The American version was definitely more my cup of tea for that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, season 1, you guys just could not pull it off. I mean, it was like when they tried to do Red Dwarf in America. You had the
They did
pilot
what?
episode. They tried to do Red Dwarf in America.
I've never seen those episodes.
No, they
Red
had
Dwarf
one
is
episode.
fantastic.
They had one episode. It was fucking awful. The American
yeah, that would never work.
could not.
Okay.
They just could not figure out what made Red Dwarf beautiful. I mean,
Dude,
they
the
had
cat and the robot.
They had the robot. They actually had the same robot, the same actor. They just could not figure out you can't have a slob as the hero. They had this
well, I mean,
guy.
but the black guy in the British version was kind of a slob, wasn't he?
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They couldn't understand that you need like a John Belushi to play the main character. They had like some fucking handsome guy, some confident guy, and all this lot. They just
when he first came in.
yeah, it failed on just basically the pilot.
And certain demographics only play goodies or baddies now in Hollywood movies. Hollywood.
Right. I think the UK's version of Red Dwarf, and it's been so long since I watched it, but I was laughing all the time because they were dropping perfect zingers between the cat and the AI and the robot.
Yeah.
And how the guy, the hologram or the really beta male, the beta male was just such a bitch. Like it was so good.
Honestly, what's it? There is an American pilot for Red Dwarf. If you look on YouTube, it is there.
Now project that Deb Fischer
I'm scared to do that.
hold on to her seat, the Republican. Are we going to put this up on the screen? Deb Fischer holds on in Nebraska. We've called that race. She
for the
faced a
Senate.
tough fight from Dan Osborne, the independent there.
I'm pretty sure they already called the
Did not say
Senate in
who he
favor
would
of.
caucus with, but Deb Fischer holds on to that race.
75% of the
Yeah, they
votes,
passed the majority. They've passed the majority, and they're still climbing. They might have quite a few extra seats actually. It's the House that's going to be close. It's 157 Democrat to 184 GOP.
Republicans being long gone,
So
having left Washington. This was part of the closing argument on Kamala Harris's team and her campaign, and from the vice president herself.
Trump's at
She had help
247
from Liz
electorate,
Cheney.
and Harris is
General
stuck
John
at
Kelly, who's
210.
not political, came out.
Well, they're not even calling 210 over here. They're calling 190 over here.
Staff. Their campaign.
They called
was,
Georgia.
If you reelect
They
him,
called
he will not have
Georgia.
the guardrails.
Yeah, but I just seen the total 2 minutes ago, and it was 190, I think.
Not resonate with the American people.
Yeah, 194. There you are. 194. 246.
Yeah, they're definitely using different numbers than Axios.
The call that our democracy would be over the John
Unless
Kelly
she
statements
lost
about the
something.
military,
What did she lose?
And that former President Trump had said that they were suckers and losers, the men and women who had died.
They're suckers and for fuck's sake,
look at
are
it
they
again.
still pushing that shit?
Some of the voters I talked to.
Alaska's
by the
going
way,
red 3.
Very
by the
strong
way, Open Roots,
and
I am
stronger
watching the
than
chat.
he was in 2020, stronger than he was in 2016. I said, do you have any reservations at all? January 6th. And he said,
No rest for the wicked.
Because she repeats this
No
story.
rest for the wicked.
Wait there. She repeats that story all the time about someone sending their son to a war zone.
Martha, thanks for
And
the major call to
I
make
asked the parents, and they said no, they wouldn't. And it's like, she just repeats the same rhetoric all the time.
Control of the Senate with
It's like
that
word to
call in
word.
Nebraska. Deb Fischer holding on to her seat tonight. If
Is this
Donald Trump
live
is named the
even?
next president, he will
This
have
is
a
live. They're
Republican
just
Senate.
behind in their
We do
casting.
not know who
If I'm
controls
pulling
the
information
House,
faster than
and
a
now the only question
major
for
news
Scott
outlet, they suck.
is how strong that Republican
I'm half
control
asleep.
will be. Will he have a mandate? Because
I guess I'll just pat myself on the back.
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
Yeah, spot on. It's not,
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at Timcast. They've got Carl Urban in MAGA hat.
the outlook, at least where it's
Yeah, they're
Sorry,
partying,
Carl
right?
Urban.
Like
I mean,
they're calling
Cole
it.
Benjamin. They got Cole Benjamin in a MAGA hat. Sorry, yeah.
The Timcast team is celebrating like the Infowars team, I'm guessing.
But I just want to emphasize one more time.
They don't
Or
look like it.
who are they backing?
They look like they're being lectured
Trump.
by Cole Benjamin.
Michigan, the
Tim
Republican
Pool's
candidate
backing
ahead,
Trump?
and also in
Yep.
Pennsylvania as well.
Yeah.
Everybody on his team is backing Trump.
Yeah, even Joe Rogan's backing Trump.
Administration about who you're going to put in the cabinet.
Oh yeah, no, look, he's got free reign.
I
now, if he
mean, we're
wants.
talking about what
there's no
the
doubt
biggest
about that, because not
podcast in the
only,
world, number
does he
one
not worry about the
everywhere,
margin nearly as
apart
much,
from
but
YouTube.
As John said,
Yeah, no,
he elected these
Joe
folks.
Rogan's
You know, he wants to vote. He's
literally,
gonna call
what's
Dave
it,
McCormick,
endorsed
so he's gonna
Trump.
call David and say, Dave, you know, you wouldn't be here but for me. I need your vote on this judge, this cabinet member, this piece of
No
legislation.
rest for the wicked is
Now,
sending
I
his
also
respect to
to
all
remind
good
people that
and good
as
and true
someone who served
Americans.
2 terms as an executive, that lasts
From
for 2
Yorkshire,
years.
Great Britain.
Because
Appreciate it.
when the midterms come in 20,
You know, if Trump's going to get in and the narrative's going to
you
go
become a
towards
lame duck.
conservative reds,
And there are
America's
things that
about to
you
become
can
a very
still do
strong
with the
country
power
again.
of
The
the
dollar's going to
governorship
move up.
or the presidency.
Yeah,
I'm stoked.
Yeah.
I look forward to actually having
And
couple
those
extra
folks who are
dollars in
gonna
the
be very
bank
loyal
instead
to
of
you
just
those
doing a
first 2
paycheck to
years
paycheck
are gonna be looking
lifestyle.
to
It's
see who's
fucking,
next. And so,
you know,
he's
not
gonna have a
enjoyable.
narrow window, a powerful window. But in
And
a
I'm
narrow
blessed,
window, it's
man.
gonna be 2
I
years
feel bad for all the people
where
that
he's gonna
are
have a chance to
struggling
do
harder
what
than
it
me.
is he wants to do with Congress. And then after that,
And it's not
they're gonna
only
be
it's
moving
not
on.
only
His own vice
finance.
president may
Like
be moving on
Americans
at
are
that point
poisoning
and wanting to
themselves
run
with
for
food,
president
and
himself.
that
And
I do
I'll
believe
tell
that
you
needs to
this,
be put in check.
that's going to be something to watch.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Because
I've
the first
noticed
time
around
Kennedy's going to hopefully
here,
sort that out.
for a pack for
I've
himself,
Hopefully.
noticed
or
around
starts to
here
talk about running for president,
homelessness.
it'll be interesting to see the way
Say
a
homelessness.
new
I've
president, Donald
noticed
Trump,
that
will
there's a
react to
lot
that.
more homeless
By the way, this is
around.
the first time we will see Donald Trump
There's
not
a
Are
lot
you in the
more.
city?
election, not running for election again. He
Not
declared his
really. No,
reelection
I'm
he was
in
inaugurated
Rochester.
in 2017.
I mean, where are the
Now,
homeless staying?
he saw virtually
On
everything
the high
through the prism
streets.
of what would help him win re-election. And now you see a Donald Trump and the minute he gets in,
Urban, what type of
I mean,
service
he
did
said
you
he's,
offer,
we
or
have a
what
constitution
services
that
do you
says he
offer
can't
for your
run
business
again.
that was doing well under Trump?
He will not be running for re-election.
It must be
Astounding how that
art-based or
affects-
not a trade, but more of something that people purchase when they have extra coin.
Election we've all
Is
witnessed
my
here
guess.
together. Rick Klein, I know you're still
Welcome,
drilling
Claire.
down
Good morning.
Claire.
to see if the math is even possible, or how narrow the path is for Kamala
Morning,
Harris.
Claire.
Why would it be morning right now?
Anything's possible.
Is
It's
that
just really
Australia?
hard to see how you have to squint to see the path at this point. I
That's
think
Pennsylvania,
We're looking
bro.
at these bubbles. They've been shrinking as the night
Here we
goes
go.
on. Less and less vote, but we
Oh,
haven't gotten
what?
a lot of vote out of Philadelphia, 177,000 votes. But even if every single one of those votes was for Kamala Harris, she'd still be trailing Donald Trump. Similar,
Snail
if you look around
trailing.
to the outstanding vote in Chester County, 62,000, 65,000 in Montgomery, Bucks County. A lot of these are split counties anyway.
Oh,
So it's very hard to
Jesus,
see how
6
she makes
a.m.
up that kind of ground.
Claire,
500
you're
something thousand votes
shaming
would
me.
have to be made up
I mean,
across
even
those
they're
states.
saying
And there's
it's
something
not
that's really
doable, isn't it?
interesting to key into in
Welcome,
Pennsylvania.
Watcher
Pennsylvania.
123.
On opposite sides of the state, a lot of different
Erie
demographics.
County, here we go,
Erie
right?
County, and I'll talk to you a little about Erie County first.
Dude,
Look at the
just call
numbers there.
Pennsylvania. It's over. There's
Hillary
only two
Clinton,
little blue.
47% goes up to Joe Biden. He's able to flip that county back to the Democrats, and then Harris is
Well,
down.
They're
they're
dragging
gonna
it out,
flip.
man.
They're gonna flip it back with mail-in votes.
Up a
No
poll.
way,
What about
dude.
Northampton?
Yeah, exactly.
They're
Go to the other
watching
side of the
that
state,
shit
you
like
see
a hawk.
Northampton, just east of Allentown.
I would
And
hope.
This is a similar story where Donald Trump
Yeah.
needed to get about 49.5.
It looks
He
like
got 40.
Arizona's the fix is in Arizona. It looks like, didn't it? 13 days to count
Where Joe Biden was, and that
We
I
all know
mean, I'm
it's-
checking that now.
shouldn't.
Let me refresh.
Remember when I said reflection? I got it wrong. It's
where you
deflection.
just saw people going back to Donald Trump, back to Donald Trump's Republican
Well,
Party. It had an impact down ballot, and it had an impact.
there's
a
definitely
big
going to be a
one
lot of
at
people
the top of the ticket when
deflecting
you add up these
questions
numbers
over the
across
next
a state
couple
like
days.
Pennsylvania.
And let's go back to Terry Moran before we go to break here. Not only
I'll
did
go
they
back to the
down
question.
Trump, a lot
Do
of
you
the,
think it's going to
red
be
counties,
civil
they were backing
war,
Donald
or
Trump
do
and
you
allowed him
think
to
it's going to
divest
be
himself from 4 years ago,
peaceful?
and in some cases even from 2016.
That's right. And
Um,
that is a problem for the Democratic Party, not just in Pennsylvania,
Divorce.
across the country.
I
They
think.
make it so hard on
Ooh,
themselves
I mean,
to
that's a
get to
harder question.
270 because they
I was
stop
expecting Trump to
competing in
lose
so
to
many
some
different parts of the country,
type of
primarily
steal
rural areas.
situation,
Just let's take
and it was going to
little
be a
quick
very
walk down
rowdy
political memory
January
lane.
6th.
Look at the map.
Yeah, well,
I'm not
I mean,
sure how
they
Antifa is going to do Jan
they're
6.
gonna they're gonna
just a
drag
little
this
bit
out for
in
another week
history.
until she wins.
And this was his map.
They get their
I
asses
don't
handed
know.
to them if they turn up in January the 6th. There you go.
Look at Iowa.
Yeah, see, I
Get their
don't
asses
see
handed to
Antifa
them.
can't pull that
So there
same.
was Ross Perot in the race and all
I
that.
don't think Antifa can do the
George
same
Bush
thing.
comes
They can
in,
cause a lot of problems all over the
takes a
place
lot
here
of
and there where they can get away with it,
Barack
but
Obama. Look at all that.
Trump
With
and
Republican
Mike
in
Johnson,
office.
they're going to have the National Guard out, man. They're not doing a Pelosi job. There's no way. There's no way that the streets are going to be open enough for a bunch of people to storm the politicians
We
this
can't compete in rural areas.
this time.
They did compete in rural areas. I mean, here's Wisconsin, right? And let's just take a look at what Barack Obama did there. And that's oops, sorry. No, gotta do
Oh,
that.
Urban Roots is cloning
Yeah,
pets.
all right.
I remember that from
But it was, yeah, it was
from
like- No, they
Total
competed
Recall.
in rural counties
Great
along
movie.
the Mississippi River aggressively. Those counties went blue. They wouldn't think of going blue today. That is a question the Democratic Party has to ask, not just about rural counties, but increasingly, if you look at the demographics of this election,
like these people are dumb, right? This guy's like, I can't figure out why people are not wanting to be shit on anymore. They've always been shit on.
I thought the Hispanics were going to be another plantation vote, but they turn out they're quite religious.
Right. They don't want to lose their jobs to people that are flooding the country. They came here to get ahead and they don't want to be left behind. Oh, that's strange.
And they're not really into this LGBT degenerate sort of ideology either. Oh.
He'd win Western. He'd win some of these counties in Wisconsin and Iowa.
But
look,
I mean, I'm going to be, if I can, I'm going to have the weekly dig on Thursday and just kind of talk about what happens over the next couple hours.
All of these issues they wanted
and then the pub that's happening on Saturday is probably going to be pretty lit because you're going to have
look at them in the back
and stuff probably come on.
Now the next thing that's being talked about
I
here
may
is
come on.
looking at the popular
Yeah, definitely, Kelsey. It's going to be a good conversation because we'll have liberals. Biscuit's probably going to get on too. Biscuit's a strong liberal.
Oh man!
Oh, he'd be hiding. They'll be hiding.
No way. No, he's going to have something to say. I liberal Cluck, man. I got to get him on.
He couldn't win that popular vote.
He's going to have to eat some crow now.
I would love to
chat
chat with Aphid about this election.
Nevertheless, the fact that we are looking at
sorry, me and Aphid, we've been arguing for about 10 years. We've always been good friends, but always arguing.
It's the mandate that
I'm not sure he's going to be able to really disagree with it. He might not like it, but he's going to be wealthier from it. So I don't see why he's going to be upset.
Not just in the so-called
so it looks like Trump's won the Senate. Right? He's won the popular vote.
But also, when you look at New York,
oh God, please say he's won the popular vote.
Like, come on.
If he wins the popular vote, if it, well, you know, I mean, nothing's official yet, but
I think
you know, if he wins the popular vote, that's the end of DEI.
So there's some drop off there that Democrats will have to,
that's the end of DEI. That's the end of all the woke. It's just basically no. You guys are out of your minds.
What's he saying about
you out?
I mean, that's extraordinary, and it also calls into question the whole children on the wall. If he can't, if the sitting governor of a state that is traditionally blue has her sitting at 50.6%, I mean, he should have never left the state house.
There are going to be a lot of questions about whether Josh Shapiro in
Pennsylvania that's pretty funny that Tim Walz is almost 50-50 on his state. Because his own family is for Trump.
Politico's ask in the days ahead if Donald Trump is reelected.
If your own family is willing to come out against you, you're a shitty person.
They are preparing right now at this hour to hear from the former president.
There's always one, but the whole family.
And we will dip in and listen.
I mean, a large.
ABC News live coverage of
I don't know how many brothers and sisters he has, but it was a big enough.
There was about 7 in the photo.
I'm just gonna switch it over here real quick. All right, so
what's the it's percentages of votes? That's what we got. Which ones are moving up to that 95%?
Arizona has got 51.1% of the votes in, so they're counting their votes faster than I was expecting. There's no way it's going to take till Thursday to get 100%. Well, I mean, what's today? Today's Wednesday.
Tuesday.
Is it still Tuesday?
Well, Wednesday now, maybe. Yeah.
It's Wednesday, yeah. All right, so, I mean, they can't milk that to Thursday. There's no way. Pennsylvania, it's at 90.6% of the votes. I don't know if that's moved. I haven't been paying attention enough. But she's got to get 220,000 votes. Georgia, they're calling basically at 94.4% of the vote. She's not going to be able to pull it. Nevada, 75% of the vote is in, and he's up by, what is that? 30,000 votes, roughly 40,000 votes. So I think we can call it, my man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else you want to cover before it's over, but I think I'm pretty much done.
No, that's great. That is, RW, mate. It's been good one. We've been on for 6 hours and 20 minutes, so we've done a good shift.
Yeah, time to rest the Tony.
Yeah, thanks for everyone for joining in. I'm mostly going to go over to Tim Pool now, and or something like that. Anyway, well, take it easy, everyone, and thank you, Kelsey, for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Cheers, everyone.
Yeah, I'll bug you at the next event.
Cheers, man. Tell everyone.
Good night, guys.
Tell that, man.